Okay, I'm recording. This might be a bit of a weird one. I'm gonna keep it real. Because... oh yeah, also I'm flippin' huge, I just want to say. That's because this game uses both screens, like, pretty interchangeably. Uh, so we have a completely different sort of layout going on here today, okay? Um, Mostly I'm actually doing this as a way... Yeah, she is hefty. Dynamax Lottie, gigantic creature, honestly. But yeah, we are 9 lotties, 9 lotties, 9 lotties. Let's go. Now, I mentioned it if you do exclamation mark spoilers, I think it is. I think that's what it's called. I am correct. The layout more dancing. No, I want this one to be coherent. Uh, Basically, be honest, most of you have not played this game, right? Like, I know that. This is a weird game that is not very well known. Basically, if you are familiar with it, just don't say anything about it or the sequels. But if you've not played it, feel free to speculate on the information we'll be given. I made this game, I own it, but haven't played it. Okay. I think it's bold, by the way, that you start on the erase data button when you open up your file. That's a strong choice, I think. Anyway, right away, we need to just kill this. Actually, I already killed it, but whatever. I already killed it before stream. But whatever. I think the number 9 might be in. It might be, it might be. I have wanted to play this for a while. Also, yes, the layout, I do need to give a shout out right away to Stardust Piggy, who made the chat boxes look like the ones in-game. They are phenomenal. Let's just get started then. I will be doing like voices and such. Oh, I've been excited for this for a while, but it's such a very different thing from what I do, you know? This game is fiction. All names, characters, and incidents portrayed in the production are fictitious. As with most games that have that at the intro, that's just not true. A loud noise startled Junpei awake, and his eyes snapped open. As they adjusted to the light, he realized that he didn't recognize his surroundings. Ow! With a crack, Junpei's head connected with something metal. He rolled over and threw out his hand to steady himself, but he found himself groping at empty air. His balance lost, and his still fuzzy mind struggling to understand what was going on, Junpei tumbled down to the cold grey floor. Ah, god damn it! What the hell? Junpei glared around the room, still trying to determine where he'd woken up. The fall had shaken the last cobwebs of sleep from his mind, and finally he understood where he'd fallen from. It was a bed. A 3-level bunk bed, in fact. Junpei had fallen, apparently, from the topmost bunk. His shoulder hurt, his knee hurt, his hip hurt, his entire body hurt. He could feel a bump forming on his forehead, where he'd slammed it against the low ceiling. He wondered if that bump was the reason he felt his vision wavering a bit, but that seemed unlikely. At first, he thought the tremor that ran through his legs was just another effect of his rude awakening, but as he looked around, he realized it was real. The whole room was shaking. Was it an earthquake, he wondered? It didn't seem likely. It was shaking far too quickly for an earthquake. Then again, Junpei had no idea what it was, if not an earthquake. He tried to tell himself it was important. Junpei rubbed the growing bump on his head and gingerly climbed to his feet. His balance regained, he finally took his first good look around the room. And muttered to himself, "Where am I?" His pain momentarily forgotten in the face of the confusion of his circumstances, Junpei looked around the room once again. Minutes passed while Junpei struggled to get his bearings. Then, as suddenly as they had begun, tremors ceased. A cold silence fell over the room. From somewhere far away, Junpei could hear the sound of metal squeaking. He felt his stomach tighten. There were 1,000 things the sound could have been, but none of the things he could think of were good. In an attempt to distract himself, Junpei looked around the room once more. There was a stove that looked more antique than functional. The 3-level bunk bed had mattresses that were so thin that they were little more than blankets. On the other side of the room was an identical bed, and set in the wall between the beds was a slightly dirty iron door. The first thing Junpei noticed about the door was the number roughly emblazoned across it. On the surface of the door, in red paint, someone had written 5. 5? What's this 5 mean? Suspicious and still utterly confused, Junpei approached the door slowly. Standing, at last, in front of the door, Junpei grabbed hold of the L-shaped handle. A push shielded no movement, and a pull the same result. A few more tries cemented the truth in Junpei's mind. It wouldn't open. It didn't matter how much he pushed and shoved. The handle wouldn't budge. Next to the door was an odd-looking device that reminded Junpei of a card reader. It didn't take a genius to figure out that the odd-looking device was keeping the door shut. Junpei knocked hard on the door. "Hey! Hello? Is anyone there? Open the door!" There was no response. Junpei threw his left fist into the door and stopped. What the hell is this? He wasn't really sure what else to say. On his left wrist was a bracelet of a sort he'd never seen before. In the center was a large LCD display. It looked like nothing else so much as a watch, but it clearly wasn't that. After all, it showed only a single number. 5. That's the same as the door. True, the numbers were the same, but he had no idea what that might mean. All he knew was that it was strange, and new, and he wanted it off. Junpei flipped his hand over, as if to remove a watch, but the other side of the bracelet was solid. No buckle, no clasp, nothing. He sighed, and flipped the thing back over. There were a number of rivets around the rim of the face. Perhaps pushed them, but nothing happened. I want to take, the mildest break from reading here to just point out that, I would not do that. I don't know. If there was just, a bracelet on my wrist and I woke up with it, my first thing would not be better click the buttons. Maybe that's just me. Maybe that's just me. On a watch, they might be dials for adjusting date or time, but on this bracelet, they did nothing. Junpei was at a loss. What was he going to do? Growing more desperate, he began to tug at it. However, damn! It's no good! Damn thing won't come off! A steel ring ran from the face around Junpei's wrist and back into the face. He wouldn't be pulling the bracelet off any time in the near future. What the hell is the deal with this thing? Frustration and desperation were beginning to mix as the reality of the situation began to dawn fully on Junpei. So much was happening, and none of it made sense. Junpei felt as though he were about to explode. Where am I? Why the hell am I here? Why? Why? What the hell happened to me? It was at that moment that he noticed the window. The window was round, rimmed in riveted brass like a window from an early 20th century ship. What? Wait, am I in a ship? Junpei walked slowly toward the window. He could see nothing beyond it but thick, impenetrable darkness. Junpei squinted, trying to see something. Anything. It was at that moment. What the? You gotta be kidding me! What the hell is going on here? A crack split the glass of the window, and for a moment, Junpei stared at it. Then the window burst, and water began to pour into the room. What the hell? God damn it! Junpei yelled and spun around. His feet slipping on the water already coming through the window, he ran for the door. Hey! Anyone! Is anyone there? Come on, if you're there, say something! There was no reply. As Junpei screamed and pounded on the door, the water began to rise. It was now ankle deep on the floor, and rising quickly towards his knees. Things were not looking good for Junpei. Not good at all. He needed to find a way out, and quickly. Junpei ran a hand across his forehead, brushing the sweat out of his eyes, and looked around the room. Seek a way out. Okay, despite like all of that ambience and stuff, there's no time limit whatsoever. As you can see, the water is completely frozen. One of the struggles of point and click games, I suppose. Operations during an escape. During an escape, you can move to different parts of the room by touching the bottom screen. Since many areas require very exact selection, we recommend you use the stylus. Searching during an escape. During an escape, you can touch the background to search anywhere in the room. Areas you can investigate will be highlighted yellow the moment you touch them. Depending on the nature of the location you touch, you might find an item or a hint. Begin searching by touching places on the bottom screen. How to move? Touch the triangle icon on the bottom screen. Doing so will change the viewing angle of the room and move you to different locations. You can do the same thing by pressing left, right, and down on the control pad. Bird's eye view. If you want to know where you are, touch X on the camera icon on the bottom screen. This will show you where you are and what direction you're facing. Saving during an escape. Wow, they really want to make sure you know this stuff, huh? I think the best way to actually give tutorials for your game is actually to just front load it as like a massive block of information. That's how people retain stuff. Pressing start will allow you to save. If you want to quit, we recommend pressing start. Purpose of the escape. Purpose of the escape is I don't want to drown. The purpose of each escape is to get out of the room. How you do that depends on the room. You'll need to search all throughout the room to discover what you'll need to do to get out. Search for hints and items that may help you find a way out. Okay, I've actually never played this game before. That's your fun Lottie fact of the day. I've never played this game. However, I am familiar with it. Water just keeps pouring through the window. It's like a waterfall. I don't think shoving something into the window is going to stop the water. In other words, if I don't want to die, I need to find a way out of this room. I have to figure this out. It's a pipe. I know! I'll crawl into the pipe and find a way out. There's nobody here to make fun of my lame jokes. Man, this sucks. That pipe's not very big. There's no way I could fit into it, even if it does lead out of here. That pipe's... okay. I was hoping for pipe text. Plus high and mighty about no one in chat having played it. Yeah, I've not played it. No one's played this damn game. Bet the tutorial writers a whale of a time at escape room parties. Can you imagine meeting up at an escape room and the very first thing that happens is they talk to you for like half an hour? Oh wait, they do that. Seem like there's anything hidden on the sink. This is the only drain in this room. About items. During an escape, investigating certain parts of the room will allow you to obtain items. Once you've obtained an item, you'll be able to go to the item screen. Touching L item on the top left will take you to the item screen. While on the item screen, you'll be able to investigate, hold, and combine items that you've found. If you want to investigate an item you found, touch the icon for that item in the item screen, and then touch search in the top right corner of the bottom screen. Heck, it wasn't that complex. An old picture frame. There's a picture of a ship in it. There's screws keeping the back on. Interestingly, the R button doesn't actually do anything. You have to tap that. The R button itself on my DS doesn't do anything there. So that's cool. That's a neat little secret. Investigate with an item. Touching an item while on the item screen will select that item. While an item is selected, touching L back will return you to the room investigation screen. If you look down at the bottom left corner of the bottom screen, you should see the icon. This shows that you are holding the item. If you hold an item while investigating the room, you may trigger a reaction. Investigate suspicious areas of different items to see if anything happens. Pressing up on the control pad will select another item for you to hold. Does the DS version sort of scuff for some things? Good God, I had no idea. We're in for a wild one. Okay, that would appear to just be nonsense, but I'm glad I have it. The note's got in red and in blue. It does. Yep, I can't really deny that one. Okay, nothing on top of the shelf. Kettle. This is the door to the stove. Well, it opens easily enough. Sure wish the door to get out here was that easy to open. Oh, that solves the mystery of whether or not this stove has been used before. What's this? It looks red. Okay. I wasn't paying attention if this had screws on the back of it. It did though! Screwdriver got the screws off easily enough. And here's the picture. Great. Oh, you can turn things around! Ah, okay, that makes so much more sense. Kind of. You can kind of turn things around. Trust me on this one. Okay, so it was 7, 4... Oh, okay, they stay rotated. 7, 4, 6, 3. Okay. Got it. What do I use? No, combining items. If you take two items you found and combine them, they may turn into something else. To do this, select an item on the item screen and touch X Combine on the top part of the bottom screen. Then select the second item and touch Combining. The two items can be combined, you will receive a new item. If they cannot be combined, nothing will happen. Okay. This is totally a stove. Nothing inside though. No dice. It's locked tight. See if there's anything in the keyhole. There's not. It's a small keyhole. I want to open the briefcase, I need to fill it up with a key. Okay. Keep looking until the cows come home. All I'm gonna find up here is that pillow. Ah, damn it! Isn't there anything else I can use? The blue briefcase on top of the bed. Okay, so there's a key behind me. Yoink. But it's red, and our briefcase was blue. And that would be madness. Junpei grabbed the key and shoved it into his pocket. He intended to leave immediately, but something stopped him. His reflection stared back at him from the mirror, but he had scarcely recognized himself. What's up with my face? His confusion was well justified. His face was drawn and pale, and the dark circles under his eyes made him look as though he was nearly dead. Man, what the hell happened to me? How did I end up here? Even as he said it, something in his mind opened, and a memory bobbed to the surface. It was the last thing Junpei remembered before waking up in the strange room. It was past midnight when he came home. Junpei shuffled up the stairs and opened the door to apartment 201. Inside was his apartment. A small, one-bedroom affair that ran him about $630 a month. He moved into it when he entered college, and so far he'd been there for 3 years and 7 months. He needs to hydrate and stretch. You know what, so do I, actually. That's a decent shout. Junpei can wait a second. He's got time, he's in no rush. He can reminisce. He's in no danger. He stepped inside and turned on the lights. The fluorescent lights on the ceiling blinked and flickered slowly to life, as if waking from a deep slumber. Their cold light illuminated the landscape he'd come home to so many times before. Everything was as he'd left it. Lottie Sona looks just a little bit vacant. PNG Lottie's got so much going on behind her eyes, I swear. Yeah, Junpei's fine, he's just in a boat, it's fine. It's not sinking. The magazines piled up in the corner, the textbooks collecting dust, the CD cases covering the floor, the jeans and t-shirt he'd worn the day before, then tossed onto the floor. There was one thing that didn't belong, however. There was a breeze. Breaths of cold night air wafted into his apartment, carrying the smells of autumn with them. The white curtain framing his window swayed gently in the wind. Ah, that's weird. Did I leave that open? Junpei walked toward the window, trying to remember if he'd closed it or not before he left. One of the panes was hanging open. He stuck his head out and looked around. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Junpei shrugged. He must have just left it open earlier. Closed the window. Then it happened. Junpei turned and found himself face to mask with a man dressed all in black. The man wore a deep hood and a bulky gas mask. His face was entirely hidden. Junpei tried to scream, but all he could manage was a strangled croak. He tried to step toward the man, but his legs could no longer support his weight. Junpei collapsed to the floor, a crumpled heap of limbs like a discarded puppet. Too late, he noticed the white smoke that was quickly filling his apartment. A small object, shaped distressingly like a grenade, sat on the floor in front of his face, hissing. The white smoke poured out of it at an incredible rate. The smoke had grown so thick that the details of Junpei's apartment began to fade into the white haze. He could feel his mind begin to fade as well, a white haze that was not the smoke creeping into the edges of his vision.
Consider this a privilege. You have been chosen.
A rasping voice wormed its way out of the gas mask. It was cold and harsh, and distorted in some way Junpei couldn't put his finger on.
You are going to participate in a game. The Nonary game. It is a game where you will put your life on the line.
That was the last thing Junpei remembered. White Oh no, all cans do look like grenades. I promise, I promise. You put your hand over your mouth with mass voice. What I did is I pushed my hand into my throat to kind of help me create that noise.
But if I'd done both, I don't think it would really come through.
The white smoke overpowered him. The masked man faded from his vision, and he felt his consciousness fall away into the white mist. That's right! That guy with the gas mask! That son of a bitch must have taken me here! As to who the man was, or might have been, Junpei had no idea. Indeed, he wasn't even sure that his assailant had been a man. The voice had been cold and mechanical, likely passed through a voice changer, and the body had been covered in a thick cloak. Who was the man in the mask?
You have been chosen.
Junpei remembered that much, but what it might mean, that was beyond him. Thank you for the hydrate, Gooey. I think I'll need a lot of them for this game. Whew. Junpei had no idea where he was, or why he was there. There was only one thing from his memory that seemed important.
You are going to participate in a game. The Nonary game. It is a game where you will put your life on the line.
Editor, make that voice sound cooler. The nonary game, huh? What the hell is a nonary game? God damn it! With a yell, Junpei drove his fist into the mirror. There's nothing left on the mirror. I guess that's a lever, huh? If I pull it... Well, looks like pulling on the lever just makes a weird noise. Great. The light's still red and the display hasn't changed. Damn it! Why the hell isn't this thing opening? I can't really... Yeah, there it goes. I can't really get to the bed. Okay, so everything I learned earlier was nonsense, huh? Why? Why is the rotation so awful? That's all I yearned for. Come on. Come on. Come on. Can't bring myself to call this a bed. Feels like a board with a sheet on it. It's pretty flat. Well, I can reach this bunk. Might as well look through it. Huh? Damn. Nothing here. It's worrying, that is. I feel like I'm out of things. Did I look in this? I did! Yeah. It's totally a stove. Nothing inside, though. Well, let's see if there's anything in here. Huh. Looks like there is. Key? Yeah, there's a little blue key in the bottom of this pot. Odd. Okay, we have a blue key, and there's a blue... briefcase. We've so got this right now. Alright, let's see what happens if I put this blue key in the keyhole. And nothing. Guess I'm gonna need some sort of code for the dial. Mini games! During an escape, your investigation may trigger one of several mini... He's going to drown! He's going to drown! This isn't the time for mini-games! If I'm stuck in a sinking ship and there's water firing in through my window, the last thing I want is to play Hot Rope Jump in Mario Party with Bowser! All operations for the minigames are done by touching the bottom screen. Some minigames will require you to manipulate something, while others will only require you to apply the right object or touch the right thing. Operation instructions. Touching the dial will cause it to move to the next number. Enter 4 numbers this way and then touch the key. If the numbers are correct, it will unlock. Okay, can I... It's not opening. Do I have anything that might give me some kind of hint? If I put in the right numbers and turn the key, then it should open. Yeah, but I don't... Let me see the numbers, Junpei! Damn, man! So this is the blue one. Okay, so it's 0, 2, 6, 3. 0, 2, 6, 3. So I'm gonna have to find the right 4 numbers. Alright, let's give this another try. No, I know how to do... Game. I figured it out already. It's okay. Alright, let's see if these numbers work. I turn off the key and... Hey! Looks like it's working. Yes! Alright, let's open it up. Yes! It opened! Looks like there's something in here. What is this? File? File screen. If you find any documents or notes during an escape, the information on them will be available from the file screen. To open the file screen, touch File R in the top right of the bottom screen. Once at the file screen, select files by touching them, or by pressing on the control pad. If you touch Search R, the contents of the file you selected will be displayed on the upper screen. Alright, let's see what's in this file. Digital root. Let's see here. Compute a digital root with the following steps. First, add all the numbers in question to one another. If you end up with something greater than a single-digit number, add the digits to one another. For instance, if you have a double-digit number, add the number in the tens place to the number in the ones place. Keep adding digits in this manner until you have a single-digit answer. That final single digit is your digital root. Example, digital root of 678 would be 3. 6 plus 7 plus 8 equals 21. 2 plus 1 equals 3. Therefore, the digital root of 678 is 3. The digital root of 1, 2, 3, 4 would be 1. 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 equals 10. 1 plus 0 is 1. Therefore, the digital root of 1, 2, 3, 4 is 1. I see. So I just keep adding numbers until I get a single-digit number. Oh, looks like there's something on the back of this thing. A notebook, a pen, a calculator, and a stack of key cards. Oh. Looks like some key cards. There's a number written on each card. 678. Does that mean something? New material has been added to the file screen. Calculator. We know what a calculator is! You don't need to tell me this! Shut up! I promise if you don't understand what a calculator is, you will not have a good time with this game. I know you know what a calculator... Okay, actually, maybe I was too busy sassing them, because where the hell is the calculator? In here? I don't want to talk about it. Okay, so I'm missing something in here. That's cool. Oh, it's there! Aha! Explanation was needed. I don't want to talk about it. I don't need the calculator. I can do digital roots really quickly in my head. Okay, before I open this, I don't want to be a plum. Okay, the code is 7 4 8 5 7485. It's just like the blue briefcase. Yep, there's a lock on this one too, and it's not opening. I've already forgotten the code I just said. Hold on. So you know 999 isn't a Pokemon, but I mean it is Gimago, which is easy to remember because they made Goldango number 1000 as their trophy. Okay, hold on. It was 7 4 8 5 7485 7485 7485 7485 745 745 745. All right, let's stick that red key in here. It's not opening. In fact, it's not doing anything at all. Well, all right, I take that back. I guess I can move the dial now. So it looks like I'm gonna have to put in the right numbers and then turn the key. To do that, this thing should pop right open. Let's give it a shot. No, shut. You already told me this. Cease. Yes! I unlocked it! It's opening. These look like key cards. There's a number on each one. 1, 2, 3. cards with numbers on them. Pretty sure this is where I'm supposed to use them. Alright, let's slide this card and see if it works. And... Huh? It's not working. Why? Damn it! No, that's right. I still have cards I haven't used. Damn it! Not again! There aren't any more cards in here. I've only got one other hint. Of course! The files! That file said something about a digital root? Digital root. The digital root, huh? What am I supposed to do with... There's a 5 on that door. Do I have to get a digital root of 5? I'm not really sure about this. Yeah, whatever, it's worth a shot. Let's see if this works. I'll just slide the cards that give me the digital root of 5 through the reader. Touch 3 cards to select them. The digital root of the selected cards will be displayed on the top screen. Touching reset will deselect all currently selected cards. After you've selected 3 cards, touch the device. Ooh, this is actually a decent little puzzle here. Wait, hold on. Having to do this with only 3 is actually kind of wild. Hold on. Chat, I can't do maths. How do I do this? Okay, I keep thinking I've got it, and then I just do— wait, no, hold on. No, wait, 671, right? Hold on. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not stupid. Alright, I think this is gonna work. There we go. That's a new noise. Huh. Did it just unlock? Well, that light was red and now it's blue. No doubt about it. There's nothing keeping me in here now. Time to go. You found it! You only looked mildly like a moron. Accompanied by a wall of angry water, Junpei shot out of the room and into the opposing wall. Gasping to catch his breath, he looked around. He was in a narrow hallway. The water that had followed him out of the room was rapidly pouring out of the door. It flowed quickly down the hallway and slammed into the foot of the short flight of stairs. Just 5 steps, in fact. And at the top of this short staircase? A door! Another door! Junpei leapt up the stairs, straight for the door. I love how hype chat is about that. Like, good job, laddie, you did the tutorial! The door burst open, and Junpei exploded out of it, only to freeze in his tracks. What other possible response could there have been to what he saw? How much do you know about the game already? I've read the full game. I have no idea what's going on. Okay, our boy, Junpei, our lad, our man, woke up, strange room, not too sure why, and then he remembered that he was gassed by a mysterious masked man in his house, and taken here, and he appears to be in a sinking ship. What the hell? His voice trailed off, and all he could do was stare. A polished floor stretched out before him, ornate staircases rising up from the edges, each one of them equidistant from the others. The stairs and pillars were solid wood, and Art Nouveau embellishments and decorations covered the walls and pillars. It looked like nothing so much as the entrance to a luxurious mansion from the early 1900s. Junpei couldn't help but wonder, was he really in a ship? The water quickly filling the hallway behind him suggested that, yes, he was. As he looked, a fresh wave rolled out of the room he'd been in, gathering speed as it moved toward the stairs. Yeah, that's what I thought. This is totally a boat. Wait, what the hell? A wave? Shit! I gotta get out of here! Junpei spun around, his wet shoes squeaking in protest on the polished floor, and ran toward the tremendous staircase in front of him. C deck. B deck. As he ran, he glanced quickly at the plates mounted on the wall, denoting the decks of the ship. C deck! My brother in Christ, close the door. No, you're right. Closing the door would completely stop the flood. No, actually, that's so true. Took the stairs two at a time, not entirely sure where he would find himself. Just as he began to wonder where, in fact, the stairs did lead. Junpei saw another person out of the corner of his eye. He stopped short, nearly tripping over the next stair, and looked. It wasn't just one person he'd seen. On the landing to the left of the stairs, there were 4 people staring at him. And on the right side, 3 more. All told, there were 7 of them. It looked as though they had been on their way down the stairs. They'd stopped short when they saw Junpei, their eyes wide. He'd done the same, of course, and now they stood there staring at one another. Junpei didn't move, one foot placed awkwardly on the next step in the middle of a stride. Who were these people? This entire interaction lasted only a matter of seconds. The woman spoke to Junpei, and time began to move again. I guess there's another one of us now. The woman was dressed, Junpei thought, rather like a dancer. Her clothes covered very little, and her prodigious jewellery little more. Hey, you! Come on! Hurry! With no further ceremony, she ran, straight past Junpei, and toward the doors behind him. Sudden proximity of a woman with such striking assets left Junpei momentarily stunned. But the others wasted no time, and quickly followed the strange woman. The first to pass Junpei was a young man with silver hair. He threw a quick glance in Junpei's direction as he ran, muttering, "One of us, huh?" Following him was an older man, his face calm and without fear. Soft wrinkles sprouted from his eyes, and he came close enough as he passed for Junpei to see wisps of grey in his hair. His composure and shock of hair struck Junpei as rather like that of an elderly lion.
Going up won't do you any good. There are 2 doors, but neither of them will open.
The next to speak was a girl with pink hair and a high voice. Come on! Aren't you coming? You gotta hurry! Her small hand was wrapped around the wrist of another man. His eyes were closed, almost as though he were sleeping. His features were graceful, almost serene, and he was dressed rather elegantly for someone his age. Something about his posture seemed very refined, and Junpei couldn't help feeling he was noble and dignified somehow. He'd certainly never seen one, but this man seemed like what Junpei had always imagined a prince would be like. That's 9 of us then. All of the cards are in hand. What does all of the cards are in hand mean, he wondered. Junpei opened his mouth to ask what the other man had meant, but the girl with pink hair rushed past him and they were gone. He turned just in time to see 2 more people running toward him. One of them had hair like a bird's nest, and looked as though a stiff breeze might topple him. And the other was a veritable mountain of a man. The scrawny one said nothing, and scuttled past Junpei as though he were running from something.
Hey! What the hell are you just standing there for? Didn't you hear him? The doors on A deck are no good. We gotta check the doors on B deck. Got it? Now go!
Before he had a chance to respond, the man laid a massive hand on Junpei's shoulder. With no more effort than Junpei would have used to brush aside a fly, the man shoved him out of the way. Whoa! Thrown off balance by the man and recent events, it took Junpei a few steps to get his bearings. He finally regained his balance and looked up at what the other 7 had been running toward. Okay, I just sighed in relief. I'm glad. I was so stressed at my snake voice. So many voices, I'm gonna remember none of them. There were two pairs of large iron doors set into the wall in front of him. They looked quite sturdy, and each had handles jutting from them. Written across the surface of each door in red paint was a number. The door on the right had a 4, and the door on the left had a 5. They're the same. The guy Junpei had decided to call Silver was mumbling to himself. The room I woke up in had a number on the door just like that.
You too, eh?
With an arched eyebrow, the Lion looked over at Silver.
My cell was the same. A number upon the door. I opened it, ran down the hallway outside, and found myself in the rather grand room full of stairs, as I suspect did the rest of you.
It was as though the floodgates had been opened. They all began to talk at once. Me too. I did too.
Yeah, door with a number on it.
It soon became clear that each one of them had awoken in a room with a locked door and solved a puzzle to escape. They'd all ended up in the same room, almost as though they'd been guided there. Yes, we all saw the same thing. That's not important. We need to hurry. You think I don't know that, lady? Before the dancer had time to finish, Silver was already running. He grabbed hold of the door labelled 5 and pulled. We all know how to calculate digital roots, what a coincidence. Well, I don't! However... Fuck! It's not opening! This damn thing won't even budge!
Move! You're in the way!
The mountain grabbed Silver's shoulder and tossed him aside. His path cleared, he took a few steps back, then threw himself at the door. Once. Twice. 3 times. 4 times. The door shook as his body slammed into it, but showed no signs of breaking or opening. The mountain threw himself at the door again. Junpei turned toward door 4. Next to the door on the wall was a small box. It looked just like the one that he'd seen in his room, next to that door. If it was the same, then this door was likely locked as well. Still, he had to check. Junpei grabbed a handle and threw all of his weight onto it. It was locked as tight as the door next to it, as he'd suspected. Damn it! Junpei punched the door. It did not respond. Were these the only doors, he wondered? He'd barely finished the thought when the C-deck plate he'd passed on his way up sprang, unbidden, to his mind. His body moved before he had time to think. Junpei turned and ran back toward the stairs. He had scarcely taken a step when, at the top of the stairs, next to an ornate clock embedded in the wall, he saw a person. It was a girl. She looked to be the same age as Junpei. He froze, unable to look away from her face. He wasn't confounded by her beauty or something equally silly. No, there was another reason he couldn't take his eyes off the girl. Junpei had seen her somewhere before. He couldn't quite remember where, but he knew. He knew he'd met her before. The girl, too, stared at Junpei, similarly stunned. Her response suggested she'd seen him before as well. No, I've never really looked closely at that outfit. It's kinda hideous. Like, that's not a dress, it's just a really long jumper. But she's clearly wearing some sort of t-shirt underneath it in order to give her, like, those black sleeves. What is this nonsense? And then look at those giant boots, but she's got tiny little feet at the end of them. Sorry, I've never heard of sweater dresses in my life. I apologize. Clearly it's me that wasn't in the know here. Without saying a word, Junpei walked slowly toward her. She didn't move. It was almost as though she was held in place by some sort of magic spell. As Junpei stepped onto her landing, the spell broke. No sooner had he set his foot down than the whole ship shook a second time. The quake caught the girl unprepared, and she fell. Moving on instinct, Junpei leapt to catch her. Or so he thought. Her face was far closer than it should have been, mere inches from his own. He was flat on his back, and she had landed squarely on top of him. The girl seemed as confused as he did, and her face suggested she still hadn't fully recovered from seeing him. For a moment that seemed to stretch for a very long time, they stared at one another. The ship stopped shaking. Everything was quiet. Water could be heard from the bottom of the ship, lapping faintly at walls and ceilings, but eventually that faded as well. The silence was complete, a thick, muffling blanket. At last, the girl opened her mouth. "Oh my gosh! Is that you, Jumpy?" Jumpy. Jumpy. Her words echoed through Junpei's head, and suddenly his memory returned. Akane? Why hadn't he realized it before? The girl was Akane Kurashiki. She and Junpei had been friends in childhood. They'd gone to elementary school together for 6 years. But what was she doing on the ship? Her soft eyes were only inches away from his own. He could feel the warmth of her face. Feelings he'd thought long forgotten began to work their way to the surface. He could feel his face heating up. At that moment, a speaker crackled to life, and a cold, eerie voice filled the room.
Welcome aboard. I welcome you all from the bottom of my heart to this, my vessel.
With the voice's invasion, the spell between Junpei and Akane was broken, and all hints of burgeoning romance instantly forgotten. They hurriedly untangled themselves from one another and struggled to their feet. Their 7 companions had heard the voice as well, and many of their faces had gone pale. They looked around frantically, desperate to locate the source of the voice. At last they found it, a speaker set in the ceiling.
I am Zero, the captain of this ship. I am also the person who invited you here.
The voice was harsh, obscured occasionally by the crackle of static. Editor, add the crackle of static. But Junpei recognized it. How could he have forgotten it? It was the same voice he had heard from the man in the gas mask.
Hey, asshole! What the hell is this? Come on out here. I want to get a look at you.
What do you mean to do to us?
I mean to have you participate in a game. Some of you, I know, are familiar with this game. The Nonary game. It is a game where you will put your life on the line.
Nonary game?
What the hell's that?
The voice continued, implacable.
The rules of the Nonary game can be found upon your persons. They are simple rules. Read them.
Nonary game? Hey, there's something in my pocket. Check this out. Silver reached into his pocket and pulled out a small slip of paper. The rest of them reached into their own pockets and pulled out similar slips of paper. Yo, I love nuns. It's not the nunnery game. Junpei followed suit and dug into the pocket of his pants. He felt the telltale crumple of paper, slightly damp from his earlier ordeal.
Hey, I got one too! And it would seem Zero has seen fit to grace us each with a letter. Would you mind terribly reading it to us, young man?
His request had been delivered to Junpei, who, after a short moment of surprise, did as he'd been asked. On this ship, you will find a handful of doors emblazoned with numbers. We will call them the numbered doors. Doors in front of you are a pair of the same. The key to opening these numbered doors are the numbered bracelets that each of you possess. Should you total the numbers on your numbered bracelets and find that the digital root of that number is equal to the number of that door, the door will open. Only those who have opened the door may pass through. There are, however, limits. Only 3 to 5 people can pass through one numbered door. All those who enter must leave, and all those who enter must contribute. Bracelet, Junpei figured, had to mean the bulky thing on his wrist. He glanced around. It looked like everyone else had one as well, and had come to much the same conclusion. The purpose of the game is simple. Leave the ship alive. It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a 9. Junpei had reached the end of the letter. There was a long moment of silence, and then the speaker crackled to life once more.
There is one last thing I must tell you. As you have no doubt surmised, this ship has begun to sink. On April 14th, 1912, the famous ocean liner Titanic crashed into an iceberg.
After remaining afloat for 2 hours and 40 minutes, it sank beneath the waters of the North Atlantic. I will give you more time. 9 hours. That is the time you'll be given to make your escape.
The voice finished, and the speaker went silent. Thank God. The sound of a bell tolling echoed through the hall. It came from the dance hall adjacent to the stairwell. It took those assembled on the stairs mere moments to trace the sound to an antique clock embedded in the wall. 7, 8, 9. The sound of the 9th bell faded away. The 10th never came. That meant the time was 9 o'clock. Most likely 9 o'clock in the evening. When Junpei had peered out the window of his cell, he'd seen nothing but blackness. It had to be night time. Okay, Junpei gonna take another brief moment, narration break here to just say that you're underwater and sinking rapidly? Of course it was nothing but blackness, you stupid, stupid man! If that was the case, then they would need to escape by 6 AM the following day. For the hydrate GUI. This game is for adult. Look. Let it get there, okay?
Now it is time. Let our game begin. I wish you all the best of luck.
The speaker went silent and did not speak again. Silver yelled at the speaker with language coarse enough to embarrass a sailor, but the rest of Junpei's companions were silent, deep in thought. Junpei, too, was consumed by his thoughts. There was a great deal he didn't understand. Who was Zero? What was the nonary game? Why had he chosen to make them part of it? Was he a criminal who took delight in playing with his victims? Or did he have some other purpose? Why had Junpei been chosen as part of this insane game? Why had any of them been chosen? But one question was foremost on his mind. Kane. They hadn't seen one another since elementary school. Why had she appeared now? Coincidence? No, that seemed impossible. There had to be a reason. He didn't know what it might be, but there had to be a reason.
Very well.
The lion's voice seemed oddly loud in the silence.
Standing around here won't do us any good. Best we get moving, don't you think?
Get moving? Are you planning to open the numbered doors? Hey, wait. Don't tell me you're actually going to do what this Zero says.
No, that's not what I mean.
Lion shook his head, mildly annoyed.
I'm saying, let's find another way. After all, we haven't really examined this place yet.
Wait, what? Their separate investigations finished, all 9 people returned to where they'd left one another. The result of all their work was nothing. They were completely sealed in. Their hard work had not gone completely to waste, however. They had learned a number of things as they'd scoured the parts of the ship they could reach. It seemed that they were confined to decks A through C. C deck was as far down as they would be able to go, however. The reason being that D deck was completely submerged. Strangely, however, the water had risen no higher than D deck. The flow seemed to have been stopped somehow, as evidenced by the surface of the water on D deck, which was as smooth as glass. The prince knelt down and gently drew his hand across it. Perhaps this Zero fellow has used some sort of remote control to seal a watertight door lower down. He said that our time limit was 9 hours. In other words, this water won't rise for 9 hours.
And you're saying we won't sink till then?
Well, that may be a little too optimistic. No point to wishful thinking. There were 3 metal doors on C deck. A single door stood off to the side, with 2 more on the wall facing the central staircase. None of them had numbers or verification devices. They were, however, locked like the other doors. No matter how much they pushed and shoved, the doors refused to move. The mountain and the lion threw themselves against them a few times, but to no avail. The door in the back had a keyhole. Just above it was a strange mark in the shape of a circle surrounding a dot. There were 2 other doors on C deck as well, but it was clear they were elevators, as each had a button next to it with an upside-down triangle. They tried pushing the button. No response. Apparently there was no power running to the elevators. To the left of the elevator doors was a card reader. The card reader also had a strange mark on it. It looked like a lowercase h with a dash drawn across the upper stem of the h. Junpei stared at it for a while. This is the symbol of Saturn. It's an astrological symbol. Then, the mark on the other door... I think that was the sun symbol. It's seen the same symbols on A deck. There was a door on either side of the stairs. Are y'all keeping notes, yeah? The one on the left had a keyhole with a similar symbol engraved on it. This is an Earth symbol. The horizontal line symbolizes the equator, and the vertical one represents the prime meridian. Write this down in your copybook now. Junpei looked up at the ceiling. There was a great circle cut in it, perhaps for a skylight or a glass dome, but it had been filled with a gargantuan metal plate. The metal looked very solid. Anything short of an explosive charge was unlikely to damage it. There were several windows along both sides of the ship, or at least there had been. They too were covered with metal plates. In other words, we're trapped. All the exits go nowhere. Junpei was not happy. The girl with pink hair spoke up. Well, I'm sure they go somewhere. We just can't open them. And the mountain spoke.
You don't know that. For all we know, they just open the walls or take us in circles.
The prince did not agree. I'm sure they go somewhere. Otherwise, what point would there be? Or we can open them. Well, 2 of them at least. You mean the numbered doors? All eyes turned toward the doors with numbers on them. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. Hey, wait a minute. I think I said this earlier, but I don't think we should do that. The dancer moved in front of the doors, as if to block them. We'd have to be crazy to open these doors. If we do that, we're doing exactly what Zero wants us to do. Suddenly, everyone began to speak at once. I agree.
I don't. That's a terrible idea.
We should keep going.
We should stay here.
We don't have any other way to open any of these doors. We should just wait. Someone's bound to come find us.
We don't have time for that.
In 8.5 hours, this ship is going to sink. The clamour of voices made it next to impossible to determine who was saying what. Their arguments grew more and more intense, until people were shouting and screaming at one another. Junpei had remained silent, but at last he could take no more. Woohoo! Follower goal! Woohoo! My arbitrary follower goal is 649. Hell yeah! Now I can bump it up to 700. Set goal to 999. Ah, I shouldn't be playing this game right now. I should have played it at 999 followers. You're so right. Ah, that's so true. Welcome in, Jenna. You know, I will take this moment to move the goal over, actually. The sequel at 999? No, I think I'll do the sequel immediately afterwards. Okay, based on channels your size, you recommend a goal of 660 followers. Right, okay, why don't you just punch me in the face there, yeah? I like to set the new goal ASAP because oftentimes someone unfollows and then you hit the goal again and everyone in chat notices. It's all very embarrassing. Junpei had remained silent, but at last he could take no more. Oh, on the subject of getting followers as I play the game, I didn't mention this. I do have follower only mode on in the hopes that on the off chance someone comes in who has played this game, they will take that moment before following to notice the no spoiler tag. That's the prayer, right? The big fat no spoilers on the screen.
Hey! Shut up!
They fell silent, and all eyes turned to Junpei. He felt each stare burning into him, but he refused to flinch.
Before we try and decide where we're going to go, there's something else we ought to do.
What's that? We need to exchange information. We don't know anything about each other. I want to know who you guys are. Who you are, where you came from, why you ended up here. Don't tell me you aren't curious, too. They were silent. Some of them looked the other way, or bit their lip, or crossed their arms and stared at the ceiling. But one of them spoke up. It was Akane. I agree. I think Jumpy is right.
Jumpy?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm talking about him. I just call him Jumpy. His name is Junpei. She pointed toward Junpei. We're childhood friends. We went to the same elementary school.
Wait, stop! Don't tell us stuff we didn't ask you about. Zero's probably watching us right now. What are you gonna do if he's listening in?
Would that be bad?
Hell yeah, it would. We don't know how much that bastard knows about us. Maybe he just picked a bunch of random people to kidnap. If that is the case, then it'd be dangerous for us to let him know too much. If Zero knows who we are, he could go after our families. Maybe he'd tell us he had to get us to do stuff, you know?
But we still need to know what our names are. It's gonna be hard to talk to each other if we don't have names.
Alright, then why do we have code names?
To him, apparently, it seemed like the obvious solution. Code names?
Yeah, we'll each pick something. Like, I'll be 7.
7? Why are you 7? It seemed a fair question. The mountain stuck out his left arm.
Because this bracelet number says 7.
Oh, I get it. Yeah, that's a good idea. He smirked. Alright, I'm gonna be Santa. Any of you chumps know Japanese? No? Well, San means 3, so I'll be Santa. You know, like Santa Claus? Fits, don't you think?
Then your bracelet number.
Yeah, it's got a 3 on it. Good job, Grandpa. Just like the mountain had done, Silver thrust out his left hand. This would be the worst, by the way, right? Can you imagine having it, like, around a sleeve? Imagine having, like, 9 hours of tight bracelet around, like, oh, it would be so obnoxious. Sure enough, the face of his bracelet read 3.
Very well then. I'll go next, shall I? My bracelet number is 1. Given that, I think Ace seems appropriate.
I'll be Lotus then. As I'm sure you all know, it has 8 petals. Which means, of course, that my bracelet number is 8. I would appreciate it if you would call me Snake. My bracelet number is 2. Since Ace has chosen cards, then I choose dice. Snake eyes, clearly. Which is particularly relevant, given that I am blind. Blind? Really? He'd kept his eyes closed during their entire ordeal, which had suggested something strange, but to hear it said so casually. How does he know it's a 2? Don't. I hate the idea of a world where they all lied to him. We'll get to who I assume told him. It was something of a surprise. Everyone seemed a little nervous at the prince's proclamation, but no one seemed to know how to react to it. Also, I'm very confused as to why the game bothers having Junpei name every single character. And then names every single character. I think that's strange. I don't know. That always felt like it flowed kind of badly to me. There was one person, however, who didn't seem to be surprised in the least. The girl with pink hair. I want to be Clover. You know, like a 4-leaf clover. Good luck, right? Looking almost bored, she held out her left hand. The face of her bracelet showed the number 4. They'd come around to Junpei. He held out his bracelet. Alright, my number's 5, so my code name is gonna be... Why have one? It's not like there's any point to it now. The dancer cut him off in mid-sentence. I mean, we all know your name already. You're Junpei. Oh. They all nodded. Akane stepped forward nervously. Then you should all call me by my name too. Because, I mean, it doesn't seem...
Doesn't seem fair to Jumpy.
You're thinking it's not cool for you to hide your name after you told us his. Akane fidgeted awkwardly. Junpei decided he had to do something. What's your bracelet number? It's 6. She hesitated for a moment, then held out her left hand. As she'd claimed, the bracelet's face showed a 6. Junpei looked at it for a moment and thought. Alright then, why don't we call you June?
June?
Yeah, you know, it's the 6th month of the year. So you're June. Jumpy. Kane kneaded her hands and looked up at Junpei, uncertain. He smiled back at her, reassuringly. Are you good with that? She thought about it for a few more minutes, then seemed to come to a decision and gave Junpei a small nod. Their names decided, Junpei ran over them quickly in his head. 1 was Ace. 2 was Snake. 3 was Santa. 4 was Clover. 5 was Junpei's number. Akane was 6, and Junpei had given her the codename of June. 7 was 7. And 8 was Lotus. That meant that 8 of them, including Junpei, had revealed their bracelet numbers. But there was still one person left. He was the man with glasses and hair like a bird's nest. He hadn't said anything since they'd met on the stairs, and he didn't look like the sort of person who was inclined to conversation. His skin was pale, his breathing was heavy, and he was soaked with nervous sweat. His behaviour seemed very suspicious, or perhaps simply emotionally unstable. It was difficult to tell. Whatever the case, it seemed clear that he had only a fingertip's worth of a grip on his sanity. The girl with pink hair, Clover, walked up to him slowly. She put her hands on her hips and eyed him suspiciously. What number are you? He didn't answer. His bloodshot eyes twitched from person to person, and his breath came in hot pants. Hey, I'm talking to you? The man licked his dry lips with a shaking tongue and spoke with a voice like old paper.
Isn't it obvious? There are 9 people here. And you know who the numbers 1 through 8 are. I'm the only one left.
So you're 9?
Yeah.
He extended a trembling arm. The bracelet did indeed say 9. Clover looked at it contemptuously. What's your codename?
Codename?
What do you want us to call you? We all made up names, you should too.
I don't need one.
Why not?
Because I'm not going to stay here with you.
He took a shuddering breath and exhaled. Clover looked at him with something very like disgust. You got some sort of plan?
I do.
Yeah? What's that?
You sure you want to know?
Yeah?
Alright. Let me show you. I'm gonna do this.
By the time they realized what he was doing, it was too late to stop him. The man's body moved like a snake's. In the blink of an eye, he had slid around behind her and wrapped his arm around her waist.
Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing?
Silver, Santa, leapt forward toward Clover and the 9th man. He was halfway there when...
Stay back!
Suddenly, the man's hand dove into his pocket. Came back out with a knife. A pocket knife. He held it to Clover's pale, quivering neck.
If you get any closer, I'll cut her open.
Santa skidded to a halt. He snarled at the scrawny man with the knife and gritted his teeth.
Yes, that's right.
The man's smile was neither friendly nor reassuring. Sweat poured down his neck, soaking the collar of his shirt.
Clover, are you alright?
The prince, Snake's voice sounded oddly concerned.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Her voice shook, making her words even less convincing.
What the hell are you trying to do? I told you, this is my plan.
What are you gonna do to her, you sick son of a bitch?
Don't worry, I'm not gonna do anything to her. If she just does what I tell her to do, I'll let her go.
He started to move backward, slowly, keeping his grip on Clover. Keeping their distance, Junpei and the others followed. Eventually, the man reached the wall. He gave a start as his back touched it, then glanced around quickly and spoke.
Verify.
Huh?
The left. Look on your left. Did you see the device on the wall? Place your hand on the scanner panel, the round part.
What have I done? The man's nostrils flared, and he looked like he was about to choke.
Are you an idiot? What do you think? I could slit your throat right now. I'll kill you if I have to. All I need is your bracelet. Just do it. Do it now.
He pressed the knife against Clover's neck hard. Slowly, she stretched her left hand out toward the device. Her back was to it, and she had to feel around for a moment before she found the circular panel. It made a cold, electronic noise, and on the display above her hand, an asterisk appeared. So that's how it works, Junpei thought to himself. By placing one's palm on what the ninth man had called the scanner panel, the user's bracelet number would be entered into the device.
Should you total the numbers on your numbered bracelets, and find that the digital root of that number is equal to the number of that door, the door will open.
Junpei shifted his eyes to the door itself. The number on it was 5. The ninth man seemed to know a little more about the device's operation than he should. But he knew exactly what to do.
Good, you're done. Next.
His bloodshot eyes crept from person to person until finally, they stopped on the lion, Ace.
You right? You're the one with the number 1 bracelet, right?
Yes, I am. So?
Then you're next. Just verify your number like this little brat did. What are you doing? Do it. Don't you care what happens to her?
Okay, just calm down.
Ace held up his hands, palms out. The ninth man jerked his chin toward the device. Slowly, cautiously, Ace moved toward the device. After what seemed like an agonizing eternity, he reached it.
Now, verify.
Ace nodded and placed his hand on the scanner panel. The device beeped again, and a second asterisk appeared. Now the device had Clover and Ace's numbers, 4 and 1. 4 plus 1 equals 5. The same as the number written on the door. But it wouldn't open just yet.
Only 3 to 5 people can pass through one numbered door.
The door needed at least one more person. Who would that be? You know, I think Junpei hit his head harder than I give him credit for, actually. House, welcome in, welcome in. This is not a level 1 playthrough, this is 999. I'm gonna take a... just... oh, small moment to drink more fluid.
Get back!
His voice shook, but the knife he held to Clover's throat made his words a command. Ace took 2, then 3 steps back.
No, farther! More than that! Go all the way back!
Slowly, Ace did what he was told. The ninth man's lips curled into a cruel, twisted smile. That was when Junpei understood his plan. Clover's 4 and Ace's 1, added to the ninth man's 9. 4 plus 1 plus 9 equals 14. 1 plus 4 equals 5. In other words...
Thank God you're all so cooperative. Now I can get out of this nightmare.
Pressed his own hand against the scanner panel. A third asterisk appeared on the screen. He dropped his hand to the lever on the side of the device and pulled. The door opened with a heavy, metallic groan. He let go of Clover. Wait! Junpei leapt toward the ninth man, but he wasn't fast enough. The man shoved Clover and hopped through the door.
Okay, have a good one, guys. I'm going off ahead now. Well then, goodbye.
He raised his hand and waved, a twisted smirk on his face. Then he was gone. The door ground shut with a dull clang of metal on metal.
Clover, are you alright?
Snake ran to Clover's side as she lay on the floor. Yeah, I'm fine. She climbed unsteadily to her feet, and once there, leaned heavily on Snake's shoulder for support. Junpei ran to the door. The others followed him. Several pairs of hands grabbed hold of the handles and pulled. They grunted and strained, but...
Shit! Won't budge!
That was when Lotus, the dancer, spoke. Her voice was quiet. Do you hear something? Like...
What?
Like some sort of... beeping? Junpei pressed his ear against the cold metal of the door. The others did the same.
These doors must be huge.
That's 6 people. You're right. I can hear it too.
What is it?
Then they heard something else. It was the 9th man.
Shit! Why isn't it stopping? God damn it! You lied!
Lied?
This wasn't supposed to happen. This is wrong. This is wrong.
His voice shook with fear. Safe on the outside, they stepped back from the door and looked at one another.
What is happening in there? Open the door, please. I'm begging you. Help me. Please get me out of here. Get me out of here.
Junpei grabbed hold of the device. He slammed his hand on the scanner panel. Nothing happened. Why didn't it register him? He looked at the display where the asterisk had shown up. It said, engaged.
Oh my god, there's no time left. Listen, I was lied to. He lied to me. He put me in here. It was him. He killed me. It was him.
The explosion rocked the room. Instinctively, they ducked, then stood up slowly when they realized there was no danger. No one spoke. Silence filled the room. In that silence, the electronic tone that echoed across the room sounded as loud as a gunshot. Sorry, I'm really trying to hold it together with that fucking message from Mav. Okay, I suppose I can do that hydrate that Gooey requested. Okay. In that silence, the electronic tone that echoed across the room sounded as loud as a gunshot. All eyes turned toward it. It had come from the device mounted next to the door. The display changed from engaged to vacant.
Oh, let's see if we can open it.
7. The mountain swallowed hard. Junpei nodded and placed his hand on the scanner panel. A red asterisk appeared on the LCD panel. The device had registered Junpei's bracelet number, 5. This was not enough, however. At least 2 more people were needed. Junpei asked, "Which pair?" It's a good question. Do we have any strong preferences? Who do we want to force to do this? The game does the maths for it. Take the blind guy. Okay, okay. Alright, come on then, Snake. Snake and 7. Snake, 7, you think you could give me a hand here? The pun was a little too on the nose, but the mood was still grim. Both Snake and 7 lifted their left hands silently. Slowly, each of them placed their hand on the scanner panel. 5 plus 2 plus 7 equals 14. 1 plus 4 equals 5. They'd fulfilled the conditions. If they were to pull the lever on the side. Are you guys ready? I'm gonna open it. Junpei grabbed the lever and looked back over his shoulder. They stiffened and nodded. Junpei nodded back and set his mouth in a grim line. Then he slowly lowered the lever. There was a metallic groan, and the door slid open. A breath of air drifted out of it, carrying a stench that nearly made them gag. Junpei grimaced and put a hand over his mouth. Oh my god.
Good God.
Otis and Ace shuddered. Seven grunted.
Whoa, that's pretty bad.
Even Santa's voice shook. He blew up. It appeared that Santa was right. The hallway on the other side of the door was splattered with chunks of torn flesh and dark red blood. The shriek echoed across the room. It had come from June. Then her strength left her, and she dropped. As Junpei turned to catch her, the door groaned shut. She crumpled to the floor. June! You okay? Junpei dropped to his knees, put his arm around her shoulders. That was when he noticed. Her whole body was feverish. She was radiating intense heat. What the hell? Where'd this fever come from? June didn't answer. Her face looked like wax, and her whole body began to shake. Alright, let's just rest for a minute, okay? You think you can walk? She nodded weakly. Junpei lifted June to her feet and guided her to a nearby chair. Hold on, are you making fun of Junpei's fit, Robin? You don't like the jumper underneath a jacket? You don't rock with that? As gently as he could, he set her down in it. How are you feeling? Are you alright? She nodded, and as she did, a single huge tear rolled down the side of her face. Why? Why did this happen? Her voice cracked, broken by misery and grief and choked by sobs. Why did this happen? Junpei spun around. Do any of you know what the fuck is going on here? Oh, Zero! What's this nonary game? Come on, anybody! Anything! What the hell is going on? What are we doing here? No one spoke. Ace, Snake, Santa, Clover, Seven, and Lotus. They simply stood there, 7 pairs of downcast eyes and 7 grim lines from mouths. June's body shook with silent sobs. They slowed as the minutes ticked by, and eventually they stopped. Then suddenly, in the cold, heavy silence that had enveloped them like a thick fog, a bell began to ring. The clock in the central hall. 7, 8, 9, 10 times. And then, on the 10th ring, it stopped. The sound of the bell faded away into silence. I want to take a moment here to just say that the game is called 9 Hours, 9 Persons, 9 Doors, right? And already there's not 9 hours and there's not 9 persons. Like, you gave your game such a ridiculous name and you didn't even really live up to it. Anyway, that took an hour because they also went and checked all of the boat before they decided on their code names. That's what made that take so long.
It's 10 o'clock then.
They said what each one of them had been thinking.
That means it's been an hour since Zero's little announcement.
Seven's deep voice echoed across the room.
Fuck! I've had enough of this crap!
Santa leapt to his feet, his fists clenched.
How long are we gonna pussyfoot around like this? We've only got 8 hours until this time limit Zero was going on about is up. Let's get going already! Go! Go!
Santa's outburst fell on deaf ears. No one seemed to agree with him. They stared back at him, their eyes blank, their faces tired. Finally, Lotus spoke. No, I refuse. I'm not going to end up like him.
Him? You mean the 9th man?
Of course. Who else? In his mind's eye, Junpei saw the corpse again. The dark, reddish-black pool of blood, the scattered pieces of flesh. Organs strewn across the floor like the blossoming of a grotesque flower. The explosion that had torn through his body had been powerful. The ninth man's neck had been twisted at an odd angle. Junpei suspected the detonation had thrown him against the wall. Half of his face was crushed, and the other half was covered in blood. Most of his abdomen had been emptied, either by the explosion or by gravity. He had landed on his back, and stark white ribs jutted out of his chest, like the legs of some sort of macabre crab. Junpei felt something flip in his stomach. He just screwed up. Eyebrows went up, and Santa continued. Probably set off some sort of trap, and that killed him. I'm not gonna screw up like that. I'm getting out of here alive. Whatever Snake was laughing at, Santa did not find particularly humorous. Was so goddamn funny. Oh, my apologies. You were just so very confident. I couldn't help myself. What the fuck? I think you've mistaken the situation. Huh? Ninth man's death. It had nothing to do with a trap, or at least not the sort of trap you imagine it did. Then, he broke one of Zero's rules. That was why he died. Quite simple if you think about it. Still don't? Alright. How about you take a moment and think back to what Zero said? Specifically, what did he say about the number of people? He said only 3 to 5 people can pass through one numbered door, right? And after that? You've forgotten the relevant part. What did Zero say? Santa furrowed his brow in thought. Junpei thought back. Zero said... See, you just have so many options to make Junpei a complete buffoon. Like, they have just agreed that Zero said that 3 to 5 people could go through. And Junpei's like, yeah, and he also said only 2 people could go through. Like, Junpei. Junpei! But everyone who verified had to go. Those who enter must leave, and all those who enter must contribute, right? I think it was something like that. Whatever it was, it means that groups of less than 3 or more than 5 can't go through. That is correct. A gold star for you, Junpei. Snake inclined his head toward Junpei. The ninth man, however, broke that rule. He tried to pass through a numbered door by himself. That was why he was executed.
Then Zero's watching us from somewhere, making sure we don't break any rules.
Oh, I'm not so sure of that.
Why not?
Because this execution system is entirely automatic. You didn't notice? There's no need for him to monitor us.
What do you mean?
Snake looked at Seven with what could only be described as pity and sighed. Very well. I see it must be me who tells you. I've waited long enough, I suppose. I had hoped Zero might spare me the trouble, but that seems increasingly unlikely. Couldn't see them, of course, but perhaps Snake sensed the confused eyes upon him. When Ace spoke, he gave words to everyone else's thoughts.
Do you know something?
Well, I know a great many things, but yes.
What is it you know?
Here. Snake removed a card from the pocket of his jacket. With a flourish, he presented it to Ace, who took a close look at it and spoke.
Come on now. What's the point of giving me this?
Give me that. Santa snatched the card from Ace, but his expression of disgust quickly turned to one of confusion. Huh? The hell is this? Seven tugged it out of Santa's hands.
I see.
The card went from Seven to Lotus, from Lotus to June, and finally to Junpei. He looked at it and understood. This is Braille. Braille, the written language of the blind. The card was covered with small embossed bumps. Junpei could recognize it, but he certainly couldn't read it. Sorry guys, I can't read this. Junpei handed the card back to Snake, who nodded at him with a small smirk. Okay, that was fun. What's so important about that card? I found it in my pocket. I can only assume it is a message from Zero.
From Zero?
A message? What does it say? Suddenly, everyone was crowding around Snake, desperate to hear what the message said. Santa especially looked as if he were about to grab hold of Snake and shake the answers from him. Snake raised his hand. Calm down now. No need to panic. You don't need to force me, I'll read it. Junpei swallowed hard and waited for him to start. He was not the only one. Presently, Snake began to read, his voice calm. His fingers glided over the tiny bumps as he spoke. Bracelet number 2. Since you are not blessed with sight, I shall bless you, and only you, with information. I shall tell you of the function of the RED, of the DEAD, and of the bracelet. The red is the recognition device. It will verify your number. Beside every number door, you will find a red. The dead is the deactivation device. It does exactly what it says. Once you have passed through the numbered door, you must use the dead to stop the detonator in your bracelet. But perhaps you are wondering, what does this detonator detonate? I'm afraid this may be something of a surprise. I have placed a small bomb inside of you and the people whom you are about to meet. You swallowed it while you were unconscious. I have no doubt that by the time you read this note, the bomb will have passed your stomach and found its way to your small intestine. In other words, you will be unable to regurgitate it. I suggest you do not try. As I mentioned before, the bracelet on your left hand contains a detonator. Think of it as a remote fuse or timer for the bomb in your body. There is only one condition which will cause it to detonate. That condition is that you enter a numbered door. Once you have done so, the timer will activate no matter who you may be. You will have 81 seconds. If, after that time, the detonator has not been deactivated, it will send a signal to the bomb in your body, instructing it to explode. In order to deactivate the detonator, every person who verified their number at the red must also verify their numbers at the dead. Once all numbers have been verified by the dead, you need only pull the lever at its side and the countdown will cease. Anyone who does not verify their number at the red will find themselves unable to verify their number at the dead. That is to say, if you should pass through a numbered door without first verifying your number at the red, in 81 seconds you will be dead. You must also keep in mind that the numbered doors will close automatically after 9 seconds have passed. So long as the door is open, the dead will not function. You would do well to remember this. Lastly, let us discuss how to remove the bracelets. There are only 2 ways to do so. 1. You escape from this ship. 2. Your heart rate reaches 0. In other words, once the bracelet is taken outside the confines of the ship, or detects that its wearer's heartbeat has fallen to 0, it will shut down automatically. There is no other way to remove your bracelet. If you attempt to force it off, or disable the detonator, the bomb within you will immediately explode. This is all the information which I can impart to you. How you choose to use it is for you to decide. If used wisely, you can eliminate those who might be a danger to you. For a time, you would be able to control your fate. I wish you the best of luck. Snake finished reading, and carefully returned the card to his pocket. The message had been lengthy, but its meaning was clear. Only those who verified their numbers at the red could pass the numbered doors. Teams could not increase or decrease their numbers. The reds, deads, and bracelets enforced the rules. They were judge, jury, and executioner. Still what his puzzle was? I'm guessing that Snake did not have a puzzle. That's my assumption. It feels like it would have been too cruel. Rushed everyone else out if only Junpei had water. Hi, Anthill. Welcome in. In defiance of Zero's suggestions, both Santa and Seven put fingers down their throats and began to gag. The rest stiffened. Some touched their stomachs, some simply stared at their bracelets. Junpei gingerly touched his stomach. There was a bomb inside his body. The thought of it made him queasy. His stomach felt oddly hollow and his legs were weak. Why had Zero designed such a ludicrous game? Junpei looked over at the others. Alright, I'm gonna ask one more time. Do any of you know anything about Zero? They were all silent, each person waiting to hear what the others would say. Finally, Santa spoke. Actually, I saw him. I saw Zero when I got grabbed. I didn't see his face, though. Son of a bitch was wearing some kind of gas mask. The hell? Come on, guys, give me something. You know, like, surprise or something? Instead, it was Santa who looked surprised. There was a moment of silence, and then everyone spoke at once. Yeah, I saw him too. Me too. He was wearing a gas mask. As stories were sorted out, the truth became clear. All of their stories were the same. They had been abducted at home at midnight. The person claiming to be Zero had worn a mask. There had been white smoke, and then each person had passed out. When they awoke, they had found themselves on D deck, in a room with a 3-level bunk bed. Only 7's story seemed to lack the detail of the others.
Oh, me? Yeah, well, mine was just like the rest of yours.
That was all he had said. It had occurred to Junpei at the time that it sounded somewhat strange, but he didn't press the issue. He hadn't done so because there was something that struck him as even stranger. That was the mystery of the relationship between Snake and Clover. For some reason, they had been abducted from the same room, and woken up in the same room. Junpei looked at them, thoughtfully. So, what's the deal with the two of you, anyway? It was Clover that answered. Clearly, she felt she had nothing to hide. We're siblings! Siblings? Yes. Snake's my older brother, obviously. That means I'm his little sister. Not really so hard to understand. Junpei was taken aback. The others seemed just as surprised. He is correct, of course. He laid his hand on Clover's shoulder. Are you surprised?
Well, yeah, but...
Why? There are other people here with connections to one another. Those two, for instance. Snake pointed at Junpei and Jun. Somehow. Oh, you mean between Junpei and me?
Ah, yes. You did say you were childhood friends, didn't you?
You went to school together? Yeah. Jun glanced at Junpei, uncomfortable with the sudden attention. They have 2 numbers, they have 1 door. Ah, that's how Snake did his puzzle. Clover let him out. Junpei felt somewhat nervous as well, and tried to scratch his head as casually as possible. Hey, you think maybe we could figure out who Zero is this way?
Yeah, you're right. You connect the dots between the victims, and that leads you to the perp. Textbook stuff.
Junpei, Jun, does any of this ring a bell? Ring a bell? A bell? They looked at one another, and like it was staged, they both tilted their neck at the same time. Well, perhaps you went to school with the son of a multimillionaire. A millionaire? Son? Well, someone bought this boat and set up all of this. Whoever Zero is, they must be incredibly rich.
Well, we can't be sure of that. To me, this seems as though it's the work of an organization, not an individual. Zero is most likely simply the representative of a larger group. What sort of organization? Could be a number of things. An army, perhaps, or a research group? Perhaps this is all some sort of psychological experiment.
If it is, then it's a pretty fucked up experiment. I mean, come on, a guy's dead. The word dead hung in the air, heavy and ominous. The room went quiet again. I don't know who the hell this Zero asshole is, but I know for sure he's gotta be pretty fucked up in the head to do all of this. If this was all one guy, then he's got some serious issues. Even with the spectre of death hanging over them, their discussions continued for some time. In the end, however, they learned nothing. By the time they finished, 1.5 of their 9 hours were gone. All they had to show for it was impatience. Man, we only got 7.5 hours left, okay? You really sure you want to just sit around? No one was willing to argue this time.
Very well then. There's only one way for us to proceed. Sure not gonna be fun running around knowing we gotta jump when Zero says jump.
Well, it's stupid to just sit around here doing nothing. Thanks to Snake's card, at least we have some idea of how this all works. Correct. As long as we follow the rules, we should... we will most likely be alright. But what? Who's gonna go in which door? Jun looked toward the numbered doors. Oh yeah, that's right. We can't have any more than 5 people in one door. All 8 of us can't go in the same door.
Then it would seem we will have to split up.
Wait! Lotus looked terrified. I'm telling you now, there is no way in hell that I'm going into door 5.
Come now, don't be selfish.
Call me whatever the hell you want, I'm not going in there. I'm gonna have to walk through all that blood, then I'd rather stay here.
We were doing so well.
Ace shook his head sadly. Sorry, but I ain't going in there either. Someone else can go into door 5.
Oh, Santa, not you too.
Hey man, I just bought these shoes. If you think I'm getting some creepy dude's blood all over them, you got another think coming. That was the last straw. What the hell, man? We're Aren't you the one who kept saying we should get going? Yeah, so? Doesn't mean I want to go into door 5. Oh god. There was an awkward silence. Finally, Seven spoke.
Fine. I'll go into door 5. I can't go in there alone, though. Anyone else willing to come with me?
There was another long silence. This time, Snake was the one to break it. I'll go. What? Don't worry, you'll be fine. We may part now, but I'm certain we'll meet again later. How do you know that? Because I do. That's not an answer! If you're going, I'm going too. I'm going into door 5. What am I gonna do with you?
There's nothing you have to do.
Step forward.
If I join you, the problem is solved, correct? 7 is 7, Snake is 2. If you add Clover's 4 and my 1, the digital rule will be 5.
7 plus 2 plus 4 plus 1 equals 14. 1 plus 4 equals 5. Oh, it works perfectly! The 4 of us can go into door 5.
Wait. What about the other 4? What's their digital route gonna be?
Junpei did a quick mental calculation. Lotus, Santa, June, and Junpei remained. Their bracelet numbers were 8, 3, 6, and 5. 3, 6, 5. What would their digital route be? 4. Thankfully. 8 plus 3 plus 6 plus 5 equals 22. 2 plus 2 equals 4. He repeated what he determined. It's 4. Add up our 4 bracelet numbers and the digital route is 4. Then we can go into door 4. Yeah, that worked out well. Junpei ran over the team assignments in his head one more time. 4 people would go into door 5. 7, Snake, Clover, and Ace. 4 people would go into door 4. Lotus, Santa, June, and Junpei. Junpei had to ask himself if the teams were what he really wanted. Beyond door 5 was what remained of the 9th man. He never wanted to see that thing again, but something in him said it would be unwise not to examine the corpse even a little closer. Of course, if he went through door 5, he wouldn't be going with Lotus and Santa. True, it would be possible for him to bring June with him through door 5, but that means she would have to see the horrific carnage that waited there. Junpei didn't want that. Junpei was torn. Should he stay silent and go through door 4? Or should he stop them all and insist on door 5? As he turned his options over and over in his mind, Ace spoke up.
Alright then. Seems we've reached a conclusion. Shall we go?
He began to walk toward door 5. Clover and Snake followed, with 7 a short distance behind. Junpei. Which door do you want to go through? I'm gonna start a poll. I'm gonna give you 1 minute. Do you want to let people do what they want to do and go through door 4? Or do you want to be an asshole and go through door 5? Go! You have 1 minute to decide the fate. This has ramifications on the full game's plot, I just want to say. This is more important than it looks. Think for the hydrate GUI? Is there a configuration that would have worked if 9 hadn't killed himself? Yeah, because 9 doesn't change the digital route. Like, for example, 4 add 9, you get 13, which is 1 add 3, which is 4. Which one gets everyone killed? Wow. Thank you for the hydrate GUI. Okay, so far it looks like people are pretty damn content with what the game came up with. Oh, no, hold on, it's closing in. Wait, it's... Oh my god, it's even? What do I do if it's even? Chat, don't make it even. Chat, don't make it even. Chat, don't make it even. Come on. Chat. Chat, don't make it even. What am I gonna do with that? I guess I flip a coin then, huh? Coin flip, yeah. Okay, heads will be 4, tails will be 9. That sound fair? 9, I mean 5. It was tails. Looks like we're going through door 5. That was unexpected. I really thought we'd go through door 4. Okay, so we're just playing as a dick in this path then. One thing I do quickly want to save really quickly. I haven't done that yet. Which door do you want to go through? Junpei decided that it had to be door 5. Hey, wait! Junpei's cry echoed across the room. The 4 people walking toward the door stopped and turned back toward him. I want to go through door 5 too. The words were scarcely out of his mouth when Jun spoke up. What? What are you saying, Jumpy? If you're going through that door, then I'm going with you. Turned around to look at her. No, you can't. I can't take you with me. Why? Well, you know what's in there, don't you? Are you sure you want to see that? June opened her mouth, as if to say something, but instead closed it again and looked at the floor. Junpei felt an ache in his chest at her clear distress, but the choice was not his to make. One thing I do want to clarify is that this game has an M rating, but it's for vivid descriptions as opposed to vivid images. Okay? I want to make that clear as a content warning of sorts. I wouldn't like this game if it was like gory and horrific kind of thing. But if you have like a really vivid imagination, it might be just as bad for you. We'll see. Choice was not his to make. There was nothing else he could do. Twitch chat had kinda decided. Junpei turned away from Jun, doing his best to silence his turbulent emotions. Please, let me go into door 5. Seven scratched his head and looked at the young man. Man, now we're right back where we started, you know that? Junpei's bracelet number is 5, right? We're gonna add Junpei then. We must subtract 5 from the rest of us. Snake turned to Ace. Ace, please take good care of Clover. Oh, alright. That's fine. 1 plus 4 equals 5. Don't go away. You need to listen to me, Clover. Go to door 4 with the others. No. Don't be so selfish. Snake's tone was harsh. Tears welled up in Clover's eyes. She bit her lip and did her best to fight them off. Snake's expression softened, and he put his arms around Clover. He held her close and whispered into her ear. You'll be fine. Just relax. It looked as though he whispered 2 or 3 more words, but whatever they were, Junpei didn't hear them. He couldn't help but wonder what the other man had said. Snake pulled back from his sister, his eyes kind and inquiring. Okay, I understand. Her voice was barely audible from where Junpei stood. Listen, dear sister, don't be selfish. We need to let this guy be selfish so I can not be near you and you can die without me. Before long, new teams were assembled. Should be making asshole decisions for no reason. I'm sure it won't bite him in the ass, yeah. Was going to door 5, 7, Snake, and Junpei. Those going to door 4, Lotus, Santa, Jun, Ace, and Clover. Can't believe you've done this. 7, Snake, and Junpei scanned their numbered bracelets in quick succession. The screen of the red showed 3 asterisks. Alright then, let's go. Junpei glanced around one last time, his hand resting on the lever of the red. Okay, please be careful. Concern was written plainly across her face. Junpei looked her in the eye and gave what he hoped was a reassuring nod. He pulled the lever. With the sharp clack of a lock releasing, the door swung open. Ahead of them, in the small hallway, were the pitiful remains of the 9th man. For a moment, Junpei froze. Try as he might, his eyes would not leave the corpse, and his feet would not leave the floor. 7, too, seemed paralyzed. Snake, on the other hand, seemed unconcerned. He walked calmly down the bloody hallway and only stopped when he realized his companions were not following. Do you intend to kill me? I assume you haven't forgotten the door only remains open for 9 seconds, have you? He hadn't even bothered to turn around. His head was, at most, slightly cocked toward one shoulder. Junpei and 7 looked at one another, nodded, and threw themselves through the door. As they did, a cold tone sounded from the left wrists of all 3 men. Seven and Junpei looked down at their bracelets. On both of them, and on Snake's, a red skull had flickered to life. The detonator had begun its countdown. They had scarcely processed this information when... Hold on a moment, guys. Wet meat noises. A metallic slam. The numbered door behind them swung shut. Unless they could find the device that would deactivate the detonators on their wrists, they would not be leaving the hallway.
Hey! Where's the dead?
The fear and urgency in Seven's face reflected what all three of them felt. Junpei spun around, searching desperately for the dead. He found it easily enough. It was on the wall, next to the closed door labelled 5. Found it! Right here! As he yelled, he struck the scanner with his hand. The other two scrambled to follow suit. As soon as they finished, Snake threw the lever down. I'm glad they let Snake do it. Well, looks like it stopped. As he spoke, Junpei wiped the sweat from his forehead with a trembling hand.
Goddamn thing's gonna be a heart attack!
A muscle stood out in Seven's neck, and the corners of his mouth were twitching. Junpei, are you alright? Are you guys okay? They could hear anxious voices, muffled but distinct, from the other side of the door. Yeah, we're fine. The detonators have been deactivated. They heard relieved sighs, and even through the door the three men could feel the tension disperse.
Alright, we're moving on. Be careful, okay?
Okay. Sure thing. They heard footsteps moving away, and before long they were alone again. Junpei... Why would Junpei's shirt feel like a lever? Before long, they were alone again. Junpei looked around. The hallway hit a dead end. 20 or 30 feet from where they stood. A thick iron wall blocked their way. Try as they might to force it, the wall were forced to move. To the left, however, was a wooden door that looked positively inviting by comparison. In the middle of it was a plaque that read First Class.
First class cabin, huh?
Well, it seems like it. Let's have a look then, shall we? Without hesitation, Snake opened the door and stepped inside. Seven followed closely behind him. Junpei moved to follow them as well, but he stopped, just short of the threshold, and looked back, not knowing why. Lying in the small hallway was a man's body, or at least what was left of it. He tried hard to avoid looking at the grisly scene, but it just wouldn't leave his mind. What had once been a man's internal organs now looked like so much vomit, as though something had chewed up and spit out the better part of his torso. It was hideous, but worse still, it was cruel. It was hard to believe the thing on the floor had once been human. The black pool of thick blood, the lumps of glistening flesh spread across floor, the awkward, twisted tangle of shredded intestines, the head wrenched to some grotesque, unnatural position. The man's glasses lay next to his head. The lenses were cracked, and the frame bent and distorted. And next to the glasses lay a bracelet, the number 9 still displayed on its face.
Lastly, let us discuss how to remove the bracelets. There are only 2 ways to do so. 1, you escape from the ship. 2, your heart rate reaches 0. In other words, once the bracelet is taken outside the confines of the ship, or detects that its wearer's heartbeat has fallen to 0, it will shut down automatically.
Suddenly, Junpei felt his stomach convulse, and a knot of muscle gripped his throat. He clapped his hands over his mouth and ran to the first-class cabin. The atmosphere changed immediately. The room was gorgeous, and despite the apparent age of the ship, none the worse for wear. He looked around. Seven and Snake were nowhere to be seen. What have I come into? Welcome in, Stardust Piggy. And thank you again, Stardust Piggy, for making the chat. If you've been wondering why the chat box on the right of this stream is so nice and fancy and posh and looks like the in-game text boxes, Stardust Piggy did that for me, because I couldn't do it myself. I'm not smart enough, so thank her. I tried, but I couldn't get it quite working. I think it's cool as hell. I just want to say, like, no, the font isn't. You only have access to so many fonts in CSS, unfortunately. But yeah, the font's as close as it could be. I did pick out the font at the very least. I did do some of the work. He chose the font. Yeah, okay. There were two doors on the right side of the room. He opened the one on his right and went through. On the other side of the door was a short hallway. He jogged down the hallway, opened the door at the other end, and peeked through. There they were, to his right, busy examining something. He stepped through the door and walked toward them. What's up?
Check this out. Oh, this thing here on the door.
Red light's on. Does that mean it's locked? So I would assume... Is there any other way out?
We looked around a little. Other than the store, we didn't find anything.
You're telling me that unless we can open this door... Yes, we won't be going anywhere. Junpei stepped away from the door and looked around the room. The room they were in looked like a bedroom. Figured the room he'd originally entered was the living room, or whatever passed for one on a ship.
Alright, let's find a way to open this door. Come on, guys.
Seek a way out! Man, you gotta give Snake like a moment. My god, that poor guy. What'd he do to you? Actually, Ash, how does that emote look in the chat box? Oh, it's actually really cute. Okay, emotes don't work super duper well with these chat boxes. But that actually works really well. It looks like it's popping up from below the message box. That's like, that one's top tier. Okay, seek a way out. Other than being the player character, is Junpei qualified for making all of the decisions? Absolutely not, no. In fact, as we saw earlier, the only reason people even listen to him is because he's, like, slightly more obstinate than other people. Like, people are like, oh yeah, I guess I'll go through the door. Like, I'll go through door 5 if nobody else is going to, right? Like that, you know, like, sure. And then after everyone's made the decision, Junpei's like, hi! Hi, I feel strongly! A white desk. Feels kinda fancy. A white desk. Feels kinda fancy. It's a small round chair. Looks like it probably goes to the vanity. Okay. I was hoping more of this stuff would have multiple text boxes, but... A score plate. I see. This feels like glass. A rectangular plate of glass. Is there something written on the surface? Yeah, it's a sheet of music with a couple of A notes. Just A's? Yeah, that's it. Kinda weird, huh? I see! I just wanna rotate it, man. Whatever. Took Junpei by surprise. Snake, usually so calm and collected, suddenly began to move. He stared about the room, almost frantically, clearly looking for something. No, Junpei thought, not staring. After all, he's blind. Blind or not, Snake was clearly attempting to do something. Alas, Junpei could no longer contain his curiosity. What are you doing? Snake waited a moment before answering. I heard something strange. Something strange? Oh, well, never mind. Doesn't seem to be anything suspicious. I don't wish to toot my own horn, but my auditory senses are considerably more advanced than those of most humans. I notice even the slightest of noises. Right, are you gonna tell me you can hear a needle drop from a mile away? Ha, no, that a thing would be impossible. However, by listening to the sound of footsteps and breathing, as well as sound echoing off the environment, I can locate most objects. Oh yeah, that's right. When Clover fell on the big staircase a little while ago, you were at her side. Immediately. So that was... Yes. I could hear it happening. In fact, I could run quite fast. Certainly as fast as you. And should someone attempt to start a fight with me, I am quite confident that I could defeat them. Junpei was somewhat taken aback by this revelation. He stared at Snake, skeptical. You don't believe me, do you? Care to give me a try? I must warn you, you'll no doubt regret it. Well, I suppose that's enough playing around. Let's resume our search, shall we? With a small, self-satisfied smile, Snake turned and walked away from Junpei. Bed with a canopy. I've seen things like this in movies and stuff, but never in real life. True, you don't see too many these days. Can't see the details, obviously, but I imagine it's one of those princess beds Clover is so fond of. Clover wants one of these? Yes. She wants a princess bed. Didn't I say that? You think it doesn't suit her? Yeah, I guess you could say that. Ah, Junpei. Judge her by appearances, will you? Oh wait, you should not. So this is the locking thing. It's flashing red. That's usually not a good sign. Is that a microphone? Looks like a satellite dish. Let me see. Oh, judging by the feel of it, I would guess that we are meant to produce some sort of sound. This device will sense it and unlock. Okay. Junpei, can you just make a noise in front of it, see if that works? It's totally a table with a mirror. Ah yes, you know, that sort of thing is known as a vanity. Are you aware of that, Junpei? Of course, vanity also refers to self-love, conceit, and narcissism. As such, you could say that every day when a woman looks into one of these, she is staring at her own conceit and narcissism. Doesn't that strike you as terribly sad? Where the fuck did that come from? What's this? This isn't a score? Is this a map of the ship? A map? There's a map of the ship here? Yeah. And I imagine it will prove very helpful. You'd best hold on to it, Junpei. Okay. It is now possible to use the map screen. The map screen can only be viewed during the story sections. It is entirely different in function from the bird's eye view mode. While on the map screen, you can examine a map of the ship's floor plan, which you will acquire over the course of the story. Touch menu to open the menu. Touch map while in the menu, you'll be taken to the map screen. While there, you can scroll around the floor plan with the control pad or the stylus. Touching the green parts of the floor plan will allow you to see the bird's eye view for that room. That reminds me, actually. Is this how I access the calculator? No, it's not. Is this how I access the calculator? No, it's not. Okay. Is taking a shit? Okay, hold on. Let me show you. On the top screen, right? If we go to the bird's eye view, we can see that we are in the left room. 7, I think, is over on the is over in the right room. I don't think he's just left. I don't think he's just out of here. Piano keyboard. What is Snake doing? He can't play, can he? This piano, there's something amiss with the keys. You mean it's out of tune or something? Oh no, not that. It's properly tuned, just... Well, the sounds are clearly purposely different. The C key doesn't yield a C, but rather a different note entirely. The same goes for the D keys. They play some other note. Ah. Why do you think it's like that? Isn't it painfully obvious? Zero modified it in some way. This piano, you see, is part of one of the puzzles Zero has set for us. Perhaps if we play the keys in the correct order, something will happen. In other words, we need to play a song on the piano? I believe so. The keys are all messed up. Oh yeah, that's right, I got that score plate earlier. A music stand. Oh, might as well put this glass plate on it. Something wrong? It's kind of hard to see the notes. Maybe if I put something under them? A background for the... It is the A key 4 times, Junpei. What do you mean it's hard to see the notes? It's the A key 4 times! This is the DS version? This is the DS version, yeah. This is the original version of the game. They remastered it for Steam, I believe, but I wanted to play this version for reasons. Can I? Can't get that. Oh, there's really not anything to explore in here, huh? It's a white desk. Snakes. Rubbing it. This is a high-quality desk. Teak, or perhaps mahogany. Wow, how can you tell? Oh, I have my ways. White desk seems a little fancy to me. Oh god. Okay, so that brings me in here. Well, actually, let's try this door. Is this? Yeah, this is a nothing. This safe is locked. Where the fuck did you come from?
It's one of those dial locks. Doesn't have a key, you just need to get the dials in the right place and it'll open.
Did you find anything, Seven?
Nope. How about you, Snake?
I also found nothing. It's a safe with a dial lock on it. Won't be able to open it until we know the right numbers. Okay, another score plate. Yes, well this feels like glass. A rectangle of glass, transparent I assume. I can feel something printed on the surface, what is it? A sheet of music with some C notes on it. Can I make them be friends? No. I was reveling being the Point of Pride #1 streamer, Lottie. Yeah, I threw a party, it was crazy. A leather suitcase. There's nothing inside. You can tell by the weight, and it makes no noise when shaken. Okay, I'm really glad that door exists, though. It's a light switch. Nothing happens when I press it. Wait, hold on. I'm so lost right now. I was here. Where the fuck am I? Right, okay, I am where I thought I was. There we are in the mirror. What a pair. A college kid and a terrifying giant of a man in a beanie. You want to give a 2-minute rundown of anything about this game? Junpei woke up in a room. Because a massive explosion went off. Then he realized, wait, I'm in a boat. Oh my god, the window just broke. The room's starting to flood. Shit. He's got a bracelet stuck on his wrist. It's got a 5 on it. He has to solve a puzzle in order to get out of the room. Then he meets up with a bunch of other people. They find out that they've all ingested bombs, and if they cheat at the nonary game they're playing, then they will explode because they've, ingested bombs. And they have to add up their numbers, their bracelet numbers, to digital routes to go through doors. That's the lowdown. Stuck in a cramped bathroom with this beast of a man. What'd my parents say?
Something wrong, Junpei? You look real sad all of a sudden.
No, nothing.
Testing. Hey, it's great to see y'all here. I just flew in from New York, and boy are my arms tired.
Yes, thank you, I'll be here all week.
Try the veal.
It's not a mic, 7. It's just a shower head.
What? What the hell?
This faucet must be for putting water in the bathtub. The bathtub is full of water.
Is there ash or something in this water? Looks kind of gray.
Let's just pull the plug.
No, hold on.
Maybe we can,
I don't know, use it for something?
use it for something?
The lights, huh? Nope, doesn't look like there's anything hidden there.
Well, the sink's clean. Any water?
Nothing's coming out. I got the faucet all the way, but I can't hear anything. There's some toilet paper on the wall there. Nothing that looks suspicious. It's a toilet. Doesn't seem to be anything in the toilet or the tank.
Why is this here? Some toilet paper and dispenser on the wall. It's a toilet. Nothing strange going on here. Then why does it exist? Yeah, it's a room escape game with an elaborate plot. Every single thing you're just trying to do is escape rooms. It's a cabin? No, why is it here as part of the game? What is this door? Chat, I'm losing it. What is this door? It's a leather suitcase.
Dang, nothing in there.
This is a suitcase made of leather, the color of rich mahogany.
Well, shoot. Looks like there's nothing in it.
People need to pee, Lottie. You know what? You know what? I'm one of them. Deal. Get hit with the toilet as I go for a short break, and I'll be back in like 2-3 minutes. Because that's the thing I feel comfortable doing. I'll be back in a moment. Yeah, okay. I'll hydrate and stretch real quick. Because those were redeemed. Thank you, Gooey and Stardust Piggy. I didn't mean to leave you with Genji Lori. I meant to make her invisible, but then I tried to put her on the toilet. It was the whole thing. Okay, here's my stretch. And my hydrate. The effort is what counts, thank you. How is the music, by the way? This game's music is quiet as hell. But sometimes it's not, so I wasn't too sure if, like, if you can hear it at all. It's so quiet, but then like sometimes it's really loud. Like, so the sound effects are obnoxious. Need some beat. Okay, clearly I need to turn it up at least a little bit. That's better, right? Editor, have fun with that one. Okay, we're back. Let's continue with the puzzles. Hope you had a small piss break yourself. Just really subtle and sound like static. It shouldn't be bad. Oh, okay. Well, we'll leave it on this. We'll see if it gets, like, ear-breaking, you know? It's just there's no balance for this game's music, because it's supposed to be quiet as hell most of the time. It's really not meant to be a big focus, you know? Okay. Okay, score plate G.
It's a rectangular piece of glass. You can see right through it.
There's a couple of G notes written on it.
Wonder what that means.
Spells gack. Whoop, whoop, whoop.
I get it. You could use this vase, right? That's pretty clever, Junpei. Just gotta fill this thing with water.
What? What are you talking about?
Aw, man, you don't get it? Just grab that vase and take a look around. You'll figure it out soon enough.
Why, man? I've not found a reason to do that yet. He's so many steps ahead, but he hasn't done that himself. Heavy piece of paper, folded in half. Has the letters S, C, O, R, and E on the front of it. Score. That must mean musical score. If that's true, then the score we just found was probably in here. At least at some point. There's an iron grate in front of the fireplace. There's something behind it. Huh? There's something in the back. Let's see if I can reach it just a little. God damn, that's hot!
You aren't real smart, are you? Come on, of course it's gonna be hot. It's a fire! Even a monkey knows it shouldn't stick its hand in a fire.
Ah, I love him. This couch looks just big enough for 3 people.
Looks perfect for me.
What?
Perfect for an elegant gentleman like myself.
Couch looks a lot more elegant.
Hey, there's something you aren't saying.
Never mind. There are a couple of lights up on the wall. Okay, whatever's over in that part of the room, we're not allowed to look at it very closely. Junpei has decided it's not interesting. Wait, we can't view very much of this room at all. Am I going crazy? Is that the same table? How? Oh. Okay, I don't know how that works.
Hey, Junpei, where you going?
Didn't we come out of that door?
No point in going back there.
All that's out there are a locked numbered door and a dead body, or what's left of it.
Yeah.
Turns head, teleports.
Some sort of antique desk. Makes sense though, I guess. This whole room's full of antiques. You got a nice handful of cash for all the stuff in here.
Old-fashioned desk. Adds a little class to the room. Somebody spent a lot of time carving the legs of this chair. It'll snap like a twig if Seven sits on it, though.
Mind your own business!
It doesn't really seem like... Oh, maybe the... Couch does look pretty elegant. Doesn't really go with Seven, though. There's really not anything else I can do, huh? To the bath it is. The bathtub's full of gross, cloudy water. Junpei, did you say that out loud? Do you ever just look at a chair and go, "Hi, the guy I'm with too fat for this chair"? Alright. Shouldn't be too hard to fill this vase up. Remember, this is Junpei as an asshole route. Hey, Junpei, what are you doing over there? Only one thing to do now is you got that thing full of water. Come on, what are you waiting for? They're a plug on the end of this chain. Alright, why don't we just drain this water? Yeah, good plan. Alright, where's that thing? Good tug ought to be enough to get it out. Huh? Transparent plate made of glass, yeah? It's a sheet of music with a couple D notes on it. I'm just gonna let y'all know right now, I can't read music. I can't read music. I don't know what it says. Alright, time to put this fire out. About time, buddy. Let's do it. Here we go. Good job. Another success. Now fired instead of Chaz. Alright, I'll just pull this out now. I want to get burned, so let's pull down the sleeves. It's a ceramic plate of some kind. Looks like a blank sheet of music. Okay. As Junpei tucked the plate into his pocket, Seven cried out and stumbled, his balance lost. Bars from the bottom to the top are EGBD. Yeah, I know. Every good boy deserves football. Face in the spaces, that's all. This game looks so much better on DS than the remake. This game is like... I think it just strikes that balance perfectly. He threw out a hand and caught the wall in time to steady himself and avoid the floor, but his face was flushed, and he looked startled. Hey, Seven? What the hell was that? Are you alright? Yeah, I'm fine. I just felt a little dizzy, that's all. Seven rubbed a couple of fingers across his brow, and then shook his head as if to clear it. What the hell's wrong with me? There's memory loss, now I'm getting dizzy for no reason. Memory loss? Junpei couldn't hide the surprise in his voice. Seven, for his part, seemed unconcerned. Might be able to sight read music, but that's okay. Yeah, Snake can't either. Oh, right! Guess I haven't told you, have I? Told the rest of them, but that must have been before you showed up. Well, long and short of it is, I don't remember jack from before I woke up here. Didn't realize I hadn't told you. Whoa, wait a minute. You're talking about amnesia, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, why are you an amnesiac? What happened to you?
If I knew that, I wouldn't really be one, would I?
Oh, yeah, I guess that's true. Junpei paused for a moment and stared at Seven. Are you telling the truth?
Huh?
Well, you look pretty calm for somebody who doesn't remember anything. You've really got amnesia, shouldn't you be, like, upset or confused or something?
Well, sure, I mean, I was pretty confused and I woke up down on D-Deck, but that was a while ago. Had some time to get used to it. After a while, I figured it wasn't worth the trouble of worrying about it. After all, why worry about something I can't change? Well, people usually don't stay amnesiacs forever. I figure it'll work itself out eventually.
That's it?
That's it. Alright, that's enough talking for now. Let's get back to work.
Seven gave Junpei a look the younger man wasn't sure how to interpret, and turned to walk away. Somehow, though, Junpei didn't find his reassurances very reassuring. The ninth man's body is on the other side of that door. Maybe I don't want to go out there after all. A music stand. Seems as good a place as any to put this music we found. Just gotta put the ceramic plate on the bottom, and then stack the glass plates on top of it. Alright, good. Sweet! Now I can play the music. Junpei, would you be so kind as to play the piano? I'm unable to, you see. I'm sure I needn't tell you, but The keys on this piano are not what you might expect them to be. C won't be C, D won't be D, and so forth. You must listen carefully to determine which keys to strike. Do you understand? Yeah. Alright, let's give this a shot. I got one! Fuck. Okay, those are just in order. Which means... I'm overthinking this. But you only need these 4! Mess it up. Fuck! No! It's harder than it looks, I swear. What? I did it, 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 I did it. I'm so glad you only need the 4 keys in the middle. That was A, benevolent, and B, I'm very glad I snuggled into that one. And we're done. Music is not my forte. Wait, what was that noise? Junpei. We did it. Looks like it worked. I had something unlock over by the exit. Let's go. Good plan.
Stand, bow, be seated.
Well, I guess he hasn't forgotten that. At least Snake thinks it's funny. Yes, I suppose that was the classroom bell, wasn't it? I don't imagine that's what Zero was thinking of, however. No, Zero almost certainly meant to suggest Westminster, not middle school.
Westminster?
The palace in London plays host these days to the Houses of Parliament. You've heard of Big Ben, the famous clock tower, yes? Big Ben plays that very collection of notes on the hour.
London? Capital of England, huh?
At any rate, the door is now unlocked. Let's leave this place immediately. Alright, let's go! You found it! You're not a bumbling moron, Lottie, it's okay! He came out of the door and into a long, straight hallway. He paused for a moment and turned around to look behind him. 7 was bent over, apparently doing something to the door. What's he up to? Junpei had spoke more or less to himself, but apparently 7 had heard anyway. The larger man stood up and turned to Junpei.
I was just putting one of those plates in there. Ought to keep the door from locking again. I can come back here anytime you want, right?
Why would you want to come back here? Snake was a reasonable one. 7 thought about it for a moment before he answered. Rohomild, or Rohomold. Welcome in. This is a good game. It's a good game, but you're not allowed to talk about it. It's a very difficult one, huh? If you're familiar with the game, you can say nothing. There's a bathroom? Oh, true. That is like the only bathroom, huh?
I might like to play a little piano.
Piano?
Come on, let's get moving. We aren't out of this yet.
Without waiting for an answer, 7 started off down the hallway. Snake shrugged, sighed, and quietly followed 7. That's a lie, Junpei thought to himself. He had difficulty enough believing 7 could play the piano. But even if he could, the piano they just left was largely useless, the keyboard completely scrambled. If 7 wanted to come back, it was unlikely he intended to do so in order to play the piano. But if that was the case, why would he want to leave the door unlocked? Junpei frowned, took one last look at the door, and then walked away toward his companions. After some time in the hallway, they emerged into a larger, more open area. A large metal grate, like the door of a jail, divided it in half. They shook it for a while, but as they had expected, it did not move. Behind the grate were 2 elevators. From so far away, however, it was difficult to tell if they were still operating. On the left side of the grate was a door. Unfortunately, however, it was locked and refused to open. Junpei took a moment to examine the left side of the room. Next to the wall was a set of stairs leading downward. No, at least one person got this game instead of like Pokemon Diamond. Out of like the sale section at GameStop, right? Like, at least one kid was like, what the hell is this? You know, your grandparents got you like the Ratatouille game or whatever? You know, there's a decent chance someone just, it would be a banger of a random pick, but it's just weird to think about. Someone just got this game and was like, the fuck is this? Junpei took a moment to examine the left side of the room. Next to the wall was a set of stairs leading downward. Standing guard at the top of the stairway was a large iron gate. Foreboding as it was, the gate seemed to be the sort that could be opened, unlike the metal grate that bisected the room. With luck, Junpei hoped he might be able to get it open. The female symbol? He wasn't quite sure what to make of it. Snake, naturally, was somewhat more sure. The Venus symbol, I imagine. Do you recall the similar symbols near the large central stairway? They reference many of the solar bodies. Sun, Saturn, Earth. So, as you can see, that one is likely not the woman symbol, but a Venus symbol. So I assume. While they had been discussing the symbols, Junpei now realized 7 had slipped away. Women door, women door, women door, women door. Wow, okay. Chat has one... You look away from chat for 2 seconds, suddenly they're thirsting over the doors, huh? Alright, that might as well be a thing that happens. While they had been discussing the symbols, Junpei now realized 7 had slipped away. His absence now felt, Snake and Junpei turned to look for their missing companion. There. 7 had left them to head down the hallway extending to the right of the stairs. Junpei grabbed Snake to lead him in the right direction, and they both headed off after 7. Before long, the 3 of them stood in front of a door. It was a French door. Junpei tested the door and realized that, unlike so many others they'd encountered, it was unlocked. Almost as though he was afraid it would suddenly lock itself, Junpei threw the door open. He stepped inside. It took only a moment for Junpei to take in his new surroundings. Is this some kind of casino?
Sure looks like one.
Before Junpei could comment further, a noise from behind made him turn around. Snake was shaking the door they'd just come through. As 7 and Junpei watched, he threw up his hands in frustration, and then kicked the door for good measure. It looked as though they were once again locked in. There was no reason to panic, however. Even if the door had been left open, there was nowhere for them to go back there. They would have to find another way out.
Alright guys, let's split up and search this room. Come on, no dawdling, let's go. Quickly now.
Spurred to action by 7's words, Junpei and Snake began to examine the room. Did you enjoy that brief moment of not being in a puzzle room? Seek a way out! I'm gonna feel with the piano if they discovered the woman-only bathroom door too, the only other bit of English culture. No! Yoink. The 5 of spades. The 5 of spades. Okay. There's nothing on the table anymore. Standard run-of-the-mill chairs. Okay, Junpei. A square poker table. There's nothing on it.
It's a chair.
Yep, totally a chair. Feels like a chair, nothing more, nothing less. This is just a chair. There's nothing else to say about it. This is just a chair. There's nothing else to say about it.
Well, will you look at that? Someone left a bottle of booze here. Don't mind if I do. Ah, oh, that hits the spot. Feels like my throat's burning.
Damn, you really drank it. You don't even know how long it's been there.
That's a lot of expensive glasses. Even cheap drinks taste great out of glasses like these.
A playing card. The Four of Spades. Something on the counter. It's like a card. Playing card. Counter's pretty well polished. Okay, now that we're done with the counter. Nope, that's still the counter. That's okay. That's just the counter. There's firewood in the fireplace. Wait, when those two lights turned on, I heard something from the bottom of the fireplace. What was that? I heard something down there. There are a whole bunch of coins stuffed into this velour bag.
Look at these coins!
Perhaps these coins will allow us to convince the machines to move. Hold on, what was this again? Left side is lit. Shadows on the canvas look weird and fragmented. Wait, do I get something different if I analyze these ones? Shadows on the canvas look weird and fragmented. No, okay. Shame. Okay, so it's Clover Diamond Heart. Another machine. Leave Snake alone. Alright, let's put in the coins in that bag in here. What happened? I heard an odd noise. Well, to be honest, I don't know. I pressed some of the buttons and smacked the machine once or twice, but nothing happened. Oh, looks like the coin got stuck. Oh dear. Alright, let's drop this coin in the coin slot. Come on, you little bastards, I only need one of you. Spin roulette. It was Clover Heart Diamond? Or was it Clover Diamond Heart? Oh shoot. Definitely Clover first. Diamond Heart, right? That looks like I did that right. Clover Diamond Heart, yeah, okay. 777. Yes! 777! And I think I hear something unlocking in there. Impressive, Junpei. It would appear to be unlocked now. There's something akin to a drawer in the bottom part of this machine, yes? There's a pickup drawer for a dividend. Only the lock for the drawer got unlocked. Please open it if you would. What is it? Is there something in there? Yeah, a playing card. And this... a key with the Venus symbol on it. Excellent, Junpei. Now we'll be able to open the gate that we can't get back to. We just need to figure out how to get out of this room. Correct. Come on, Junpei, hurry up. And he's off. There's a playing card and a Venus key. Better put the key in my pocket for later. As for the card... You fondled the machine before they used it? I guess so. I don't know. Snake just knows things. Felt different. It says 9.
Yeah, looks like that cover's hiding something.
This is the cover, then maybe it opens up?
Probably does.
The card slot. Looks like we need to put a playing card in here. Alright, let's give it a shot. Okay, well I need an 8, blatantly. So sorry about that, Junpei. It's not working. So it would seem... I'm shocked and appalled that guessing at random has not yielded better results. Yeah. Leave it out, Snake. There's more machines over there. I see them.
Check out that stained glass.
Ah, beautiful. I'd have to hear with this guy. How beautiful.
What?
Huh? Stained glass is coloured pieces of glass placed together in a frame. As I've said many times before, I need only touch it to know. I can at least discern the basic structure. Broken field colours. Suddenly, Seven began to speak.
Ah, Baccarat. You ever played Junpei?
Junpei shook his head. He'd barely even heard of the game.
Alright then, how about I explain the rules to you a bit? See, Baccarat is kind of an unusual game. You got the banker and the player, and the whole point is that you guess which one's gonna win. And whether the banker or the player wins all depends on their hands. The way each hand works is different from other games too. See, you take the number from the one's place after you add up all the value of your cards. Whoever gets the number closest to 9 wins. If your number is smaller than your opponent, you lose. And that's it. That's the explanation, got it? Well, actually, there's a lot more to it. Strategy, details, that sort of stuff. But what I just told you sums the core game up pretty well. Single digit are the sum of all the cards you have. The strongest hand is a 9. And the weakest hand is a 0. You just ignore the number in the 10 spot. Did you get it?
He hadn't been asked for it, but Seven's explanation, rushed though it had been, was helpful. Although he had only half understood most of it. It's a fucking lost cause. Junpei now felt as though he had some grasp of how victory was won in Baccarat. However, there's no way this is... This would be digital root Baccarat, though. Junpei had no way of knowing if the puzzle on the Baccarat table in front of them made use of those rules, and if it did, in what way. Why does Seven know about Baccarat? Why not? Like, he does seem to like gambling. He was hyped when he came in here. No problem, he told himself. He would simply have to try everything he could think of. Feeling more confident, if only slightly, Junpei approached the Baccarat table. See the playing card behind the thick glass case. It's the 8 of spades. So we need to make a digital root of 9. What we have here. Should be easy enough to do. I mean, I'm giving it a big ol' assumption it's a digital root, because I don't think I can do anything else here. Like, I can't. So, it kind of has to be a digital root. 7 add 5 gives you 12, gives you 3. That's not useful. 7 add 4 gives you 2. That's not useful. 7 add 3 gives you 1. That's like the opposite of useful. I don't think 7 is involved, is what I'm getting at here. Ace of spades? Yeah, I think I might need the ace of spades here. Like 5 and 3 and 1 would get me there. And I'm not too sure if I can get there with a 7 at all, right? 7 and 2 gives 9, which means that whatever it's combined with doesn't change. 7 and 3 gives 1, which is garbage. We just play 5 plus 4. That's a good point. Do I need to play 3? Hey, 7, are we really supposed to play Baccarat?
It's a Baccarat table. The hell else would we do? Stop worrying about it. It's real simple. What's the opponent's hand?
Oh, there's an 8 in that glass case.
Alright, that's your opponent's number. If that's the case, what 3 cards do we need to get that number?
Cards?
There are a couple of indentations with white lines around them, right? Those mean we gotta put down 3 cards, so...
Use 3 cards here and defeat the opponent's 8. That's what I've got to do, I guess.
Yeah, I think so.
Something tells me those aren't the only rules. Alright, let's give it a shot. I don't think I have the cards. Before I start, I better make sure I got the rules straight. The 3 empty indentations. I just gotta pick a card and play it. Figure if I put them in the right spot, something ought to happen. Alright, let's give this a try. Okay, I do not have the cards I need then. Unless I'm just being really dumb about this. Chat, I'm being so dumb about this. Oh my god, what? I don't want to talk about it. I actually don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it right now. I don't know why I didn't think I had those. Was the 3 in a different... The 3 was not with the other cards, right? In my inventory? Am I crazy? Because I went from 4 to 2 so many times when doing my maths right there. Okay. Well, I guess it might have just been Baccarat, not Digital Root Baccarat. We overthought everything! Nothing mattered! If I just put down these 3 cards... Yes! Open for me.
Great! You did it, Junpei! Think it's telling us to take the 8 card? Come on, let's grab it!
See, yeah, it's the same either way, so I mean, it doesn't matter. Alright, let's take this card. Okay, can I yoinkety sploink these ones too? The cards I put down are stuck to the table. They won't be going anywhere anytime soon. Oh, so they must be the only way to make 9 then. So there is no Ace of Spades. I'm so lost. Where'd I put the door? Oh, there it is. Oh, the ace is there. I can't do anything right. I'm so dumb. In you go. Hey, alright, it opened up. Seems we have another device to contend with, yes?
There are 3 slots in this one.
Well, I don't... Can I yoink that? It's stuck. It's on there really good. I don't think I can get it off. Let's see. 3 slots for cards. And there's a 9 right below them.
So that probably means we gotta make 9 with the 3 cards we put in the slots, right? It's like what we did over at the Baccarat table.
Alright, let's give it a shot. I only have 2 cards. I sense that might be an issue given the circumstances. Okay, so we need to find the 6. Yeah.
You think maybe we don't have enough cards?
Yeah, probably. I mean, there's gotta be somewhere lying around somewhere. Oh, interesting, so you would have been able to play the Baccarat table then with 5, 6, 7, and then use 2, 3, 4 here, right? Those would be independent solutions that are both valid. Guess we could try this one. It's the coin slot. Good for it. Okay. Question is then, where did I miss something?
That square table. Looks like a mahjong table.
Do you play Mahjong 7?
Oh, maybe. I don't remember exactly, but I do remember a couple hands and some of the rules, so I figure I must have played it at some point.
Excellent. Once we've vacated this vessel, I should like to play a game with you.
Can you, play?
As long as you tell me which tiles I'm eliminating, yes, I believe I have at least enough skill to defeat an amateur. However, I must ask you to remove the red tiles when we play. Does look like a mahjong table, but I think this is probably for poker. There's nothing on it. The stained glass, maybe? Stained glass is recessed into the wall. All I can see in there is lighting fixtures, though. Probably means the stained glass doesn't look outside. That's still the stained glass, yes, okay. Actually really beautiful. Chandeliers hang, chandelier-like, from the ceiling. There are 4 chairs surrounding the square table. There's some chairs. They seem perfectly normal and shady. Sorry, I missed that message.
Junpei, I forgot to mention, but I put double-sided duct tape on the table. Junpei, I think these cards won't move for someone doing non-stop self-deprecation. Try loving yourself and being less critical.
I never interacted with this vase back here. Counter's pretty well polished. Still the counter. There's a whole lot of glasses on that shelf. Doesn't look like there's anything else. The floor? Oh god, we've reached the dreaded point in point and click games. I don't know what to do.
One more sip.
I don't think so. I'm cutting you off, pal. What have I not investigated? Like, I've missed something somewhere. Look at the map. I've been been to these places, though. I've just not clicked on something. That's the issue we're having here. This door is shut tight. It won't open. This chair goes to the poker table. It feels really soft. It's a chair. The seat is nice and soft. Squeeze. Squeeze, squeeze. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. Squeeze, 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 squeeze. Are you quite finished with the chair, Junpei? If you don't stop this behavior at once, I'll be forced to teach you a lesson that you will not soon forget. His face is as calm as ever, but his voice, terrifying. Firewood, nothing else. A fireplace. There's some firewood here, but nothing else. Oh my god. I think I'd find a card here. I knew it would be somewhere. Wait. I have a confession to make. I'm a teaboo. What? Okay, someone said that word earlier. What is a teaboo? Do I want to know? Be honest with me right now, before I put these cards in. Banned. I only have 3 cards, so they kind of have to work, you know what I mean? It's a weeb for the UK. Why would you be a weeb for the UK? Is that why you're here? Is that why you're all here right now? Is it because of my accent? Oh, hey, it's me, Guinea Lottie. Alright, so I put all the cards we had left into the slots.
What happens now?
Is that... Yes, I did hear something from the exit. Excellent work, Junpei. Wonderful. Seems the exit is unlocked. Let's go. Alright, let's go. You know, that room was actually pretty short. I kind of like that one. That was kind of cute. That was a cute room. Overly Scottish lad, he sounds drunk. You found it! Junpei and his companions ran out of the casino into a large open room. A room, in fact, that they had been in once before. There was little to surprise them there. They already knew what their next step had to be. The iron gate still stood in place, locked tight, blocking the stairway. But... I want to see the map. Okay, so... that big green room at the bottom, that's the casino. Well, I wanted to see the map. I kinda get it, but I also don't really get it. I can figure out that that's the casino. I can figure out that that northern green room is the one that had the 2, like, bathrooms in it, right? But how do we get here? Oh, I don't want to talk about it. Never mind, wait. Oh, I'm just wrong. We've not been there. Never mind. I don't know anything. I don't know why I can only tap these rooms. Given that I've not been in 2 of them. That's confusing. Anyway, I haven't saved in a while either. Wouldn't want to get absolutely Junpei, you know what I mean? Someone is only listening to the stream, that's like an audiobook read by Lottie. I mean, I'm alright at it, right? Like, I can do decent voices, yeah? Thank you for the hydrate, Gibby. And the stretch, DD. God. Oh, that cracked. Oh, my spine. Okay. The iron gate still stood in place, locked tight, blocking the stairway. In the center of the gate was the keyhole, engraved with the Venus symbol. This time, however, Junpei had the Venus key in his pocket. Wasting no time, he pulled it out and shoved it in. He turned it. With the distinctive sound of metal on metal, he felt the lock click open. Alright, let's get this thing open.
No problem. Let me help with this one.
Junpei grabbed the handle on the left side, and Seven took the handle on the right. On Junpei's signal, they both pushed, and the gate creaked open. It sounds as though you have opened it. You should be able to reach C deck now, I imagine. Snake, are you gonna be alright? I mean, the stairs? Please do not do yourself the embarrassment of underestimating me. I would be unlikely to trip even if I were running backwards.
Good to hear. Let's move.
At Seven's words, they leapt onto the stairs and jogged quickly down them. In no time at all, they found themselves on C deck. Junpei ran down the stairs a little further in hopes of checking on the deck below. When he reached the water, he called back up to Snake and Seven. Just what I thought! D-deck is completely underwater!
Just like the bottom of the central staircase.
The surface of the water below them was flat, like a mirror. That it had not changed too greatly since they'd last seen it was a great relief. Junpei quickly retraced his steps and headed back to C-deck. In front of the stairs were a pair of elevators. They appeared to be identical to the ones from the upper floor. Between them, attached to the wall, was another card reader. And next to that was another strange symbol. Hey, check it out! It's the symbol for Lotus!
What?
See? It's got the woman symbol, and then it's got devil horns, right?
Yeah, I see it. No two ways about it. That was a pretty good one, kid.
Seven tousled Junpei's hair in what he likely thought to be a friendly manner. Junpei feared his neck might break, even though it was clear Seven had kept his strength in check. Thankfully, Snake interrupted. After Junpei's observation, he'd gone over to examine the card reader. This is a Mercury symbol. The mark she mistook for horns are a stylized version of the wings and staff of Hermes. Wings and a staff, huh? So she beats you with the staff until you die and go to heaven? Sounds like Lotus, alright. Seven shook Junpei's head even more vigorously, and the younger man began to feel as though his brain was being jostled about inside of his skull. He began to feel rather ill. Unless we can activate this device, I doubt the elevator will function.
In other words, we gotta find a key card with a Mercury symbol on it.
So I would assume. They decided to leave the elevators alone for the time being, and headed back to the stairs. To the left was another hallway. There were a great many doors lining both sides of the hallway. They seemed to stretch on forever, and all three men suddenly felt very small.
Ah, shit. I'm not gonna have enough time to check all these, are we?
Maybe we can come back here later? Let's check out the other side. They turned around and went back the way they'd come. To the right of the stairs, another hallway stretched out, reaching deep into the bowels of the ship. After a few moments of moving briskly down the hallway, they emerged into an area roughly the same size and shape as the one at the top of the stairs. On the left side of the room were 4 French doors.
Well, let's open them up.
Junpei nodded and grabbed the one closest to him. He gave it a small tug and felt it move. It was unlocked. Thrilled to have found another unlocked door, he threw it open. Junpei didn't know what to make of what he saw. Don't mind me, I'm echolocating! He simply stood, unable to speak. Seven's eyes opened wide, and his mouth gaped. After a few long moments, Seven at last managed to speak.
Hey, what is this place?
A massive room stretched out in front of them, more a cavern than a room. Its vastness was oppressive, and it bore down on Seven and Junpei. It was not empty, however. The entire room was filled with lines upon lines of beds. They were simple things, little more than pipe and thin mattresses. Is this a hospital? He had at last been able to put a name to the harsh scent that pervaded the room. The room was full of the clean smell of antiseptic solution. In the centre of the room were shelves stacked with medicine, and a number of medical devices, the function of which Junpei did not know. More importantly, however, on the back wall of the room were 4 doors. 3 of them were emblazoned with large single-digit numbers made with thick red paint. The door on the left was labelled 3. The second door from the left had no number, but the third had been given a 7. The door on the right bore an 8. There could be no doubt. They were numbered doors. It did strike Junpei as strange, however, that the door between 3 and 7 should be blank. What, he wondered, could it mean? Let's take a look at those doors.
Yeah, good idea.
3 of them threaded their way through the beds toward the back of the room. Upon reaching them, they proceed to investigate each door in turn, but to no avail. Yep, locked, just like I thought. Naturally, after all, there are rules to an every game, and to allow these doors to open easily would violate those rules. Unless we can authenticate ourselves with the red, the numbered doors will...
Whoa, check this out!
Suddenly, 7 spoke up, interrupting Snake.
Look at the red! There's nothing on it!
Huh?
Don't you remember the red back at the main staircase? There wasn't anyone in it, it said vacant on the little screen, remember?
Oh yeah, you're right.
This one.
There's nothing.
Right. You think it's broken?
Only one way to find out. Junpei and the others put their hands on the panel, but nothing happened. The red refused to change. They tried pulling the lever, and still nothing. As they soon discovered, it wasn't only the red on door 8 that seemed to be malfunctioning. The red on door 7, and the red on door 3. None of them worked. But they wondered, did it mean?
They gotta be broken. Man, that bastard. I didn't think Zero was the kind of guy who'd screw around with something like this.
Whoa. Zero's been prepared for everything so far. And you're saying he's gonna make a mistake now?
Well, that's the only thing I can think of. This thing ain't working at all.
While Junpei and 7 talked, Snake busied himself with examining the red. After a time, he lowered his hands and spoke. Seems as if some of the internal hardware has been removed. Internal hardware? That is what I said. Take a look at the underside of this red, if you please. Junpei obliged and bent over to look at the underside of the device. A long, thin slit ran along the bottom of it. As he looked harder, he realized it was more of a slot than a slit, and that it was clearly meant to accommodate some manner of electrical device. The other 2 reds were the same. Something had clearly been removed from all 3 of them. I get it. So the reds aren't working because somebody pulled out their guts. So I assume. But why? And who? I mean, it doesn't really make sense. I have no idea. Why on earth would I know something like that? Just then, they heard the sound of a door opening. The 3 of them turned and saw... Akane! No, Junpei thought, it's... June! She stopped short, surprised to see them, and was very nearly bowled over by the rest of her companions, who were coming through the door behind her. Ace, Santa, Clover, and Lotus all poured out of the door, each of them as surprised as the last to see Junpei, Snake, and 7. Junpei and 7 were, for the moment, at a loss for words. What are you guys doing?
Why are you...
After a moment of silence and surprise, everyone suddenly began to talk, desperate to exchange information. They talked about the rooms they'd been through, and how they'd ended up in the same place. Of course, none of it was very useful information, but that hardly mattered. They were happy to simply see one another again. Although the level of cheer varied greatly from person to person, each one of them was wearing some manner of smile. Almost as though they had already forgotten about the death of the 9th man. No, thought Junpei, perhaps that wasn't it. Perhaps thoughts of his death were what drove them to smile at one another. Not in a morbid or hateful way, no. The 9th man had died, but they were still alive, and that was something to be happy about. A sort of simple, uncomplicated joy, Junpei thought. The joy of being alive. Still alive. He felt sorry for the 9th man, but more than anything, Junpei was just happy to be alive. This is bad, though. If the red isn't working, we can't keep going. What about that big hallway? Maybe there's something in there we might be able to go.
No, there's nothing there. The 5 of us had a quick look. There were a great many rooms, although none of them appeared to have held patients for quite some time. Patients? You mean all those doors are for hospital rooms? Yes. Apparently they have a number of individual rooms, in addition to this large central room.
There was a door down at the end of the hallway too, but it was locked. Had one of those solar system mark things on it. It was the Jupiter symbol. Jupiter. I wonder what it means. Confusion seemed to be the consensus. That reminds me, what's the deal with this big room anyway? What is this thing? Was this some kind of huge passenger ship? No one, not even Snake, appeared ready to offer an answer until Seven unexpectedly spoke up.
I bet it's a hospital ship. In fact, it's probably the Gigantic.
The Gigantic? Junpei looked at Seven, shocked both by his knowledge and the apparent identity of their prison. He was not the only one. What's the Gigantic? Seven nodded to Lotus and began to speak.
The Gigantic!
Freaked me out, Gooey. He explained that she had been a sister ship to the Titanic, built in the early 20th century. The Titanic had 2 sister ships who were identical to one another in nearly every aspect. The Gigantic was said to be one of them. She was initially intended to be a passenger liner like the Titanic, but soon after the ship was launched, the First World War began, and she was pressed into duty by the British Navy as a hospital ship. Sometime later, the Gigantic was damaged by a German mine in the Aegean Sea. She managed to run aground after the incident, and consequently was not sunk. What then happened to the Gigantic after her fateful encounter in the Aegean Sea? One theory ran that a man named Lord Gordain purchased her. Lord Gordain, it seemed, had been one of the few survivors of the Titanic tragedy, and that trauma had turned him into an obsessive collector of all things related to the Titanic. As his obsession deepened, he began to desire the Titanic itself. That, of course, was impossible. The Titanic lay at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. The Gigantic, however, had not suffered such a dire fate, and as she was identical to her sister ship, she caught Lord Gordain's eye. So, you're saying this Lord Gordain bought this ship?
Yeah, at least I think I am.
That's impossible. No way we're in some boat that's almost 100 years old. Pipe down, just pay attention. What, that's it? Well, have you got any proof?
Proof?
Proof that this ship is really the Gigantic?
Well, this ship's got stuff that's like the Titanic and a hospital ship. So I just figured...
Oh, for goodness, don't tell me that's your only reason.
No, I've got more.
Like?
Well, I mean...
Seven looked around desperately, doing anything to avoid meeting Lotus's piercing stare. He scratched his head for a moment, then gave up. Finally, he opened his mouth.
I don't know.
Lotus sighed and shook her head. Guess your memory isn't back yet, is it?
No, sorry.
And almost as if to save Seven from further embarrassment. A bell began to ring from far away. It sounded as though it was the clock at the main stairway. Junpei counted each chime carefully. 10, 11, 12. It's midnight. Then we still got 6 hours left, right?
Let's just get moving. We gotta find that hardware the Reds are missing.
That's all well and good, but where are we going to look?
Well, we've already searched the big patient room.
They had been examining the room as they talked.
But we haven't found anything.
Right.
Well, there's only one thing left to do.
Just one?
Well, not just one.
Wait a minute. Are you telling me we have to search all of these rooms?
Well, you already checked some of them out before you came here, right? We each checked out a single room, so 5 rooms in total. Alright then, that's 5 rooms we don't have to search. If we split up, it won't be that bad. If each of us can do 6 rooms apiece, we'll have the other 48 rooms cleared in no time.
There are 48 other rooms? Lotus did not seem excited by the prospect. Seven fidgeted nervously before responding.
Maybe?
After some discussion, the 8 of them decided which rooms to begin with, and in what order they would go. Junpei was... Snake. Snake, I love you. I do. I just... It's fine. Just don't think about it. 8 of them decided which rooms to begin with, and in what order they would go. Junpei was chosen to search the rooms on the starboard side, moving from fore to aft. What about Snake? How's he gonna find anything? I get that he's, like, really capable, but what if, like, a lot of these clues have been written down, or like, how would he have done the Baccarat room? You know what I mean? He can't see the cards! They also determined when they would return to report their findings, the next time the clock sounded the time. When it did, they would meet back in the large central room full of beds. If, during their search, any one of them were to locate the missing components, they were to yell for the others. If this strategy failed, they'd return to discuss their options later. It's actually really messed up of Zero, I think, to bring Snake in and then not provide for him, right? Like, it's like if Zero had brought in someone in a wheelchair to play the Nonary game. But everything's just stairs everywhere, right? Like, you gotta put in a ramp. Zero. My god, man. Actually, maybe that's what Clover's purpose is supposed to be, but... The details decided, they left to begin searching. Out into the hallway they went, each of the rooms they'd been assigned. However... I mean, I didn't split them up, chat split them up. How lost am I going to be coming in now? Orpheus, I'm not even sure I can easily sum it up to you. We're on a ship, it's sinking. We're in a death game. You have to use numbers to get out. We've already lost one. From far away, Junpei heard the bell ring. It did so only once. It was 1 AM. We lost the useless one? No, actually, the 9 is like the most powerful bracelet when it comes to this, right? Because it basically allows you to take any combination that already worked and just add another person. It's a ridiculously useful one. That's why he died. It's not because it was a useless bracelet, it's because it was deeply overpowered and the writers knew that all of the decisions would be more complicated. He jogged through the entrance of the large hospital room to find 6 of the others already there. Ace, Santa, Clover, June, Seven, and Lotus. They had gathered in front of door number 8. Or perhaps, to be accurate, they had gathered in front of the red next to door number 8. Had one of them found the missing piece? What happened, guys? It was June who answered him. Jumpy, look. She was pointing at the red. He pushed through the others until he stood in front of it. Immediately, he knew what she had meant. The display on the front of the red read vacant. Junpei sighed. Oh, come on, guys, who was it? I thought we were supposed to yell if we found it. Well, Junpei wondered why she was hesitating. The others looked as confused as June, but kept their mouths shut. What the hell? What is up with you guys? Must go to sleep now? That's valid. Might be a decent time too. They all knew something he didn't, and Junpei wasn't about to leave things that way. Finally, Lotus frowned and spoke. Well, that's the thing. We don't know. You don't know? When I got back, it was already like this. There was no one else here. That means I was the first one back, but the missing parts were already back in the red. Junpei looked at the bottom of the red again, just to make sure. The slot that had been open on the bottom was now covered with metal. Clearly, whatever had been missing had been returned. What about the other two? They're the same. Junpei quickly examined the other two boxes. Satisfied that they were also repaired, but still very confused, he returned to the others. Alright, I just want to be sure here. Nobody has any idea what the hell happened here, right? Ace and Jun nodded silently. Seven raised his hands as if to say, not me, and Santa just shrugged. Only Clover lowered her head and did nothing. Wait a minute. That was when he noticed. Where's Snake? Junpei swept his eyes across the room a second time, but Snake was nowhere to be seen. Does that mean that he found them?
I've no idea. There's nothing to suggest it, but nothing to suggest he didn't either.
I don't suppose we'll know until we can ask him in person.
Well, whatever he did or didn't do, he's pretty damn late. What the hell's he up to?
Maybe he's lost.
Yeah, well, that seems likely. Dude can't see. I don't know how he gets around in the first place.
Clover raised her head. No! That's impossible! Suddenly, she was shouting. Yeah, my brother's blind, but he's got really great hearing. He can get around as well as anyone who can see. So he couldn't get lost. That's impossible. Clover had started to shake, and the knuckles of her hands had gone white. She spun around, but before she did, Junpei noticed tears welling up in her eyes. I'm gonna go look for him! The words were barely out of her mouth and she began to run. Hey! Hold on, Clover! Wait! Junpei cried out to her, but he was too slow. She kept going, and before anyone else could react, she was gone. Oh, damn it! What should we do now? Well, the red is working now. No, we're not leaving two people behind. We should go look for them. Didn't we could hear where corners are? As Zubat said,
Hey! I'm echolocating here!
You can hear where corners are.
Oh man, this ain't good.
That was it. Don't mind me, I'm echolocating. Oh yes, what an excellent idea. We just wasted a bunch of time looking for some piece of electronic junk. Now let's waste some more by looking for a couple of idiots.
Then remain here if you feel you must, but there's no time. We've only 5 hours left.
Junpei and the others nodded to one another and took off at a run. In front of the stairs that led to B deck, they decided to split up. They quickly assigned search areas and went their separate ways. Soon, only two of them were left. Those two were Junpei and Jun, who had been a few steps behind the others. Alright, we should go too. Yes, let's go. But where should we start? Let's see. Where should we start? I'm gonna be real, I don't know why we wouldn't be checking the hallway with all the rooms. Maybe, you know what, hold on, is this the Junpei is an asshole path? Is that what we're doing here? But yeah, no, let's just go back to where we just were. Let's go back to where we were 2 seconds ago. Okay. Let's go back to the large hospital room. Uh-huh. Why would we go back? Well, I mean, we might have just missed him, you know? Maybe he really was just late. Oh, I hadn't thought of that. No poll. I don't recall this decision actually mattering at all. Maybe it does. Sorry, you're right, I should have given you all a poll. I didn't think it was actually important. But we'll talk about it after it happens. Oh god, wait. No, I'm not wrong. They turned and ran down the hallway to the right. On their way to the large hospital room, Junpei and Jun noticed Santa standing next to the number 3 door. Junpei paused. What should Junpei do? I hate you now? Okay. Sure, what happens? No, like, I don't think it affects the next story beat, is my point. We'll talk about it after, but, like, I don't think it does anything. What should Junpei do? We go back to the hospital room, we see that someone else is in there, we're like, oh man, I don't really want to go. Like, I don't really want to. I don't think talking to people. Like, I don't really want to do that. I don't know. I don't really want to. Are we a converser, or are we the most awkward person ever? We got one walk away. We got one talk. We got two talk. I'm down to talk. I don't think we're gonna gain any information from walk away. Gonna be real? Let's talk. Junpei and Jun walked up to Santa. What are you doing? What? You can't tell? I'm checking out the red. Why? Is there something bothering you? Well, it's not bothering you. Huh? This is the guts of this red. Why wouldn't you wonder who the hell put it back in here? Yeah, that's true. Well, I'm curious too, but who do you think did it? Santa's eyes narrowed as he looked at Jun. She shook her head. I don't know. Well, what about you, Junpei? Who do you think fixed this thing for us? Ooh, chat. Who do you think fixed it? Snake, Lotus, Zero, or someone else? Ooh. You know what? I will give you all a poll for this one. Why not? Who fixed it? You have 1 minute because this is just nonsense. Okay. Go. Who fixed it? Who voted for Lotus? It looks like a pretty clear win for Snake. No one thinks it was Zero, interestingly. That is curious, because, like, I don't know, I would have thought more people would be suspicious of the person running the game. This question is just fucked. How so, Mao? What's wrong with this question? Okay, unless we get, like, a bunch of votes in the next few seconds. I like the idea of Zero running around behind them fixing things.
It's like, oh shit! Fuck, one of my nonary game things broke again. God damn it.
Okay, we'll go with Snake then. Well, it seems like it would have to be Snake, wouldn't it? Maybe he got back here before any of us. He found the parts somewhere, put them back, and then went through one of the numbered doors. Junpei. I love you so much. I really do. Precious, precious creature. No, that's not possible. You have to authenticate with at least 3 people or the red won't open the door. There's no way a single person can get through there by themselves. Yeah, I guess you're right. It was a stupid mistake and Junpei knew it. I mean, he made such a foolish miscalculation. And how had Santa noticed it so quickly? Junpei, how hard did you hit your head? What do you mean, how had Santa noticed it so quickly? What you said was nonsense. Perhaps he just wasn't as clever as he used to be. Junpei shook his head sadly. So, in other words, one of us is the person who fixed the red. Santa grinned. Bingo. We have a winner. But if that's true, then the person who did it doesn't want the rest of us to know. They fixed the red. Yeah. But why? No idea. If they come clean on that, it means we'd find out something else. Something bad. Something bad? Dunno. But whatever it is, it's gotta be worth hiding. Of course, could have something to do with Snake's disappearance. Maybe they did something to Snake? It's not out of the question. Junpei stared at Santa. There was something about him that made Junpei wary. At first, he'd assumed the other man wasn't terribly clever, but Junpei was beginning to think he would need to reevaluate that assessment. When Santa spoke again, his voice was quiet. Look, if you trust anybody in this game, you're gonna lose. Gotta be careful. The person you trust the most could turn out to be the one who stabs you in the back. With that depressing suggestion, he turned and quietly walked away. Junpei and Jun looked at one another and smiled awkwardly. Where would they go next? And this is why I was pretty sure it didn't matter, is because you can pick it, like, you can do as many as you want. You just have to do one. I mean, may as well check out the casino, right? Let's go take a look around the casino. Okay. They quickened their pace and headed for B deck. Need to work together? Why would you kill a potential key piece of the puzzle? It's a very good point. Before they knew it, they were there. So was Lotus. She was leaning against the wall, examining her nails. Hey, what do you think you're doing? She glanced up at him, unimpressed. Isn't it obvious? I'm looking for Snake. I'm just not seeing it. Really? Maybe you need to look harder. Junpei didn't think that was the problem. Oh, by the way, I've got a proposal for you two. Care to hear it? May as well listen to her. What is it? Well, I don't like to beat around the bush, so I'll get right to it. Why don't we team up? Team up? Yeah, what, you need me to explain it to you? I'm saying, why don't we go through a numbered door? Even if we wanted to, that's impossible. Why? Jumpy's bracelet number is 5 minus 6 and yours is 8. Our digital root would be 1. 5 plus 6 plus 8 equals 19. 1 plus 9 equals 10. 1 plus 0 equals 1. But there's no number 1 door in the large hospital room. The only doors there are 3, 7, and 8. Then we add another person. Who? What? Isn't that easy? 7. She was right. If they added 7. 5 plus 6 plus 8 plus 7. 26. And the 4 of them could go through the number 8 door. But... Whoa, hold on a sec. What about the other 4? Why didn't you add them up? That was simple enough. 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4. The digital root for those 4 would be 1. That's right. And you know the number 1 door isn't in the big hospital room, right? Of course I know that. No, are you saying you'd leave them behind? Of course not. What kind of a woman do you think I am? Once we get off the ship, we come back and rescue them. Then we wouldn't really be leaving them behind. Don't try to lie to us. I don't think you do anything of the sort. Really? Why do you think that? You remember, don't you? We have less than 5 hours left. Even if we manage to escape, there's no way we could come back to rescue them in less than 5 hours. Well, you never know until you try. Oh, no. You're not thinking this through. Even if we brought 7 with us, we wouldn't be able to get off the ship. The 4 of us couldn't open door 9.
It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a 9.
I like that they show this over the intercom and they've made me read it out in Zero's voice several times, but actually it was written on the piece of paper. So I didn't have to do it that time. Just want to say. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. The digital root for us 4 will be 8, so we'd have to add Ace to make 9. Right. Unless we bring Ace too, we'll be stuck. Lotus scratched the back of her ear. Well, that's unfortunate. She didn't sound particularly bothered by what Junpei said. How does it know they entered the room? The bracelet. No, did she seem particularly surprised? Well, let's try and find another way, okay? Way to get out of here with all 8 of us. That's impossible. Are you being serious? You do know that only 5 people at most can go through one of the numbered doors, right? The number 9 isn't going to be an exception to that rule. Regardless, at least 3 people will get left behind. You're right. That is true. The moment he said it, Junpei felt a chill run down his spine. It was true. How Lotus could remain cavalier about so terrifying a prospect was beyond him. When they found the number 9, they would have to choose which 3 of them would die. Lota's forehead furrowed. Do you think I could have a moment alone? There are some things I need to think about. Junpei and June turned and began walking away from Lotus. Talking to her had left them feeling ill. Junpei's heart felt heavy and his steps sluggish. But, he told himself, pessimism would get them nowhere. So he forced himself to smile and turned to June. Let's just focus on finding Snake for now, okay? Yes, you're right. We can think about those other things later. Junpei nodded. Alright, where should we go next? Oh, interesting. Back to the large hospital room is always back to the large hospital room. And the first class cabin isn't... the casino's no longer a choice. Interesting. Anyway, why don't we go back to the big hospital room? Sure, let's go. They took off at a run down the stairs. Oh yeah, we were just in the casino, you're right. I was just gonna call it there, right? We spoke to two people, they both made us feel like shit. There was no one to be seen. What next? Do we want to feel worse? Talk to two more losers? Yeah, of course we do. What am I talking about? Of course we do. The hallway with all the rooms. Let's go. Let's go have a look at the hall with all the rooms. I'll go wherever you do. Let's go. They quickened their pace and headed for the bow. Ahead of them, farther down the hallway, they spotted Ace.
Hey! Snake! Where are you? Answer me if you're there!
Junpei paused. What did he want to do? Let's run to Ace. With June in tow, Junpei jogged up to Ace. Hearing their footsteps, he turned to greet them.
Ha! Hello there! Snake is... well, that's obvious, isn't it? I assume you haven't found him yet, either.
Junpei nodded. I really wonder where he could have gone.
Well, wherever he's disappeared to, we must find him as quickly as we can, for Clover's sake.
Right. June's face looked kinda enraptured. By the way, do you think Clover and Snake are really siblings?
Why would you say that?
Why would you say that? The question seemed somehow odd to Junpei. Why? Well, it's obvious, isn't it? They don't look alike at all. Ace looked at him for a moment, and then spoke.
Yes, you know, now that you mention it, they don't.
Now that you mention it.
Still, there are a great many siblings who do not look like one another. It certainly isn't rare.
Junpei wasn't sure why, or even if he was seeing what he thought he was, but he could have sworn that Ace's face tightened as he spoke.
At any rate, we really must find Snake as soon as possible. The clock is ticking. We really can't afford to waste any time. Very well. Let's get back to the search, shall we? You can leave this area to me.
Alright. Let's go, Junpei. At June's urging, they left. Okay, well that didn't make us feel like shit, so that's good. Found was back at the stairs, but Junpei's mind was in turmoil. There was so much to think about, but no, it would have to be put aside for now. As Ace had said, finding Snake was their top priority. Junpei did his best to clear his mind. Alright, where should we go next? Well, the only place we haven't gone is the first class cabin, so let's see if Snake was just on the toilet. Let's go check out the first class cabin. Okay, I'm coming with you. They turned and headed towards B deck. Outside of the first class cabin, they found Clover. She was standing in front of the wall. She was staring at a meaningless point on the wall, her eyes blank. What should Junpei do? Stalk her. Are you alright? He did his best to sound friendly, but Clover didn't respond. Look, I know you're really worried, but... He could think of no words to say that didn't sound hollow and fake. Junpei hesitated. Clover was so consumed by worry and fear that Junpei feared it would crush her. Her actions didn't surprise him. She had suddenly lost her brother, who she seemed to have been very close to. Her voice was thin and barely audible. I said leave me alone! Suddenly she was screaming. You're so annoying! Just go away and leave me alone! Just looking at you guys is pissing me off! Go away, okay? Just go somewhere else! Stop bothering me! Junpei was taken aback. Such anger and hate. Jun's eyes had gone wide with surprise as well. Why are you still here? Didn't you hear me? Fine, forget it. If you aren't gonna leave, then I'll just... Alright, let's go, Jun. Yeah. She really is Lottie? What the fuck? They turned and left Clover. As they did, Junpei glanced back over his shoulder to see Clover wiping tears from her face. Clover had driven home the misery of their situation, but Junpei told himself that getting depressed would get him nowhere but depressed. Those are wise words, Junpei. For Clover's sake, they had to find Snake, and fast. He did his best to push away the misery and depression, and forced a smile. So, where do you think we should go next? Let's head back to the large hospital room. Alright, that's probably the best idea. Together, they ran down the stairs. There was no one to be seen. What next? Okay, we just went to the first class cabin. This is weird. Like, that one's not grayed out, but whatever. Like, I was just there. They looked everywhere they could think of, but Snake was nowhere to be found. Lotus looked around at 6 frustrated faces and spoke. We can't keep looking for Snake. Wherever he is, it's not here. We need to get moving. Junpei couldn't disagree with what she was saying. Snake seemed to have completely disappeared. There was no point to wasting any more time. The others seemed to be having similar thoughts, but they stayed silent. Finally, 7 spoke.
We don't got a choice. Lotus is right. We're not gonna find Snake. There's a problem, though. We gotta figure out who's gonna go through which door.
Yes. Yes, I have a proposal. She walked back and forth across the floor, her heels clicking against the wood. Finally, she stopped. Why don't we decide on one person to sacrifice? Sacrifice? Well, perhaps that's a bit of a harsh word, but yes. You've all figured it out by now, haven't you? We can't all make it through those doors. If we split into 2 teams, of 4 and 3 people respectively, then 3 people will be left behind. If we split into 2 teams of 5 and 2 people respectively, then 2 people will be left behind. But if we split into 2 groups of 3 and leave 1 person out, only 1 person will be left behind. Behind 3 people with 2 teams of 4 and 3. Okay, Junpei, you're probably going to find a way to be an idiot anyway, so I'm not going to have you disagree with her here. Like, otherwise they might just sacrifice you, my dude. She was right. It wasn't pleasant, but she was right. Yeah, she is right. She is right. There wasn't any way that the numbers worked out. If one group was 4, the other group would always have a digital route that didn't match a door. How good is this number? 5 is a pretty great number, I won't lie. 5 is very malleable, I would say. It feels better than a lot of other numbers. When 7 spoke, his voice was strained.
Then, you're saying we gotta decide who's gonna stay behind?
Yes, we do. Given our circumstances, it's logically and morally the best solution. If the other 6 are to survive, then 1 person has to sacrifice themselves. No, that's too cruel. What's so cruel about it? To just sacrifice someone like that? And what's your plan? Maybe we should sacrifice 2 people instead of just 1? That's not what I meant! We shouldn't sacrifice anyone! I told you, that's impossible. Wake up! Oh, whoa, calm down, you two. Santa stepped between Lotus and June. Look, what Lotus is trying to say is that you should aim to bring the greatest amount of happiness to the greatest amount of people, right? Exactly. That's how democracy works. And for that reason, I think the only fair way to decide who'll be sacrificed is through a vote. What do you think? No, that's terrible. I'm not asking you. Shut up. What about you, Santa? Me? Well, I agree, I guess. Alright, that's 1 vote for. Counting mine, that's 2. 7.
Can't say I agree with you, but I don't exactly have a choice. We don't do something, we're all gonna die.
Glad to see you get it. If I can get one more vote, then it's decided. What about you, Clover? Clover had moved away from the group and was sitting on one of the beds. Her whole body drooped. Junpei didn't know if she'd even heard Lotus's proposal. Lotus walked over to Clover and gently laid a hand on her shoulder. Your brother has to be behind one of the numbered doors. We searched everywhere, but we didn't find him. Doesn't that mean he has to have gone through one of them somehow? Clover slowly lifted her face. Let's go look for him together, okay? If we sacrifice one person, then we can go look for him. You agree with me, right? Clover nodded once. The motion carries. Lotus spun around and walked towards Junpei. Now, let's start a vote to...
That won't be necessary.
Ace had barely spoken for Lotus' entire speech, and everyone jumped a little. 6 pairs of eyes turned to look at him. He didn't seem to notice or even care.
I will stay. That should solve our problem, yes?
Ace, what are you saying? You can't do that! That won't solve anything! Jin's voice shook, and she looked around desperately for someone to agree with her. Ace simply looked at her.
June, I'm afraid you may have misunderstood me. I said I would stay, but I never said I would sacrifice myself.
Huh?
I trust you. Each and every one of you. I believe you'll come back for me. Whoa, whoa, whoa! There's optimistic and then there's just nuts! Those doors only go one way. You go in, you don't come out. We'll go through them.
You won't be able to return, correct?
Yeah.
True, but that will not be the case once you've escaped from the ship.
What?
Please, I beg you, once you've escaped, come back and rescue me. Ideally within the time limit Zero has given us. No, that's ridiculous! There's no way we could get back in time. Finally, Junpei could hold his tongue no longer. We've only got 5 hours left. We don't even know where the hell we are. How on earth are we going to find someone to come and rescue you?
Then perhaps you would prefer to stay instead of me? Or perhaps you would be willing to leave June behind?
Ace's voice was dignified and without a hint of cruelty or malice. Junpei had no rebuttal.
You see, there's no other choice. Then I see we've come to our conclusion. Go on. Don't worry yourselves about me. Go quickly.
Junpei stood frozen by indecision, unable to move. June bit her lips so hard that Junpei feared she would break the skin. Santa stood against a wall, calm and aloof. Seven tore his beanie from his head and turned it over anxiously in his hands. Only Clover stared at Ace with an expression Junpei was unable to decipher. Lotus' attitude, however, was different from the others. Good. Let's accept his kind offer then. She smiled, her eyes bright. Ace answered with a smile of his own.
Good. I think this is the best for me. Perhaps I'll be able to take a nap. Perhaps it's my age, but I get tired so easily these days.
As he spoke, Ace lowered himself down to the floor next to one of the beds. This is Ace Attorney 9, yes? From somewhere deep in the ship, Junpei suddenly heard the screeching of metal on metal. It was almost as if the ship were screaming. Would it really hold until their time limit was up? Already, D-deck was flooded. In the sudden silence, the only sound was the sad metal wail of the ship. Unsurprisingly, it was Lotus who spoke first. Well, what are you waiting for? We're wasting time. Why don't we hurry it up? As if a spell had been broken, the others all began to talk at once.
You're right. We should get going. That's all we can do right now.
7. Seriously, honestly, I was getting kind of sick of listening to you guys talk. You too, Santa? I have to find my brother. Wait, all of you! Let's just calm down and think about this. There has to be a way to get everyone out. There has to be! Right, Jumpy? Say something! Yeah, let's think. There's gotta be another way. His words sounded hollow and fake. Fine! Forget about it! I'll figure it out on my own! She spun around and ran towards Ace. He had slumped down next to the bed when June grabbed his arm and pulled. Come on, Ace, please stand up. You can't give up yet. We just have to sit down together and think about this. We'll figure out a way that we can all get out of here. Then it happened. Ace fell forward. He slumped over onto the wooden floor, his body folded in half like a boxer out cold. Ace? June cried out and dropped to her knees beside him. She put her arm round his neck and did her best to lift him up. What happened, Ace? Say something! She shook him, frantically. His eyes fluttered open.
All right.
His voice was weak and slightly slurred. How are you? Fine.
This...
He held out his left arm and slowly opened his hand. In it was a syringe and a small vial. The vial was empty. It had only recently been emptied. A few drops clung to the sides. There was a label taped to the side of the container. It read, Soparil Beta. Soparil Beta? Junpei had no idea what it meant or what kind of medicine it might be. Did you use this?
Yes. It's just anesthetic. I'll be fine.
Anesthetic?
Found it earlier, while we were searching the hospital rooms. I thought it might be useful later. To think I'd be using it on myself.
Why did you do this?
Didn't I tell you? I'd like to take a nap. I really am very tired.
Junpei knew that wasn't why he'd done it. Ace had injected himself with anesthetic to forestall Junpei and Jun's attempts to bring him along. If he couldn't move, there was nothing they could do. He'd injected himself so that they would be forced to leave him behind. Ace.
Is there something you want to say? I'd just like to sleep a little. Could you keep it down?
No, don't, Ace, don't fall asleep!
You feel warm. So comfortable. I think I'll have a nice dream.
Ace's eyelids drooped further and further, almost as though he were dying. Ace! Ace! She shook his shoulder again and again, but this time he didn't respond. Only the gentle rising and falling of his chest told them he was alive. Junpei was relieved to see he was, in fact, still breathing. He lifted Ace up off the floor and laid him on the bed he'd been leaning against. When Junpei turned around, Lotus gave him a look of pity. Well, we really don't have a choice now. We can't let his sacrifice go to waste. Right? She wasn't feeling any remorse, Junpei was sure of that. Still, he held no grounds upon which to oppose her. Felt wrong, but he had to agree. Then suddenly Santa spoke. Yeah, but we're not done choosing yet, are we? Huh? What do you mean? Well, we haven't decided who's going to what door. Ah, yes, that's true. Well, enough of this screwing around. Let's decide. You first, Lotus. Which door do you want? I want door number 8. It's the same number as my bracelet number. Got it. You're 8. You're next 7. Which one do you want?
I'll take 7. Can't get along with that old lady.
What? What did you just say? Her face distorted by rage, Lotus took a step towards 7. He threw up his hands and made a face like a child caught with his hand on the cookie jar. Ugh! You're gonna get it next time. She shot him a glare that would have melted steel, then turned and stalked off. Alright, who's next? Santa's gaze moved across the 3 people left. Finally, they stopped on Junpei. Junpei! Which door do you want? At last. Junpei's mind was already made up. Okay. This is a bigger one than it looks, okay? So I'm gonna give 2 minutes for this one so I can fully explain. Okay, let's go. Here's the thing. Going through door 3 will fuck people over, right? Because what's left are Junpei and Clover, and Santa and June, right? And those pairs together, in the order I named them, make 9s, so they can pair off with 7 and Lotus. But if we try and go through door 3, that's not gonna work. We will leave people behind. Specifically, we will leave behind people who have a digital root of 3. So we'll either leave behind Santa, or we'll leave behind Lotus and Clover. The choice is yours. Oh my god, you're all violent today, what the hell? Now that I've fully explained everything, we can go through door 8 with Lotus and Clover. We can go through door 7 with 7 and Clover. Or we can go through door 3 with... Well, I listed off who might be left behind. Basically. You're better off telling us the opposite if you wanted to do well. Have at it. I want to get every ending of this game. Do what you want. Chat, not even again, please. I beg you. I actually beg you. Not again. Okay, there we go. We should make a save here. No, you actually need to play through the game each time, but every time you replay it, you're able to skip all the dialogue you saw in previous playthroughs. Gang! Not even, please! Please, Lurker, I know you can hear me. I beg you right now, vote in the poll. Okay, door 8 it is. Okay, we're not gonna be terrible then. We're not gonna be just the worst. Good to see. No one wants to go with 7, I see. Funny as hell, honestly. I don't actually bet your tires are just like flip a coin and the whole thing was a waste of time. Okay, door 8. I think I'm gonna go with door 8. Okay, 8 it is. Yeah. Alright then. That means June's gotta go through 7. What? Why? What? Santa grimaced and muttered angrily to himself, but finally began to explain. A vote for 7 is a vote utterly wasted? Damn. So the real thing y'all were voting for is, do we go with Lotus or do we leave Lotus to hopefully die? Okay, I see. I don't even have left Lotus, I left Santa. The 6 of us are gonna keep going without leaving anyone behind. There's only 3 ways we can do it. Plan A. Go through 7 with 358 and go through 8 with 467. Plan B. Go through 7 with 457, go through 8 with 368. Plan C. Go through 7 with 367 and go through 8 with 458. And that's it. Those are our only options. In other words, 3 and 4 and 7 and 8 can never go through the same doors. You get it now. Santa finished. June looked over at Junpei, tears welling up at the corners of her eyes. Oh no. You're saying we aren't going to see each other again for a long time? We didn't go through the same door together downstairs. Junpei felt just as June did. He wanted to be at her side through whatever trials they were preparing to face. But he knew if they were to survive, he had to swallow his feelings. In order for the 6 of them to move forward, he and June had to be separated. He looked at June. He was scared to lose her, but he swallowed, steeled his resolve, and did his best to smile. Hey, come on, you're making it sound like we're never going to see each other again. We gotta split up, but only for a while. This is just like when we went into the 4 and 5 doors, remember? We got split up then too, but we all met back up. I bet 7 and 8 are just like that. You mean they're connected somewhere? Yeah, probably. Probably? She didn't sound very hopeful. It was 7 that interjected.
I'm sure they're gonna connect somewhere.
I actually do like that as a result of Snake going missing, everything's like fucked with the game, right? Like because the 9th man died, Snake went missing. You can tell these doors were all designed so that we could go through all of them. Like the idea was that nobody got left behind at any stage, basically. And you can see that here. Because the 3 door you would have been able to open with these 2 pairs going into 7 and 8. And then if Ace, Snake, and the 9th man had gone together, that would have been 1, 2, 9. If everyone cooperates, it all just works, but because people aren't cooperating, it's all a bit broken.
Sure they're gonna connect somewhere.
Why? What makes you think so?
If they don't connect, neither team can get through door 9.
Why'd you laugh when I brought that up? I didn't laugh. I didn't laugh at you, I was just like, yeah, no, you're right. That was my point.
In other words, the game would end right here. Zero's been on top of his shit so far. I ought to think he'd blow it now. I'm damn sure that son of a bitch wants to have his fun as long as possible. He's not gonna end this game until we get through the 9 door.
Jin said nothing. The tears were gone, but her eyes were still sad as he looked at Junpei. He met them, and with what reassurance he could manage, laid his hand gently on her shoulder. Do you like that Nine's death did jack and shit? Well, no, because in this instance it was important. It's the only way to get people through, to get everyone through these doors. Right? It's to create 3 with 2 other people and then just slap the 9 on it. Or do the same with 7 or do the same with 8. Otherwise the digital routes won't add up. But if you do it that way, it will all work out. Everything's gonna be fine. We're gonna see each other again. I promise. Jin bit her lip and gave him an almost imperceptible nod. Yes. Promise? Her voice was barely above a whisper. Santa's voice shattered the moment. You guys are done, right? He stretched and continued. Anyway, that's pretty much it. Clover and I will both go into separate groups. I figured I'll take 7, Clover can take 8. Any problems with that, Clover? Clover looked away and was silent for a moment. Whatever. It was more of a dismissal and agreement, but Santa didn't seem to care. Alright, we're ready to go then. Let's move. At Santa's command, the group split and headed for their respective doors. Santa, 7, and June walked toward door 7, while Clover, Lotus, and Junpei headed for door 8. Woman group, woman group. For a long moment, they stood in front of the door. Then, Lotus laid her hand against her chest and turned to Junpei and Clover. Are you ready? Yeah. Yes. Then shall we go? The door had opened. A narrow hallway stretched out before them. Lotus and Clover leapt through the door. The moment they did, their bracelets beeped. The detonators in the bracelets had been activated. Junpei stepped forward to follow them. But as he was about to step over the threshold, he stopped. He looked to his left, toward door 7. Jun stood there, a mirror image of Junpei. She turned and looked toward him. Their eyes met. They nodded. Their farewell took almost 1.5 seconds. Then someone took hold of Junpei's arms and hauled him bodily through the door. He heard the sound of the numbered door slam shut behind him. His bracelet gave a cold, electronic beep. 81 seconds left. Hurry! Lotus snapped at him and ran to the dead. Junpei and Clover followed her as fast as they could. It stopped. With a shaking hand, she wiped a few beads of sweat from her forehead. Clover, however, was calm. Aloof, perhaps. Pointless. She muttered to herself without emotion, and began to walk down the hallway, leaving behind a confused Junpei and Lotus. Lotus watched the girls receding back with a mix of frustration and curiosity. What an unpleasant girl. I bet she's not very popular with the boys. Her sarcasm seemed a little more biting than was perhaps necessary, but she sighed and started after the younger girl. After taking a moment to catch his breath, Junpei followed. The hallway made a number of turns before at last coming to a dead end. Set into the wall on the left side was a large iron door. For a few minutes they stood in front of the door, examining it. Above the door was a plate with the word laboratory engraved on it. A laboratory, huh? That doesn't sound very pleasant. I don't like the look of this place. Me either, but there aren't any other doors. It's not like we have a lot of choices. Junpei. Please, you first. Junpei suspected her politeness was motivated by something other than respect. Ugh. Junpei muttered to himself and pushed open the iron door. Yeah, second set of doors. We went through the 5 door and now we've gone through the 8 door. His first steps inside were tentative and careful, but as he examined the room, it became clear that there was no imminent danger. Lotus followed him in, and Clover brought up the rear. The room they found themselves in was divided into two separate areas by a curved wall. A thick glass window built into that wall made it possible to see into the other side of the division. Junpei walked to the window and looked through. What the hell? He wasn't sure what else to say. The center of a room shaped like a quarter circle, a mannequin lay on what looked like a medical exam table. It looked so creepy. Junpei jumped a little. He hadn't noticed Lotus come out next to him. You don't think that thing is gonna suddenly sit up or something, do you? Well, I don't know. I mean, look at all those cables sticking out of it. If we press the wrong button, I don't know. Stop it. Just thinking about it is terrifying. She was gripping her arms, the knuckles on her hands white. It was then that Junpei noticed Clover. She was still standing near the entrance of the room. Her face had the appearance of calm, but it was drawn and somehow sad. There was something almost pitiful about her. Junpei walked over to her and, as kindly as he could, spoke. Are you okay? Clover looked away. What are you talking about? I'm just worried about you. You've been real quiet. I can't be quiet if I want to? Well, I mean, of course you can, Okay then, if I can be quiet if I want, just leave me alone, okay? Come on, you know I can't do that. We gotta work together. Clover bit her lip and was silent for a moment, then suddenly, Junpei, you just don't get it! Her cry took Junpei by surprise, and he stumbled backward a few steps, alarmed. My brother's not the kind of person who just leave me behind! Something happened to him. Something bad. Junpei had nothing to say. Lotus, jolted from her mannequin nightmares by Clover's voice, turned toward them. What happened? Clover's eyes slid to Lotus, then back to Junpei. Look, just don't bother me, okay? Leave me alone. Finished, she turned around. Before Junpei or Lotus could say anything, Clover had begun to walk quickly away. Hey! Wait, Clover! Hold on! He might as well have been talking to a wall, for all the notice she took of his cries. Not even slowing down, she made for a doorway cut in the wall in front of her. Without even slowing down, she passed through the doorway. And without warning, an iron gate fell from the ceiling like a portcullis, sealing Clover in. What the heck? What's going on here? Clover grabbed hold of the iron bars and shook them as hard as she could. Hang on, I'll get it open. Junpei grabbed the bars and pulled. In a moment, Lotus joined him. The three of them pulled as hard as they could, but... Damn it, it's not moving. Wait, are you just gonna give up, just like that? No, I'm not giving up. This has gotta be another one of Zero's puzzles. If it is, then there's gotta be a way to open it. Junpei nodded. Just what I was thinking. Now all we gotta do is find it. Lotus and I can look around out here. Clover, you're gonna have to see if you can find anything in there. Oh, yes, I'm on it! Seek a way out. Kerchow. Junpei! Do something, please! Helpful. Silver handrail. Helpful. A window made of really thick glass. I don't even think a bullet could break it. Clover, there's a door in the back, isn't there? Wait right there. I'll take a look. Oh no, it's locked. I can't get it to move. Think of the hydrate guy. Might need to take another bathroom break soon, jeez. Not me hydrate so much. Holy hell, my throat deserves it. Okay. Is this, like, an examination table? There's a creepy mannequin in here, guys. There's something sticking out of the mannequin's head, like wires or something. What the hell were they doing in there? Why is she all quiet now? We're doing experiments on humans, probably. Now she looks sad. There's a mannequin lying on the exam table. Can't really see it very well from here, but it looks like there are a bunch of electrodes sticking out of its head. Got a bunch of electrodes sticking out of its head. That mannequin looks so sad. I gotta admit, I'm starting to feel kind of sorry for it. Am I getting attached to this thing? Maybe I should give it a name. How about the Science Boy? Science Boy is lying on the table. His poor head is full of electrodes. I think this thing is a monitor for whatever experiment they were running here. There's a bunch of stuff on here like resistance value and voltage. The power's off, so there's nothing on it right now. I don't know what kind of table this is, but part of it's all black. There's a pen lying over here. I think someone probably used it to make the table black. Well, if they only used the pen on one part of it, there's probably something underneath all that pen. Clover, do you think you can erase it? Yeah, sure. Oh, this is permanent marker. Junpei, do you know how to erase ink from a permanent marker? Erase ink from a permanent marker, huh? Give me just a minute, Clover. I'll be right back. I wonder what they washed here. There are these weird colored stains all over the sink. I wonder what this is. This thing here looks like a voltmeter. And this is the control for that? Gosh, there's so many dials. Why don't you try turning one of them? No, nothing. There's no power here, guys. I turned the dial a whole bunch, but even if I turn all the switches on, nothing happens. Call it over it with dry erase and then erase. Oh, so true, so true. These are the stairs I just came down from. The bars and the gate are just above me. Okay, have fun in there, Clover. This looks like the control for an electronic door lock. There's a red light on the display. That means it's locked. If we get that light to turn green, then maybe we can get Clover back. And this looks like the control for some kind of electric lock. The red light is on. Then it's gotta be locked. There's a green light just below it. Although that one isn't lit. I'll bet it'll turn on if we can unlock it, right? Yes, but how are we going to unlock it? There's no keyhole, no card reader, and no keyboard for putting in a password. I have no idea. Welcome in, Ravane, by the way. I saw you. I see you. The hands on the clock have stopped moving. The clock may stop, but time goes on. Time to screw around. We need to figure out a way to get out of here. There's a lot of stuff here. I don't know how we could use any of these. Well, I can say for sure that I do know how to use at least one of these things. Which one? The one on top. I think it's a power cable. Power cable, huh? I'll take that. Okay. Wait, you only saw movement? No, I see you. This is definitely a power cable. Do you remember if we ran into anything that didn't have power? I do. There are two levers here. Do you think they activate something? Well, why don't you move one? Alright, I'll give it a try. Nope. Doesn't look like anything's happened. I think this thing's supposed to power that machine in the other room. Well, it doesn't appear to be doing that. I wonder how we're supposed to turn it on. This is a keyhole. This looks like a keyhole for the activation key. This is a really old type of keyboard. Huh? Yoink. Ethanol. Ethanol. I wonder if this is for antisepsis. Oh, it says anhydrous ethanol. Anhydrous? Is that different from the regular ethanol? Oh, come on, that's common knowledge. Anhydrous ethanol is a powerful cleaner. It can even erase marks left by a permanent marker. Seven would have drank this if he were here. That's exactly why we could not possibly let him in this room. Clover, use this ethanol. You should be able to wipe off that permanent ink with it. What am I gonna wipe with? Well, your clothes, of course. Kidding, just kidding. Please don't look at me like that. You're scaring me. Anyway, could you wipe off that permanent ink? Look, Clover, right now at this moment, you're the only person we can depend on. I'm trusting you with this. You trust me? I feel kind of special. Where do I put this plug? This is the monitor. A lot of cables onto this table. Anything unusual? Is there anything unusual on the machine? I don't know, you know? There are a bunch of cords hanging at the bottom of it. Yes, a lot of cords. Looks like they all go over here into the mannequin's head. So the device and the mannequin are connected. What the hell were they doing in there? Oh man, back when this laboratory was active, that wasn't a mannequin in there, I bet. It was a real live human on that table. I wonder what... No, I don't want to think about that. It's a rack. There are a bunch of cables on it. Somebody cut the outer stuff of the cables. I can see the wires inside. Clover, can you use the cloth on the table? Use? Huh? Soak it in ethanol, and then use it to wash off the stuff from the permanent marker. Okay? Right, okay, so I gotta soak the cloth with ethanol. Well, she's got the cloth, but she seems to be having a little trouble with the bottle of ethanol. When she's ready, I should ask her to get to work on that stuff on the table. Soak the cloth in ethanol, and... Junpei! It's working! It's wiping the permanent ink off! Huh? There's some kind of weird drawing under all the permanent ink. What's the deal with that drawing Clover found? Maybe I should ask her to take another look at the table. I wonder what this is. There are a bunch of numbers in some kind of grid. I can't see from here. Clover, you got a pen and a notebook, right? Could you write those numbers down and then hand them to me through the bars? Okay. Roger. Here, Junpei. I wrote down all the numbers from the desk on here. Paper with numbers on it acquired. New material has been added to the file screen. Cool. Thanks, Clover. That means anything to me, thank you. Guess that's all there is. Whole bunch of steel lockers. A 9 on the right, all have little red lights on them. Red lights, huh? Well, can't hurt to give these babies a try. Yep, just as I thought. Log type, all 9 of them. Wonder if there's anything important in there. A bunch of lockers, 9 of them are locked. And that's all there is. These lockers are a little larger than the ones on top. Let's see if there's anything useful in here. Nope, nothing. It's a cardboard box. There are some papers and stuff in it. What's in the box? Looks like it's quite full. As far as I can tell, it's a bunch of notes about some kind of experiments, but it's all really technical and stuff. I don't really get it. This monitor doesn't have a power cable. So one end of this cable needs to be connected to a monitor. And the other end needs to plug in under the desk. Alright, let's just slip you in. Uh-huh? Well shit, I can't use this. What's wrong? This cable has 3 prongs, but the socket only has 2 holes. It's not gonna fit, is what I'm saying. In other words, we're gonna need a plug to change the power cable to one with 2 prongs. That's right. Okay. Clover. You got one of them? Please, there's so many power cables. Some kind of device that can regulate voltage. There's no power going to it, though. Hello, Shoji Akimichi. My parents' house is like that in a bunch of places. God. Hey, Clover, how are the power cables over there? Huh? What do you mean? Does the plug have 3 prongs or 2? I don't know what you're talking about. Let me go look. Guess she does have to kind of crouch to get a look under there. The cable on the monitor has, it's got 2 of those little metal things. What does that mean? That's it. Okay, can you unplug that cable and bring it over here? Okay, but... Well, I can unplug it, but it's connected to the main computer. I can't take it over to you. Ah, damn it, that's no good then. Well, how about just the plug? What? The plug? Well, maybe more like a, connector? It's the sort of thing that makes the plug with the 3 metal thingies into a plug with 2 metal thingies. Still useless? Not useless. Not useless at all. That's exactly what we're looking for. Okay. Can you hold on for a little bit? And back down she goes. Alright. Unplugged. I'll hand it to you over at the bars, okay? Here you go. The 2-prong plug. Thanks. Okay, put the two-prong plug onto the head of this power cable. Alright, I've got the two-prong power cable in my hand. I'm pretty sure this will work. Onto the desk I go. And let's just plug this thing into the monitor. Alright, that'll do it. Alright, let's turn the power on. I don't think anything's gonna happen. Why not? Well, it's not connected to the main computer. You never know until you try. Pretty optimistic. Junpei pushed the button on the front of the monitor. With a soft hum, it turned on. Streams of letters that made no sense to Junpei began to scroll across the screen. He had hoped it would turn on, but he hadn't expected this. Huh? It's actually working? So it would seem. Isn't that kind of weird? What? Well, it's not connected to the main computer, right? It's just this keyboard and monitor. The only cable connected to this thing is the power cable we just plugged in. So why is it working? Maybe it's a wireless display. Clearly, this was a reasonable explanation to Lotus. Wireless display? Yes, it connects to your computer wirelessly. Hence the name. Have you been living in a cave, Junpei? Most certainly had not, but... Is that normal? Yes, at least where I worked. As they spoke, the lines of letters suddenly stopped and disappeared. The only thing left on the screen was the word pass, followed by a colon. It looks like we need to enter a password. Again? There must be a hint around here somewhere. Could you go take a look? Yeah, I'm on it. What are you gonna do? I'll see if I can do something about this on my own. On your own? Yep, on my own. Lotus pulled over the nearest chair and dropped herself down onto it in front of the keyboard. For a second, she stared at the screen. She kneaded her hands, knuckles popping, and twisted her back left and right. Glover doesn't know what a plug is. As a reminder, this game's set in 2027, so like there's even less excuse to not know what a plug is. Yeah, that fits. What's wrong with Junpei's fit? He's got the flannel shirt, and then the hoodie, and then the blue sweater jacket thingy. He's never gonna get cold. Alright, let's kick some ass. Lotus smiled to herself and rubbed her hands together in anticipation. And before Junpei had time to blink, she was typing at an incredible speed, the click-clack of the keys running together like machine gun fire. What? Junpei was, for once, at a loss for words. Didn't expect that, did you? Of course I didn't! What kind of job do you have? What are you? I'm unemployed at the moment. I used to work for a cybersecurity firm, but I quit. Why? Lotus blinked. Huh? Oh, it was just... something. She stopped typing for a moment, and her face fell. This was not an avenue of questioning to be pursued, Junpei realized, and quickly shut his mouth. Lotus's fingers began to move again, and in a few seconds, she was back up to speed. As she typed, more letters and symbols that meant nothing to Junpei began to pour across the screen. What are you doing now? I'm going to try and brute force it. What? A brute force attack is... well, the short version is that I just attack the thing head on. The long version, without looking up or slowing down, she began to explain. Brute force attack is one of the simplest ways to break a cipher, she told him. It checks every possible combination until it finds the right one. For a complex cipher, it can take a very long time. The thought of doing something like that made Junpei feel tired, but Lotus explained that she was writing a program that would run just such an attack on its own. It's not the most elegant solution, certainly, but given the circumstances, there isn't much else I can do. Even as she talked, her fingers never slowed or missed a key. Junpei couldn't help but feel a little odd. Oh, but back to what we were talking about earlier. What were we talking about? The wireless display. It's kind of strange if you think about it, isn't it? How do I put it? Well, let's say you write a program that calculates an addition problem for you, alright? So you enter 1 plus 1, the screen will show you 2. See, isn't that strange? No. Not really. Oh, come on now. Of course a caveman like you would think it was strange. You said so just a minute ago. You're just not getting it, are you? Who calculated 1 plus 1? The main computer, right? You said it's connected to the monitor wirelessly? Yeah, but someone who grew up in a cave wouldn't know that, right? They'd probably think that this thing here, the monitor, is doing the calculating. And once they've decided that, they'll start examining this monitor. They might poke the screen or something. Ah, I see. The color changes when I press it here. Then they might investigate the hardware on the inside. Ah, I see. So this wire supplies power. Eventually, they might even cut the wires. Ah, yes, just as expected. When this wire is cut, no results appear. Therefore, it must be this device which does the calculations. But the truth is that, just like you said, the computer is doing the calculating. But these cave people wouldn't know that. Because they have no idea that the computer and monitor are connected, wirelessly. Lotus continued to type. Junpei scratched his head. So, what are you trying to say? Nothing, really. It's just, I thought maybe... What if the relationship between human beings and our brains is like that? Huh? Well, let's say you stick a bunch of electrodes into parts of the brain. A scientist examining the signals they send out might say, "Interesting, so stimulating this part of the brain causes this person to see colors. That must mean this neuron cluster controls that function. Okay, let's see what happens when I cut out this part. Ah, just what I thought. Cutting off this part causes that function to cease. Therefore, human thought process must occur in the human brain." You get it? It's just like this monitor. Maybe the brain is just an output device, like this monitor. Maybe our thought processes actually occur somewhere else, in a main body. We just don't know it. We never even think about it. Just like those cave people wouldn't know about wireless communications. We can't imagine that there's some unknown medium that transfers information into our brains, where we experience that information as thoughts. Junpei didn't say anything. Not so much because he had no retort. No, her argument just seemed silly, and he was a little surprised to be hearing something like it from someone like her. The brain is just an output device. Human thought actually occurs somewhere else. Did Lotus really think that, he wondered? It was a little creepy, Junpei thought. It sounded altogether too much like a bizarre cultish religion. Maybe that's the cause of Seven's amnesia. Oblivious to Junpei's increasing discomfort, Lotus continued. If memory is actually stored somewhere else, in some sort of main body somewhere, maybe he hasn't forgotten anything at all. He's just having a difficult time accessing his memories because the monitor, his brain, has been damaged. I suppose that would explain aphasias and blindsight too. Perhaps they actually can speak or see. The monitor just isn't functioning properly. I guess people with prosopagnosia could be suffering from the same thing. Wait a minute. What? He knew what aphasia was from watching medical dramas on TV, and blindsight was easy enough to guess, but he'd never heard the word prosopagnosia before. But you've never heard of prosopagnosia? Lotus spun around in her chair to look at him. Junpei just shrugged and shook his head. Nope. What is it? Well, put simply, it means a condition where the mind can't distinguish between human faces. In other words, my face would look the same as Clover's, or even yours. So they can't remember faces, which is how most people recognize each other. That means that people with prosopagnosia have trouble recognizing even people they're close to. Usually they can make do by associating people with other things. Their voices, their clothes, their hair. Does that mean other people's faces look like blanks? No, I don't think so. You've seen monkeys, like in a zoo, right? To you and me, all the monkey faces look the same. Even though they've obviously got faces, it's almost impossible for a human to distinguish between them. The zoo staff that works with them would learn to identify different monkeys eventually, but you or I couldn't unless one had a scar or something else to set it apart. That's how people would be to someone with prosopagnosia. Prosopagnosia, huh? Didn't even know that kind of thing existed. Junpei did his best to act as though the entire lecture hadn't gone entirely over his head. And, what were we talking about? The idea that your brain is just an output device like a monitor. Are you serious about that stuff? Not really. I was just kidding for about half of it. What about the other half? Well, I guess I was just adulting. Not funny. Lotus's smile had something rather masochistic to it. It's nothing more than a story I made up out of boredom. Don't take it seriously. It was the first thing that came to mind, and I just talked about it to kill time. But it looks like I don't need to talk anymore. Why? I don't have to kill time any longer. As she spoke, Lotus raised her right arm high and brought it down on the enter key. The program took only seconds to analyze the system. Chunks of text flickered on and off in quick succession, and then a line of numbers appeared, blinked, and disappeared. The screen cleared, and all that was left was the word accepted. Piece of cake. Lotus would clearly have patted herself on the back if it would not have made her look entirely ridiculous. After a few seconds, the accepted disappeared to be replaced with 9 squares arranged in a 3x3 square. What the hell is that? No idea. Looks like a puzzle. Suddenly Lotus stood up. Huh? Aren't you gonna, I don't know, do more computer stuff? I can't do any more? It won't let me do any more programming. See, the keyboard... Nothing. So there's nothing more I can do. Well, I guess I'll leave this to you then, Junpei. What? Let me take a break, alright? I did my part. I wasn't sure what to say to that. She certainly had done her part. In fact, without Lotus, they probably would have run completely aground. I shouldn't rely on other people so much, Junpei thought to himself. From here on out, he told himself he would rely on no one else. Junpei crossed his arms and stared at the puzzle shown on the screen. I'm trying to turn them all green, I guess. Well, in that case, is it not just the corners in the center? Okay. Anytime a puzzle like that shows up in a video game, it's always the corners in the center or something along. It's not, just don't worry about it. It's either hit all of them or it's the corners. Seriously, every bloody time. Just don't even think about it. Just let it happen. All right, I solved it. Did you hear a noise just now? Yeah, I did. It sounded like something unlocking. Where did it come from? Look, Junpei. The lights on the lockers are green. Then we must have unlocked it with the computer puzzle. There's more than one key in here. This one is small and looks like it goes to some sort of machine. And this one has the Earth symbol on it. I think the Earth symbol matches a keyhole in a door in the A deck. If that's the case, we probably don't need the Earth key right now. Alright then, Earth key. I'll just tuck you away deep in my pocket. Good night, Robin. Now, as for the other key... Okay, well, we know where that goes, but let's ask Lotus anyway. What key is this? From the shape of it, I'd say it's not for a door. Probably some sort of device. Oh! What is it? I wonder, do you think maybe this is the activation key for that thing? The activation key? Yes, it has to be. I feel good about this. Ah, the activation key for that thing. It was just at that moment that he heard a voice behind him. It was Clover. Hey, Junpei, do you have a minute? He put the puzzle aside for the moment and walked over to Clover. No, I really don't. We have 5 hours before we all fucking drown. What's up? I wanted to ask you something. Junpei, you went into door 5 with my brother, right? Did you hear him say, like, anything weird? Why is she asking me this? Junpei wondered. The more he thought about it, however, the more it made sense. Snake had been gone for a long time. Clover was quite attached to her brother. Of course she would have been worried about him. He thought back to when he'd gone through door 5, hoping he might remember something, even a small something, that would help her. However... Sorry, Clover. I can't really think of anything. I mean, he did mention that his hearing exceeds that of a regular person or something like that, but that's about it. Okay. Clover's words were barely audible. She nodded vaguely to Junpei and turned to walk away. Hey, wait a minute. Look, I don't know if I should ask you things, but if you don't mind, I was hoping you could tell me if, Snake, I mean, was he born... You're talking about his eyes? Yeah. No. He wasn't born blind. When he was a kid, he got in an accident. A really bad car accident. He couldn't see after that. And his arm... His arm? Yeah. My brother's left arm is, it's not like a normal person's arm. It's fake. It's not a real arm. The accident hurt him really bad. To save him, they had to cut off his arm. Is that all you wanted to ask me? Talking about her brother had clearly taken a great deal out of Clover. Junpei nodded. Look, I'm sorry for making you talk about all that painful stuff. Clover only shook her head and walked off down the stairs. I don't know what happened to Junpei. His voice has broken throughout the course of this stream, as I lost the original one he had, and he's just gotten deeper and deeper and deeper. Anyway. Slap that in. This key. The shape sure makes it seem like it goes into this machine. Alright. I'm turning it on. Okay, the monitor is on now. And it's full of letters. What kind of letters? It's showing some kind of warning. Power restored to experimental device. Emergency system will activate in the event of abnormal subject behavior. Okay. Says power restored to experimental device. Science boy. Science boy is lying on the table. His poor head is full of electrodes. Junpei! This thing in here is on now. Yeah, that's because we activated the power over on this side. Could you, like, play with it a little? Okay, yeah. I'll turn this dial here. Turn, turn, turn. I don't think it's working. Nothing happened. Maybe she missed something. I should ask her to look around the room again. 4? Maybe if you increase the voltage? Roger. Will do. Okay, I'm gonna go all the way to max voltage. Max voltage? Hey! Wait, Clover! Aw, shit. Science boy. What? I think, Oh, humanity! Oh my god! The mannequin's head! Oh man, that sounds like a fire alarm. God, what the hell? Fire detected, fire detected. Emergency system will be activated. Evacuate the room immediately. Science boy's head is on fire. Science boy! No! Oh, the... oh, the humanity! Junpei, no, I've been ragging on you the whole time. You can't be me. What the hell is Science boy? Are you talking about the mannequin? Yes. Forget about the mannequin! You need to help Clover now! Control device for electronic door lock. The green light is on. Junpei! Look at the light. Yes, it's green. The emergency system is activated and disabled the lock. Now we can save Clover. Junpei! Oh, come on, kid, jump. She's safe. Oh man, that smoke is some serious business. Time to close this door again, I think. Clover, are you okay? Are you hurt? Damn, she's coughing so hard she can't even talk. Of course I'm not alright! What the hell took you so long, you big jerk? I was almost dead! Sorry, I was going as fast as I could. You two can do this Why'd she write 2 like that? You two can do this later. Right now we need to get the hell out of here. That fire's not gonna stay in that room forever. Chat, do you know what just happened? You found it! Woohoo! Puzzle. That was a solid puzzle, yeah. I can't lie. I'm actually gonna take another sneaky little bathroom break, if that's alright with everyone. I will leave you with this map of the ship, I guess. I don't know. Have fun. Enjoy. I don't know. Have fun. I'll be back. I'll be back. Take a break yourself, maybe. I don't know. Okay, I'm back. I've not put PNG loader on the screen yet, so I guess I'm not back. But I'm back. You know, I actually just want to say, looking at it, damn, I really like the chat box. I like the chat boxes. I don't know, like they turned out super well, I think. Um. Anyway, the PNG Lottie. Stop looking at those PNG Lottie. Some requests for the they're so nice, right? I worried a lot about this stream having a weird, like, let's be real. This is a weird layout, right? Like only a third of the screen real estate is dedicated to the game. But I didn't really know how else to do a DS game, and I think it's kind of worked out okay. I mean, as the viewers, I'm sure you'll have your own opinions, but like, I'm pretty happy with how this has turned out. What if that was all I did? What if instead of voice acting games, I just went. Okay, anyway, that's nonsense. Let's get back to the game. A bit confused about the rooms it's decided to tell me about, though. Oh, there's the first class. Oh, so the casino was all the way down here. I get the layout now, chat. Okay, anyway. Let me just make 1,000,000% sure that I've got, Yep, everything's where it should be. Okay. Junpei, Clover, and Lotus leapt out of the laboratory, slamming the door shut behind them. All three collapsed against the wall, breathing heavily. Junpei's heart was pounding in his chest, and his whole body felt weak. He inhaled gulps of clear air, and with each one he could feel his body begin to calm down. All right, let's go. They nodded to each other and started off down the hallway. Before long, they found a few new doors, but all of them were locked. Soon they had tried all of the doors but one. The final door sat in a corner of the hallway. Junpei grabbed the door handle and was about to pull it open when a voice cried out behind him. It was neither Clover nor Lotus, but he recognized it. There was no doubt the voice belonged to... Jumpy! He spun around. There, at the other end of the hall, Junpei saw human figures running toward him. 3 of them. Jun, Santa, and Seven. They stopped short in front of Junpei and his companions, gasping for air. Hey! What are you guys doing here? What? But we didn't... Before I do want a fourth wall break here and be like, it's a shame I only have one male American accent, and I've decided to use it for both Santa and Junpei. I am aware of this, and I've tried to fix the problem, and it has only worsened itself as the stream has gone on. Anyway, yeah, back to adventure. Before he could finish, Clover spoke. Guys, could you come over here? She was standing near the end of a small hallway that branched off to the right. The rest of them ran over to her, curious as to what she'd found. There was something on the wall at the end of the hallway. A map of the ship's interior? Said C deck in the upper left corner. Most likely they assumed it was a map for the floor they were on. Door 7 and door 8. The map confirmed what they already knew. Both doors eventually led to the hallway where they had found themselves. You can also see that door 3 would have done the same, right? If you can follow the map well enough to figure out which one door 3 is, just trust me on that one. In fact...
Yeah, isn't that what I said? Till we find that 9 door, 0 ain't gonna split us up. We might get separated for a little while, but we'll see each other again. Otherwise, we can't open door 9. That's how the nonary game works.
7, I need you to stop talking. Junpei looked at the map of the ship's interior again. As he looked more closely, his surprise and excitement gave way to weariness. One by one, the others saw what he'd seen. As one, they all moved back towards the door Junpei had only a moment ago been ready to open. He pulled the map of the ship's interior off of the wall, put it in his pocket, and followed the others. 6 of them stood in front of the door, arrayed in a semicircle. Santa stepped forward. He took hold of the door and spoke, without looking back at the other 5. Ready? I'm gonna open it. They nodded their silent assent. With a deep breath, Santa threw open the door. They poured through the doorway and into the room. Even without looking around, each one of them knew where they were. They were just where the map had said they would be. The same room they'd been in not so very long ago. The tremendous central hospital room, with empty beds from wall to wall.
I see. I believe I understand what you're saying. The 6 of you split into 2 teams and went through doors 7 and 8. You solved the puzzles in the operating room and the laboratory, and then met one another in the hallway after opening your respective locked doors.
He looked like anyone might after only just waking up, but it seemed that his brain was working as well as ever. He had managed to grasp, summarize, and understand each team's report.
At any rate, I feel a bit silly for my little show of altruism. I'm sure you'll be back for me. I did hope you would come back, but I confess I didn't think you'd be back so soon.
Ace shook his head with a rueful smile.
Well, we saw each other again and we ain't dead, so I say that's good enough.
7 smiled.
Anyway, I say we get out of this creepy old place. We found the key we need.
The key?
Ain't that what I just said? I'm talking about the Jupiter key. We found it in the operating room. Here.
7 tossed something small and metallic towards Junpei. He caught it and found that the object was a key. On it, someone had engraved a symbol very similar to a 4. He looked over at Jun, who nodded back. Had to be the Jupiter symbol.
I'm gonna let you hold on to that, alright?
Yeah, I got it. Well, I've got something for you too, then. Here. It's the Saturn keycard. We found it in the kitchen. I might lose it. It's probably better if you hold on to it. Let's keep all of our ways out on one person. That's the safe thing to do. That way it won't be my fault if it gets lost. And with that, she pressed into Junpei's hand. He felt slightly less than honoured. As a group, they now had 3 keys that had not been used, All your eggs in one jumpy? Yeah. The Earth key, which had been found in the laboratory. The Jupiter key, which Seven had just handed to Junpei. The Saturn keycard, which Lotus had just handed to Junpei. Junpei tucked the new keys into his pocket. Jun spoke up. The Jupiter key is supposed to be for the door at the end of that long, straight hallway, right?
Yeah. The map's right, then it connects to the central staircase. And next to the stairs...
Wait. They were the first words anyone had heard out of Clover in quite some time. Her face suggested they weren't going to be very happy words. What about door 3?
Look, you saw the map, right? It's the same as 7 and 8. It just lead us back to the big hospital room. There's no point to seeing what's on the other side of that door.
There is a point! At least there is for me. There were tears in her eyes, but she glared at Seven as hard as she could, just the same. She looked very much like a frightened puppy. There wasn't a man alive who could have resisted those eyes. Seven looked everywhere in the room except at Clover, and muttered and coughed apologies under his breath.
Yeah, you're right, I'm sorry. Snake might be on the other side of door 3.
Clover nodded once. The next person to speak was Ace.
Very well. I'll be coming with you then. I've had a nice long rest. I think it's time I was up and about again. So, Seven, you'll help me, won't you? Oh? Me?
Junpei did the calculations quickly in his head. 4 add 1 add 7 equals 12. 1 plus 2 equals 3. It looked like 7 was doing them too. At last, he gave up.
Damn. Well, I guess that's how it's gotta be. So I'm going with you, huh? Yes, you are. Alright, let's get moving.
And so it was decided that Clover, Ace, and Seven would discover what lay beyond door 3.
Okay, we're heading out.
Be careful.
Didn't think I'd be hearing that from you, Lotus.
Don't let it go to your head. I'd be in trouble if the 3 of you bought it. The rest of us can't open the 9 door.
Truth comes out.
Seven nodded, as if this answer made much more sense, and pulled the lever on the red. Look at this, the puzzles that we don't have to do. That's crazy.
Okay, let's go.
The door opened and Ace, Clover, and Seven jumped through it. 6, 7, 8. After exactly 9 seconds, the door closed noisily. Alright, we should get moving too. Huh? Get moving? Where are we going? Everyone except Lotus seemed rather confused. Well, it would be a waste of time to just sit around, wouldn't it? Let me explain. I get it. We're gonna see if we can get anywhere interesting with the Jupiter key. Yes. If we're lucky, we might find Snake. They were at the end of the hallway lined by individual hospital rooms. The Jupiter symbol was engraved on the keyhole. Alright, Junpei. Open it, if you please. Yeah, on it. Junpei pulled out the Jupiter key out from his pocket and slid it into the keyhole. He twisted. With a nice sharp click, he felt the door unlock. Alright, ready guys? Junpei's companions nodded. He nodded back, then slowly and quietly opened the door. Inside was exactly what he expected to see from the map of the ship's interior. They were in a tremendous hall, almost like a ballroom, with a massive central staircase. Great, back to the beginning! You sure this is a good idea? What do you mean? Well, we already searched every inch of this room, didn't we? I'm asking you if there's any reason we came back here. Of course there's a reason. Of course there's a reason. Man, sometimes I can't tell if you're smart or just lucky. Ah, this. Junpei pulled 2 things out of his pockets. The Saturn keycard and the Earth key. Santa cocked his head to one side, like an inquisitive bird, and looked at them. After several long moments, during which it became apparent that Santa had no idea what the cards meant, June took pity on him. Don't you remember, Santa? On C-Deck, where we are now, there was a big elevator behind the stairs, remember? And next to the elevator there was a card reader with the Saturn symbol on it. And on A-Deck, on the door to the left. There was a keyhole with the Earth symbol on it, I think. So the 2 keys that Jumpy has should let us use the elevator and on the door on A deck, huh? Yes, that's right. June smiled, pleased with herself. So did Santa. Alright, I got it. Let's get started then. What do you say we split into 2 teams? Lotus and I will search the Earth one, so you 2 can search Saturn, alright? Sounds good. Junpei handed the Earth key to Santa. They decided that their initial search should be brief, only 10 minutes. They'd meet back near the staircase once they were done. Junpei and June headed for the elevators. Sure enough, there was a card reader bolted to the wall next to the left elevator. He lined up the Saturn keycard and swiped it through the reader. A light on the upper left corner blinked to life. Great. Looks like it's working now. Alright, now how do I call the elevator? There was a single button to the right of the elevator door. On the button was the upside-down triangle, the universal symbol for down. It didn't appear to be an up button. Junpei pushed it. He didn't have much of a choice. It opened! Look, Junpei! Jun's voice was excited, but Junpei could hear a tinge of anxiety. Oh, sweet, it opened! Let's get going. He grinned at June and stepped toward the open door. As he was about to set foot in it, he felt a hand on his arm. Wait. What? I'm not really I just... Oh gosh. Junpei was at something of a loss. What could she possibly be so frightened of? He was probably afraid of... It's obviously the bottom one, but go on, let's give Junpei his moment. Jun was probably afraid of being locked up alone with a boy. After a little thought, Junpei decided that she had to be nervous about being locked up in such a small space alone with a boy. In a way, it was kinda cute. Very demure, you could say, he thought. Still, even though it wasn't exactly roomy in the elevator, they weren't going to be pressed up against one another. At least, they didn't have to be. Still, it was making her nervous. Junpei couldn't help but think how innocent she was. Come on, let's go. Again, he stepped toward the elevator. And again, he felt himself restrained. I said, wait a minute. Why? Aren't you afraid, Junpei? Afraid of what? Well, I've never... You know... She'd never been in an elevator with a man alone before? Even so, she still seemed awfully alarmed. I might... get wet. What? Down there. I'd get soaking wet. Well, I mean, of course you would. That's the way it works. I mean, I've never heard of anyone getting soaking wet somewhere else. That's true. You don't mind? Mind what? Getting wet. Well, I don't know. I think I'd probably, you know, like it. Gosh, Jumpy, you're so brave. Really? I mean, I kind of think any guy would do the same thing, you know? What happens, happens, right? If you get the chance, you just gotta go for it. That's what a man's supposed to do, I guess. You're so cool, Jumpy. I really admire you. That doesn't really seem like the sort of thing you ought to admire someone for. I'm really scared. Yeah. I mean, like you said, you've never done it before. Yeah. So I don't think I'll be able to last very long, and then it'll be over. Over? Yeah. I'll go to heaven. Heaven? Feels kind of like you're floating in space and your mind gets all fuzzy, like when you pass out. At least, that's what I've heard from people who have experienced it. Yeah, I've heard that too. Although I don't think the same thing happens to guys. What? Huh? But it would happen to men too, wouldn't it? It would happen to anyone. Once it gets into your body, the same thing happens to everyone. Well, I mean, usually it doesn't go inside the man. I mean, generally. Yes, it does. Well, eventually it will. It's not like you really have a choice. Your body will force you to swallow some of it eventually. What are you trying to do to me? Nothing. I'm not going to do anything to you. I'm just saying that that's what happens. It's a psychological reaction to what you're experiencing. Was that really how it happened? It occurred to Junpei that perhaps that was how it worked. Perhaps he'd been mistaken all these years. Had he misunderstood life so gravely? The thought terrified him. Jun seemed to be entirely oblivious to Junpei's mounting confusion and terror. I know most men probably have larger lungs, but even then I don't think you could hold your breath for 20 or even 10 minutes. Eventually you have to breathe and then the water would get into your lungs. Once that happens, your body won't be able to get oxygen anymore and you'll start to feel that floaty feeling as you pass out. Finally, Junpei understood. He understood what Jun was trying to say and why she was so scared. Yeah, you're right. You wouldn't last very long. See? She was afraid that the only elevator button pointed down. That meant, of course, that the elevator couldn't go any higher than the floor they were on. As he thought about it, Junpei realized he hadn't seen elevators on the A or B decks near the central staircase. All of which meant that the elevator could only convey them to the lower decks. And the floor below the one they were on, D deck, should be completely submerged. That meant... Hey, wait a minute. The elevator came up from somewhere under us, right? Well, yes, I guess it did. It didn't open right away after you pressed the button. There was a motor noise, like it was moving, and then it opened. Yeah, exactly. Yes. So, take a look inside. Junpei jerked his head toward the interior of the elevator. It's not wet at all, is it? The walls and even the floor are totally dry. Oh, you're right, they are. She looked around the elevator, slightly embarrassed. Well, let's test it. Test it? Yeah, what's this? Junpei put one foot in the elevator and bent around the corner of the door until he could see the floor buttons. There were only two, E and C. He pushed the E button and jumped out of the elevator. The door slid shut and they heard the grinding of the motor as the elevator car moved down. I want y'all to know that was something to voice. I enjoyed every second of that. A few moments later, they heard the sound of the elevator door grinding open several floors below. Junpei nodded to Jun and pressed the elevator button again. A few moments later, the elevator returned. They've definitely already used up their 10 minutes, I'm just gonna say that. The door slid open, and just as Junpei had expected, there was no water to be found. See? Junpei couldn't resist puffing out his chest just a little bit. Jun, however, still looked confused. What does that mean? How can the E deck be safe if the D deck is full of water? Well, here's what I think. The elevator shaft and E deck must be watertight, separated from wherever the ship's been punctured. Here, let me show you. Yeah, why did she say that she'd never drowned before? That was interesting, huh? He pulled out his notebook and pen and sketched out a rough illustration. I see. So is this why the ship hasn't sunk? The shape of the inside keeps it all from filling with water? Yeah, I think that's what's going on. Junpei continued talking as he closed the notebook and slipped it back into his pocket. That's the worst diagram I've ever seen. That's a boat. So I'm gonna go down and check it out. You stay here, alright? But... Come on, just do it, okay? He gave Jun's shoulder a reassuring squeeze and hopped into the elevator. Pushed the E button and the door began to close. Jun looked worried, her eyes darting back and forth as if she was trying to make a decision, when suddenly... I'm coming with you! Huh? At the last possible moment, Jun dashed forward, turning sideways just in time to slip through the gap between the closing doors. Junpei jammed his finger against the open button, but it was too late. You said there were only two buttons on the inside, E and C. There was no open button. The door had shut. He and Jun were in the elevator, and it was headed down to E deck. He was so surprised by June that he didn't even have time to think about what awaited him on the E-deck. The elevator stopped, and the door slid open. They stepped off onto the floor outside the elevator. Nothing seemed especially unusual. No fish going about their fishy business, or a jellyfish floating lazily through the water. There was, however, a blowfish, or at least something that looked very much like one. June's cheeks were puffed out and her mouth a tiny, intense frown. Oh, knock it off. It's just like I thought. This part hasn't flooded. Come on, just look around. There's no water here. June looked around nervously then. Exhaled. You're right. It's not flooded at all. See? But there's a whole lot of water. No jelly friend to be found. Tragic. Yeah, right on top of us. What's going to happen if the ceiling breaks? Junpei thought about that for a moment. Well, we'd probably get really wet up there. Huh? At any rate, we should probably go back as soon as we can once we're done looking around down here. Lotus and Santa might already be back. Okay, good idea. Junpei glanced around the room they'd found themselves in. First thing he noticed was a set of thick iron bars. They ran the length of the room, separating the left elevator from the right one. Well, we can't go back over there. Right. Then perhaps... In the corner of the room that housed the elevators, Junpei found an opening. He walked up to it and stuck his head around the corner. A long, straight hallway stretched out in front of him. That door at the end of the hallway, there's something written on it. Yeah, let's go have a look. Junpei and June set off down the hallway at a brisk clip, somewhere between a run and a jog. Before long, they found themselves in front of the door. On it was a number written in bright red paint. 6. Knew it. This is a numbered door. And indeed, there was a red bolted to the wall right next to the door. Of course, with only 2 people, there wasn't much they could do with it. Alright, let's head back up. Yes! Junpei and June turned and headed back to C-Deck. On their way back, Junpei noticed a map on the wall. As it turned out, it was a burnt map of the ship's interior for E-Deck. So you guys found door 1. They'd met back up with Santa and Lotus, who had explained what they'd found. I heard about this game recently and want to play it. This might be a terrible time for you to join stream then, I won't lie. But I will be replaying it like tomorrow. But yeah, you might not want to watch what you might not want to watch. You want to remember? Oh, if you're sure. Fair play. Okay. They met back up with Santa and Lotus, who had explained what they found. Apparently, there was another numbered door in A-Deck, just like the one on E-Deck, beyond the door that the Earth Key opened. According to Santa and Lotus, there was a 1 on the door. All told, they had discovered 2 new doors, the 6 door and the 1 door. It is interesting that E-Deck wasn't flooded. Lotus was quiet for a moment, lost in thought. Well, we don't really know if all of E-Deck is safe. We only checked the area around the elevator. Even so, it's still very interesting. You said the 6 door was there, right? Yes. And that means Zero planned all this out, even the sinking. That would have meant some pretty serious remodeling of the ship's interior. It's pretty mind-blowing when you think about it. Yeah. I wonder how long it took. I can't even imagine how much it must have cost. It would have been a ton, that's for sure. Well, that does go along with what Ace was saying. The most reasonable explanation would be that this was done by some organization with access to a whole lot of cash. Yes, it does make sense. Junpei's voice was so good at the start. That thought made them all go quiet for a moment. June bit her lip while Lotus sighed softly to herself and Santa cracked a stiff neck and stared off into the distance at nothing. I don't think it's a very good idea to stay here. June looked up at Junpei with large, pleading eyes. Yeah, you're right. Ace and his team might be back already. Well, Junpei, and I should be able to open door 1. Huh? You guys leaving me behind? 8 plus 6 plus 5 equals 19. 1 plus 9 equals 10. 1 plus 0 equals 1. Just kidding. Alright, let's go. Lotus words were all the impetus they needed. Back to the large hospital room they went. The moment they stepped inside, a tremendous voice echoed across the room.
Hey! Where the hell did you guys go?
It was Seven. Ace was right behind him, and Clover was behind Ace, though she seemed to be hanging back. It looked as though there was something strange about them. Seven had the look of a man who'd seen a ghost. Ace was just as pale, and Clover looked as though she was only moments from passing out entirely. For a long moment, they simply stood there, looking at one another. Junpei looked around nervously, waiting for someone else to speak. No one did. He looked at Seven. What happened?
What the hell kind of a question is that?
Seven was trying very hard to be angry, but something had shaken him hard. His shoulders were trembling, and his voice was strained.
Snake is...
Seven couldn't finish. He just looked away, his face twisted by... Junpei wasn't sure what. Instead, Ace spoke. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and spoke.
Snake is dead. He died, just as the ninth man did.
It was as if all the air had suddenly been sucked out of the room. Junpei felt his heartbeat quicken, and he realized he was having trouble breathing. He could feel cold sweat beading on his forehead and neck. Jun, Santa, and Lotus looked the way he felt. All three were frozen in place, their faces white. Oh my god, that's not true, is it? We should make sure. Yeah, right, we should. They nodded to one another and headed for the number 3 door.
Wait! Not that way!
They stopped short and turned to look at Seven. He was pointing at the door with no number.
I stuck a screwdriver in there to keep the door from closing all the way. It's not locked, so you can go in that way.
Where is he?
The shower room, on the left side of the hallway. I put a broom in there too, to keep the door open.
You can get him without going through the numbered door, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Their new destination clear, Junpei and his companions headed for the door with no number. Once in the hallway, it was easy to spot the metal door on the left wall. It hadn't been open when they'd been through before. But now, just as Seven had said, there was a broom stuck between the door and the frame, keeping it open. They looked at it for a moment, and stepped inside. It smells horrible. Lotus wrinkled her nose and covered her mouth in disgust. Even Santa pinched his nose shut. Yeah, this is pretty awful. I feel like I'm gonna puke. It was just as bad as he said, perhaps worse. A hideous smell filled the air, so thick they could almost taste it. It was sour and smelled of fish, feces, and burnt meat. It worked its way through Junpei's nose and down his throat to pound against the entrance to his stomach. He put his hands over his mouth and struggled to keep what little was in his stomach where it belonged. They didn't have to wonder where the body was. There was blood everywhere, a few arms of the splatter reaching toward them as they walked in through the door. All one had to do was follow the many radial arms to their source. The body itself was hidden behind a divider. Jun, you should stay here. But please, just do me a favor, okay? Right? He didn't give her a chance to say no. He put his hand on her shoulder, as if to shove her into the ground like a tent pole, turned, and walked toward the end of the divider. It felt like it took an eternity for him to get there. Santa and Lotus followed, timid and nervous as a pair of children. Eventually, they reached the divider. They looked at one another and nodded slowly. Junpei put his hand on the divider and peered around the corner. For a moment, he forgot to breathe. He felt his heart collapse in his chest like an empty cigarette carton, and time froze. He knew in that instant that he would take the image before him to the grave. What was left of the body sat in a sea of blood. Chunks of flesh torn from the body sat in the blood like tiny islands in a great red sea. A vast, ragged hole had been torn in the torso, and what remained of his intestines spilled out of it like fresh spaghetti. Smaller chunks of meat had splattered against the wall and become stuck there as they dried. Globules of yellowish fat had left trails like tiny slugs as gravity pulled them down the wall, even as they dried to it. Just like he said. Santa's voice was strained. Junpei suspected he was holding down some vomit of his own. Just like the ninth man. Detonator's bracelet set off the bomb in his gut. It looked as though the explosion had been quite powerful. His legs were both bent in an odd, unnatural way, and his left arm had split open, exposing the painfully white bone of his ulna. His bracelet lay next to him. It seemed to have hit the wall hard enough to have shattered the display, which lay on the ground in pieces. Half of his head had simply collapsed. The blood coating almost made it look like raw pizza dough covered in tomato sauce. His clothes, too, were covered in blood. The burgundy tie, the white shirt, the jacket with the yellow piping, and the grey slacks. They were all familiar to Junpei. No mistake about that. It's Snake. Lotus's voice was unnaturally deep and strained, and Junpei heard it catch in her throat. Which arm's his bracelet on? It was on his left arm. I think they're on everyone's left arm. It's fake arm? Oh, I don't know. Who can say? The squeal of tortured metal made Junpei's teeth curl. It sounded like the noise a ghost would make. No matter how many times he heard it, he never got used to it. The echolocator's weighted explosion. Oh no. Every time it put him on edge. Didn't help that there was a girl nearby who looked far more like a ghost than a living human should. It was Clover. She sat on the edge of the bed, her head drooping listlessly onto her chest. Her eyes were blank and stared across the room at nothing. Her breathing was slow and mechanical. Aside from the rise and fall of her chest, she didn't move. Junpei felt as if even a nudge might cause her to shatter into 1,000 pieces.
Snake was probably murdered. Chances are he was killed the same way the ninth man was.
Seven lowered his voice, likely in an effort to keep Clover from hearing what he had to say. There were 4 other people in the room with Junpei and Seven. Ace, Santa, Jun, and Lotus. Seven looked at each one of them in turn, and continued.
It's pretty straightforward. Not that hard to figure out how they did it. First, the killers got Snake to authenticate on the red to open door 3. Then they shoved him into it alone, and waited 9 seconds for the door to shut. Once that door shut, it was over for Snake, but he didn't give up. He probably knew it wouldn't do him any good, but he probably ran into the shower room looking for the dead. It was a small chance, but it wasn't like he had anything to lose. Unfortunately, it didn't work. The detonator's only deactivated if everybody who authenticated when they went in uses the dead. And then 81 seconds after he was shoved in, that happened.
I see. So that's what you meant by killers, huh? You need at least 3 people to open one of the numbered doors, including Snake. It wouldn't open for Snake and a single killer.
Exactly. That means we're looking at multiple perps here.
Junpei crossed his arms and grunted. Well, just in case, I want to make sure. Let's say you're right. When do you think Snake was killed?
When we all split up to look for the parts for the Reds, I think. Right after that was when we noticed he was gone.
That means none of us have alibis. We were all off searching the rooms we'd been assigned, looking for those parts.
Yeah. That means anybody could be a killer.
Wait a minute. What are you talking about? Jin seemed shocked. How can you say one of us is a killer so casually?
Well, not just one of us. If I'm right, then at least 2 people are murderers. Why don't you calm down a bit, Seven? What are you gonna gain by being so suspicious? That's what Zero wants, you know? What Zero wants? Exactly. This game was set up by Zero, wasn't it? Any game has a winner and loser. Whoever makes it through door 9 is a winner, and those who don't are the losers. Zero's trying to make us fight against one another for that victory.
1 plus 9, 3 plus 7, or 4 plus 6? Yes. Yeah, so it can't be Junpei in any world. Let's be honest here. Probably wasn't Clover. Those are also not the available players for what it's worth, because, the 9th man don't be around. You're saying that Zero is trying to split us up by making us fight each other? Yes. That is why we can't let ourselves fall prey to suspicion. We have to trust one another and form a strong bond of friendship. Otherwise, we'll end up ensnared by Zero's manipulations. And does that mean that the person who killed Snake? Yes, almost certainly Zero himself. If there's anyone we should doubt, it should be Zero. He masterminded this game and kidnapped all of us. Doesn't it seem reasonable that he would have killed Snake as well? Junpei hadn't really considered that. If Zero had killed Snake, then Zero was on the ship with them. Was Zero still on the ship with them? It's a good question. What do we think, chat? Not putting this down to a proper poll. Of course, I mean, surely of course, right? Stu Junpei's. Yeah, of course. Of course he was! That was obvious. Zero was somewhere on the ship, but Junpei had no idea where. Junpei mumbled to himself, lost in thought. Where could Zero be hiding? Suddenly, everyone went very quiet. The silence was cold and clammy, and Junpei could feel it crawling across his back and around his throat. Again, he heard the ghosting moaning noise, and moments later, a person who looked more ghost than human appeared. It was Clover. She looked at the floor as she spoke, and her voice was a cold monotone. I think Zero is one of us. Every human body in the room froze. The only sound was the muffled rustling of breath. Eyes darted from face to face. One of those faces was the face of their jailer. But who? Junpei said. Ah, come on, Junpei. I think you'd be willing to buy into the conspiracy theory, right? Well, that's possible. Well, that's possible. Huh? Clover said Zero might be one of us. What are you saying, Junpei? Didn't you hear what Ace said? Exactly. I said we shouldn't suspect one another for no reason. No reason? I've got a great reason. And what's that? The bracelets. He held out his left arm. Why are the bombs in our bodies connected to the bracelets? You're all thinking Zero's hiding somewhere watching us, right? If he's doing that, then he could just detonate the bombs by remote control if someone did something they weren't supposed to. It would be a lot more precise and a lot easier, but if that's the case, then why is the bomb set off by the detonator in the bracelet? You got a point. I'm not done. Try applying the same ideas to the nonary game. All the puzzles here run by themselves. In other words, Zero doesn't have to be controlling them for the game to move forward. Why's that? Why would Zero bother to do something like that? Junpei let the question hang in the air and looked at the others. It was Santa who answered. So let's say you and Clover are right. Zero's one of us. If that's the case, then it'd be really hard for him to keep track of all of us or control anything remotely. That's why the puzzles run by themselves. That's what you're getting at, right? Yeah! Junpei nodded. 7, when we were talking earlier, you said any one of us could be Snake's killer, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Alright, then I've got a question for you, Ace. You said something like Zero must be the one who killed Snake, right?
Yes, something like that. I can't think of any other explanation.
So what do we get if we combine those? They fit together pretty well, I think. Something like this? Whoever killed Snake is Zero, is one of us. 7 and Ace's theories aren't mutually exclusive. They actually complement each other pretty well. At least they do if Zero is one of us. No one spoke. Their faces were grim, but Junpei wasn't sure if they believed him or not. Finally, Lotus spoke up. What were his motives? His motives? Yes. Isn't that pretty important? Why would Zero want to hide as one of us? Oh. Well, that's because, Junpei choked. He hadn't thought of that, and he had to be honest with himself. He had no idea. I don't know. Lotus sighed. So much for making a persuasive argument, Junpei.
In other words, you only had circumstantial evidence. I don't really think that's enough to go on, you know?
Junpei was painfully aware of their eyes on him, and their disapproval. He tried to find something else. anything else to look at. Just when he felt he could bear it no longer. They heard a bell begin to ring. It was the clock at the central staircase. 3 in the morning. That means we have 3 hours left.
And we need to move now. 7, Clover, Junpei. I know how you feel, but you do understand that right now it's important we trust one another, don't you?
Junpei couldn't bring himself to respond. He swallowed the words he wanted to say and sighed. 7 and Clover remained similarly silent. Their eyes were looking at something elsewhere, very far away.
We must go. We have very little time left.
3 hours, 7 persons, 4 remaining doors. That's my favourite game. Ace's words put their feet to moving. They all knew where they were going. Their next destination was Mercury. It sat, bolted to the wall near the stairs that led to the casino and the kitchen, between the 2 elevators. The Mercury card reader. Junpei stood in front of it with the Mercury key card. 7 had given him the card.
I found it when we were checking out the shower room.
At least that's what he'd said. Junpei slid the card through the reader. The light on the reader turned green and made a tiny electronic noise. Now they were ready. Junpei and Jun had been chosen as the investigators. The reasoning being that they had been to E-Deck before and no one else had. As before, Junpei sent the elevator ahead to make sure the floor they were heading to wasn't flooded. As before, the elevator returned as dry as when it had left. Once it had been checked for water, Junpei and Jun stepped into the elevator. I will probably play the 2 sequel games. I don't know anything about the 3rd game. There were only 2 floor buttons they could push. The C and bottom buttons. The rest were destroyed or did nothing when pushed. Junpei hit the bottom button. The door closed. Slowly, they began to move downward. Sometime later, Junpei and Jun stepped off the elevator and onto the bottom deck. They stepped off and saw that the hallway to their right ended somewhere between 20 and 25 feet from them. The hallway in front of them was a dead end, but not a regular dead end. This is a numbered door. This is the 8th one we found. There were 2 numbered doors on B deck near the central staircase. They were doors 4 and 5. There were 3 more numbered doors in the large hospital room. Doors 3, 7, and 8. Junpei and Jun had found another door on E deck, and Lotus and Santa had found a 7th on A deck. That was a 6 on the door on E deck, and a 1 on the door on A deck. 4, 5, 3, 7, 8, 6, 1. And now, door 2 stood in front of Junpei. There's only one thing it meant. You think? The next door we find? Yeah, I think so. The next one's gonna be door 9. Despite himself, Junpei felt excited. There was something about that excitement that frightened him as well. He did his best to put it from his mind, and headed back to C deck with Jun. Alright, let's open these up. The pieces of paper they'd folded up lay on the ground next to Junpei's legs. There were 7 of them all told. They were written on paper pulled from Junpei's notebook, and each one bore a code name and a door. Why'd they decide to vote that way? They decided it wasn't fair to simply ask everyone at once. That would allow people to force others to go through certain doors. Well, that wasn't the only reason. Junpei had proposed the voting system, and he had a plan. It wasn't a plan he wanted anyone catching wind of, however, so he did his best to act calm as he began to open and read the pieces of paper. The first one read, Ace requests door 1.
Yes, I do. Would you like me to explain why?
No, we don't have the time for that. Sorry. Let's keep going. He opened the second one. Next is Santa. He wants door 6. Yeah, that's what I wrote. Junpei continued with the 3rd, 4th, and 5th pieces of paper. Clover wants 1, Lotus wants 2, 7 also wants 2. Oh, wait a minute. There's no way I'm going anywhere with the Elephant Man. No, there'd be no point to the voting if we let people change their choices because of stuff like that. But
just give it up, Lotus. It's not like I want to hang out with some exhibitionist grandma.
I'm not an exhibitionist. I'm wearing clothes.
Barely.
So? Last I checked, that's not a crime.
Maybe, but what about common decency? Nobody wants to have to look at a chick who looks like a half-naked raisin.
I'm going to kill you! Otis's hair flared out like the mane of an angry lion, and she roared with a voice that shook the walls. With some difficulty, Ace managed to restrain her.
Junpei, read the rest.
Right. Junpei tore his eyes away and looked down at the 6th piece of paper. He opened it. June wants door 6. Yes. I don't really have a reason, I just felt like it. All the papers, save Junpei's, had been read. He did some quick calculations in his head. With regards to door 1, Ace and Clover. This was the door in A deck near the central staircase. People who regards to door 2, Seven and Lotus. So Ace, Clover, and Junpei would be allowed to go through door 1 together. Seven and Lotus, that's just nonsense. They can't go through door 2 with Junpei. The stuff would have to change there anyway. People who requested door 6, Santa and June. This was the door in E deck and could be reached by taking the elevator near the central staircase down. But again, that won't work either. Like, both of those choices will require shifts. To be fair though, choosing door 1 with Ace and Clover will also require shifts of the other two groups. It's just it won't matter to us. Took him less than a second to run the numbers. He opened the 7th piece of paper and spoke. Okay, the last one is mine. I want to go through... Okay. Get pulled. Which door? 1, 2, 6. You have 1 minute. I don't think you need any longer for this one. Oh. Oh, we got some surprisingly even splits here today, huh? Is this something of a silly method? Well, it's been done on part 7 and Lotus will kill each other if we don't mediate. No, it's fine, it's fine. No, it'll be fine, because say we go through door 1, right? The other 4 are able to, slap together and go through door 6. Can anyone else redeem P-Flakes? I'm trying to do something. P-Flakes not working? Flakes are fine. Thank you for the hydrate, Glumbaron. And it looks like we're going through door number 1 after my hydrate right here. So we're hanging out with Mopey Clover. I want to go through door 1. My choice is door 1. Santa was unconvinced. Hey, wait a minute there. You cheating? Cheating? I'm asking if you changed your number after you heard what doors we wanted. How could I do that? I wrote it down on the paper earlier. Let me see that. Junpei shrugged and handed it to him. Santa examined it furiously. The others peered at it as well. As they did, Junpei quickly slipped the piece of paper he'd been hiding into his pocket. Although he'd never known it now, Santa had been justified in his suspicions. Junpei had switched papers. He had prepared 3 pieces of paper for doors 1, 2, and 6, and put the paper with door 6 on it into the pot. He put a small mark on it so that he would know which one was his. He put the paper that said door 1 in his left hand, and the paper that read door 2 in his right. When the drawing began, he saw to it that he drew last. The rest was easy. This is the same man who's been saying, like, the stupidest things all game long, I just want to say. If he wanted to go into door 1, he'd use his left hand, and his right hand if he wanted door 2. Of course, if you wanted door 6, that'd be simple. All you need to do was switch nothing, and say 6 had been what he wanted all along. Well, what does it say? He fought the urge to smirk. You got lucky. Santa snorted and tossed the paper aside, frustrated.
Very well, we've decided who will go through door 1. It will be Clover, Junpei, and myself.
1 + 4 + 5 = 10. 1 + 0 = 1. Our only problem is the 2 remaining teams. June and I want door 6.
Lotus and I want door 2.
That's not good. We can't open either of those doors with only 2 people. Fine. 7, we'll go through door 6. 3 plus 6 plus 7 plus 8 equals 24. 2 plus 4 equals 6. Jumpy's an anime protagonist 90% of the time, and then 10% he's suddenly really crafty? Yeah. I don't want to be armchair therapist to Clover. What's the worst that can happen?
Sure thing. I didn't really want to go through door 2 anyway. Besides, we've got a younger girl with us, it'll lower the average age. Right, June?
Well... June was at a loss for words. Lotus was not. That pig. You just wait and see. Her eyes were the eyes of a woman prepared to kill. A shiver ran down Junpei's spine. Even after they separated at the staircase, Lotus was still muttering angrily to herself. Circumstances dictated that Junpei and June would have to part ways again, but this time it didn't sting quite so much. After all, he knew he would see her again.
Till we find that 9 doors, Zero ain't gonna split us up. We might get separated for a little while, but we'll see each other again. Otherwise, we can't open door 9. That's how the donor game works.
Junpei, Ace, and Clover headed toward A deck. They took out the earth key and opened the door to the left. It opened, and they walked through. It was just as Santa and Lotus had said. At the end of the hallway sat a door with a large red 1 upon it. A numbered door. To the left of it, bolted to the wall, was the red. Ace went first, and waved his wrist over the scanner panel. Junpei was next. Finally, listlessly, Clover lifted her arm. She leaned toward the scanner panel. The third asterisk clicked to life, shining brightly. Ace took hold of the lever. He took a deep breath and turned to Junpei and Clover.
Are you ready? Shall I pull it?
Yeah, anytime. Clover said nothing. She nodded, little more than a lethargic twitch of the head.
Very well then, let's go. 3, 2, 1.
It switches to vacant once the puzzle's been finished, because it can technically just be accessed again. The door opened. They stumbled into the room. Frantically, Junpei scanned the room. His eyes stopped on the device that would determine whether they lived or died. There it is! Over there! Next to the door they'd come through was the dead. As one, they ran to it. They put their hands over it as if they were fighting for it. Stopped.
Yes, it did.
Junpei could feel his heart pounding against the inside of his ribs. Ace and Clover were breathing hard and fast. It was the 3rd time they'd been through the process, but they had yet to grow accustomed to it. Not that Junpei wanted to. He planned to finish the game before he got a chance to let imminent death become commonplace. Junpei looked around again, this time more slowly. There was another door, different from the one they'd entered through. He took hold of the knob and easily, gently pulled it open. So, this is the wheelhouse? He closed the door again and turned to Ace and Clover. He fixed each in turn with a meaningful stare, then spoke. Ace, you investigate the wheelhouse next door.
Very well.
Clover, you're in charge of this room. Say something. Okay, I will. Alright then. Let's get started. Seek a way out. Map. Fine. Stack of nautical charts. I think this is a nautical chart. There's a line on it here. I think the line is the route the ship is supposed to take. There are these dots all over the map. Oh, those are probably ports, like for a boat to stop at. It looks like the lines connect the dots. Nothing left in the drawer. Okay, and none of the other ones were worth looking at. A chair. A chair. Clover isn't talking much. Well, I guess it's understandable. I mean, she's been through a lot. Really, it's more surprising she's still together enough to talk at all. A light. Looks kind of like a wilted flower. A world map with the Atlantic Ocean in the center. There are a number of red pins in several locations. What do these red pins mean? Well, the nautical charts I picked up barely have a map like this one. Maybe one of them matches up to the pins or something. Let's see. Well, what do you know? Looks like this one's a match to the pins. Okay, so we've got 7 locations connected by 7 straight lines. And each one has a word next to it. It's probably the speed. New material has been added to the file screen. Yep, cool. That's a pocket watch. She sure hasn't been saying much. And she just keeps looking at the floor. She seems kind of sad. A voice he hadn't expected startled Junpei from his examination of the pocket watch.
Oh, a pocket watch. Might I take a look at it?
He spun around to find Ace standing in the doorway. Junpei shrugged and handed him the pocket watch. Hey man, what are you doing over in this room? Oh, I just thought I'd come check up on the two of you. Is there a problem? I don't see any reason to be, like, needlessly antagonistic right now. So we'll go for... Well, not a problem, but... Junpei looked desperately around the room, anywhere but at Ace, trying to find a convincing reason to dismiss him. Ace opened his mouth, then took another look at Junpei and shut it again. A small smirk appeared on his face.
Oh, I see. Of course.
He looked Junpei over, then glanced at Clover. I apologize for the intrusion. Well, best of luck. Ace gave Junpei a knowing pat on the shoulder and laughed. But he took my flippin' watch. For no reason he could fathom, Junpei's head began to hurt. A sharp, piercing pain. Sharp pain in his head. How much time passed? He wasn't sure, but he did notice when Ace strode through the door. His smile was more of a smirk, and he had the air of a man who knew more than his opponent.
Ah, yes, there was something I wanted to check, if you don't mind.
Yeah, what's that?
Pardon me?
With no warning, Ace slipped his hand into the pocket of Junpei's vest.
Hey! What the hell are you doing?
He reached for Ace's arm, but it was already too late. In the older man's hand were the pieces of paper Junpei had balled up and hidden in his pocket.
Just as I thought. You switched them, didn't you? When we voted. Ah, well, I can't say that I care. I managed to get through the numbered door I wanted, despite your mischief.
Why did you...
Oh, simply curiosity. I hope you won't think of ill of me for it.
Ace smiled, gave Junpei a friendly pat on the shoulder, and then turned on his heel and laughed. It was a small defeat, but it was a defeat. Junpei had lost the upper hand, and he knew it. He could feel his stomach begin to tense. Well, they gave me my watch back, at least. The shelves are lined with books. Let's see what's in this blue one. Something written on it. Ship's log. Huh? Ship's log, huh? New material has been added to the file screen. Has it, though? After leaving port, we headed south and west. Returned southwest to okay, it's just words explaining this. I'll read it anyway, I started now. A ship's log found in the chart room. The following is written on the last page. We leave soon for a new journey across the sea. After leaving port, we headed south and west. We turned southwest to see around the continent, then proceeded northwest. We made a port, then changed our heading to east for a time, and are now heading due north. Soon we will dock in the United Kingdom, the homeland of this vessel. It's a light. Well, I guess she doesn't really feel like talking. She's not really paying attention to anything, is she? Her mind must be somewhere else. It's a wooden box? Maybe a case for letters? Hey, Clover, you ever write letters? Nothing. Wow, there's just nothing in this room, huh? See you, Clover. Sad weirdo.
An engine order telegraph. They use this on old ships to adjust the speed of the ship.
Like the gear shift in a car?
Well, it's a little different. This device doesn't connect directly to the engine. In short, it's a transmitter. The navigation officer uses it to set the speed of the ship, and it sends a signal to the engine. There's a handle on top of it, which can be moved back and forth to...
Hold on. Huh? There's no handle.
You're right, there isn't. Looks as though it was deliberately removed.
I hate on Clover. She's just a miserable little creature right now. I think her design's really cute, though. Like, I like her fit. Compass.
And what destiny does it point us to?
I really hope you don't think that sounded cool. A metal plate bolted over the window. I'm trying to click the wheel, gang. A steering wheel. Let's see if it... Whoa! Looks like the steering wheel moves!
So it would seem. I noticed something else as well.
What's that?
Well, when you move this wheel, the compass also moves.
What do you mean?
The ship. It's moving. Huh. Tricked you, didn't I?
The wheel and the compass must be connected to one another somehow.
Do you think that's important?
Well, let's try turning it again. Oh, God. Okay, I don't remember the order. This is nightmarish. This is actually nightmarish. Okay. Let me sploink this real quick. Just give that a bit of a sploink. Right, okay, let's try again. Steering wheel, steering wheel. If I move it, then the direction changes. I swear I saw something that had directions on it. If I enter directions in that order. Okay. So we're going south. East. Southeast. Just make sure that's the direction that is. I've met... It's... you miss it. How are you going to mix up your east and west when it's right in front of you? How are you going to do that? You got like 2 compasses in front of you and you're still going to mix up east and west. How's that happening?
I think it's happening. Junpei, this is almost certainly one of Zero's puzzles. There must be a clue here somewhere that will help us solve it. Have you found anything? Perhaps something with the points of the compass on it?
Ace, I have found it. I'm just really bad at everything. Okay. South, then. West. Then. Southwest. Then. Northwest. Then. East. Then north. Oh, thank God. I was assigning it to south and waiting till you run into Antarctica. What the? A handle came off.
Yeah. Stooping so low, are you, Zero?
Okay. Handle goes on this thingy. So, I sure hope this handle fits. Yes, it fits!
Excellent! That should allow us to operate the engine order telegraph.
Let's give it a shot. Okay. How do I do this? What? Stop. I didn't tell you to do that. Nothing's happening. No, I don't think so. Take a look. Over there, above the door to the chart room. I will not. Let's actually put them in the right order. Okay. Full. Half. Slow. Full. Half. Dead. Stop. Huh? That's weird. I thought I put in the right speed. Did I mess up? No, I don't think so. Look. Something's happened on the back wall of the wheelhouse. Yeah, you're right. Let's check it out. What if I knew where that was, man? Ah. Something on the wall that looks kind of like an arrival board. There are a whole bunch of words on the left side of the display. What the hell is this? They're names of ports across the world. I imagine it's showing us the ship's route. You know, just like the ones you might see at an airport. Departing XX carrier, XX flight, X exit, XX00. Like that. I get it. It does look like those are the names of all the ports along the ship's route. It looks like only one of those has a time on it, though. The time on the last line, right? 10 seconds past 3 o'clock. Perhaps that's the arrival time? 10 seconds past 3 o'clock. Can I fiddle with this? A mechanical pocket watch with a spring. Doesn't appear to be working. The hands have stopped at 5 minutes, 39 seconds past 10 o'clock. And the knob does nothing. Yeah, it's probably broken. Looks as though you could move the hands, however. But am I allowed to? Broken pocket watch. I can only move the hands manually. The knob doesn't work. Cool, didn't want to anyway. Digital scoreboard or something like that. On the left side, it's got the names of the ports the ship will stop at along its route. The last line says 10 seconds past 3 o'clock. That must be the estimated time of arrival at the final port. Hmm? Oh, perhaps. Oh, what's he doing? God, hydrate and stretch? Why don't you put it 0 spoilers on your overlay? Because I'm lame. A hydrate and a stretch, that's crazy. It didn't occur to me.
Excuse me, Junpei.
Yeah, he just took my pocket watch. Hey! What the hell are you doing?
Just trust me.
It should be fine now. Thanks for giving me the pocket watch back, but you don't look so smug about it. Let's see what he... Oh, he moved the hands. 10 seconds past 3 o'clock. Oh, so you changed it to match the final arrival time. He nodded slowly.
You know what to do next, right? Give it a shot.
Should we let at least 9 spoilers? I actually don't know what to do next, man. Oh, does it go in here? Looks like this is some sort of lock. It's got a weird shaped indentation on it. Actually, it's shaped just like this pocket watch I've got. Let's try putting it in there. Yes! It says open now!
Good work! Seems you were successful. Well done, Junpei.
Hey! Clover! What? Look, we unlocked the door! Now we can get out of this room. Oh, well, let's go then. Did I skip, like, a bunch of shit? Like, that room felt really short. I felt like I didn't click on much. Clover! You found it! Guess you just did everything in the right order? I just yeah, huh. I thought there'd be more to all of that. You found it! The space they found themselves in outside of the wheelhouse was far too narrow to be called a hallway. On their left was a wooden door. Junpei pushed it open and stepped into the room beyond. I need a "you found it" emote. It was full of all manner of turn-of-the-century electronic equipment. Most of them were things they'd never seen before. They had no idea what they might have been for, let alone how to operate them. One smaller machine had a metal bar that ended in a circular handle. Ace seemed to recognize it.
Ah, yes, a telegraph key.
These were used to transmit Morse code a long time ago. He turned and slowly took in the room. This must be the communication office. Across the room from the door they'd entered through was another door. A metal plaque was nailed to it. It read, Captain's Quarters. The Captain's Quarters. That's what it says. Then, do you think?
I am Zero, the captain of this ship.
He swallowed. Junpei could feel his hands begin to sweat. Only Clover seemed unaffected. Well, we won't know if we don't open it. She walked up to the door and put her hand on the knob. It opened easily, and without so much as a pause, she walked in. Junpei and Ace followed. The first thing they saw was a man on the floor, covered in blood. Junpei felt his body seize up. His mouth went dry, and he felt very, very cold. The blood in his veins slowed to a crawl, and his heart tightened like a fist. This was the third time he'd seen the horror of death laid out before him. He didn't think it was something he could stand to see much more of. Still, he had begun to accept that whatever it was he saw, whatever happened to him, was beyond his control, and whatever force controlled him was driven by a determination that he could not hope to match. A sense of helplessness, of desperation, washed over him. It left behind a feeling of utter emptiness that wormed its way through his body like acid. Then he realized they had yet to check the man's pulse. Perhaps he was still alive. Fueled by that spark of hope, Junpei ran to the man's body, and his heart fell. His fingers on the man's neck felt no pulse. His pupils had dilated, and he wasn't breathing. Junpei lifted the man's already stiff body. There was a deep red wound on his chest. Junpei did not have to wonder long at what could have made such a wound. For lying next to the corpse was an axe. The entire blade of it was drenched in bright red blood. From the shape of the man's wound, there could be no doubt that it had been made by the axe. Junpei looked at the body again. A lake of blood stretched out around it. It was wearing the clothes of a ship's captain, although they were stained with blood. The captain? Did that mean that this man was Zero? On his left hand was a bracelet. The number on the bracelet was 0. It was only then that Junpei noticed the stench of blood that filled the room. Heh. Couldn't help but laugh. There was nothing else for him to say. It was too simple, too obvious, too straightforward. If there hadn't been a dead man on the floor, Junpei might have thought it a joke. That's right. 2 in a row. Seek a way out. There's blood on the chair. Do you think this was the dead guy's? Yeah, probably. Camcorder. Looks like it's pointed at the door. Well, the power's on. Why would someone want to videotape a door? This kind of camera records to a hard drive, but it doesn't look like this one's recording anything. What do you mean? It's just sending whatever it sees to something. What does it see? The door. No dice. Doesn't matter what I push on here, it's not working. Oh, I was gonna type in 1984. I don't think the power's on. There's just some random hallway on this one. The screen shows the big hospital room. This one shows the central staircase on C deck. I don't recognize the room on this one. The room on this screen looks really fancy. This screen shows what's going on in a small room somewhere that I don't recognize. The screen's showing what's happening on the central staircase on B deck. There's a bunch of weird buttons on here. They probably switch what you see on the screens. Do you know how to work this thing? Why don't we just press one of these, like this one? Well, I guess it does change the... What the hell is this? Junpei snorted with grim humour for the second time since he'd come into the room. The 4 screens along the bottom had a single letter each, spelling out 0. Junpei felt as though he was being mocked. The real villain was somewhere, laughing at him. What do you think? He turned to Clover, who was standing next to him. Her voice was almost too low to hear. Nothing. It seemed that she cared about little. Of course, Junpei could hardly blame her. Given the strain she was surely under, Junpei was somewhat surprised she'd responded at all. Still, he had to ask. He gestured towards the corpse. What about him? Do you think that's really 0? Clover shook her head weakly. There's no way that's him. Didn't I tell you already? 0 is one of us. Yeah, right. I know it's important to figure out who this guy is, but don't you think we should figure out how to get out of here first? But, please, I don't want to waste any more time. Clover looked miserable, as if she could start crying at any moment. Junpei just didn't have the heart to tell her no. Alright, sure thing. Was his mind playing tricks on him, Junpei wondered? For a moment, he could have sworn he'd seen Clover smile. Hey, isn't the door on that screen the one right behind us? You're right! So whatever that camera sees is sent to this screen in real time. I wonder if that means something, you know? Screen is showing the door behind us. Okay, handy. You went to the beach that makes you old. You went to the beach that makes you dead. The fuck? What's the deal with this? Is it some kind of code? There are 4s and numbers and letters. They all start with a 0 and end with 8, F, N, or V, respectively. This has something to do with number bases? What the heck? What? Why does Junpei know about number bases? Junpei did not give me the vibes of someone who knows about number bases. Fucking was it out of here? Am I going crazy? Oh, this? Okay. Yeah, no, that's... I know this. I'm familiar with this concept. Worry not. Okay, so presumably I have to convert then the okay, so I have to convert 0 into numbers. In base 10, this was in base, like, 35 or something, is what it would be. Okay, let me think about this, because, like, the E is the easy part. I've got stuff to write down on. Only the DS had a handy bottom screen for taking notes or whatever, you know? Oh well, maybe the sequel will figure that one out. Cool. So E would be 14. So basically you just convert it into a letter and then add 9 to it. So Z is 35. R and O are a bit less obvious. I'm not super duper sure what they would be. O is 24. So R must therefore be 27. Okay, those numbers are too big, I think. I don't think there's a world where... They're also not just gonna let me put that in, are they? The button on it. Nothing happens when I push it. Damn you, Junpei! Damn you to hell! Okay, I guess we're figuring out other stuff in here then. A bed! There's nothing in it. What about a music box? What? Oh, it's one of those old music boxes. How about we wind it up? Why does it sound like that? Is it broken? The pins on the cylinder are shaped all weird. I don't think those are the pins. It looks like someone put something else on top of it. I think we're gonna have to take it apart to figure out what's going on, don't you? Well, it's a good thing you still have that screwdriver from the first room, right, Junpei? You didn't just chuck it away for no reason? It's a lamp. But it doesn't turn on. I don't think there's anything special about it. A small table. Oh, wait, there's like nothing. What? Is there a second room? Oh? Oh, there is a second. I was like, well, there's nothing here. I'm out of information. Okay, so there must be a screwdriver somewhere. Yeah, there's like tools. An old telegraph machine. I'll be honest, I have no idea how it works. All screwdrivers. Brilliant. Alright, the screwdriver ought to make short work of this music box. What do I do with this? Shove it up my ass? It looks to be a cylinder for a music box. There are a number of pins and some pieces of metal that look rather like fans attached to it. Okay. I guess I'll put the ink on the cylinder. Okay. Because there was the Morse code machine and Ace made sure to point it out, so now I just need paper. God, I'm so smart. Nothing in the drawer anymore. Oh my god. Heaven forbid we use any of Junpei's notebook paper, that's far too precious. Hey, Ace, look! It's a model of a steam train. How on earth did you arrive at that conclusion? Hey, Ace, look! It's a monkey with glasses. How on earth did you arrive at that conclusion? The cable that comes out of this thing is connected to the desk. What does that mean? It's a telegraph key, a machine for transmitting Morse code. I tried sending an SOS earlier, but I doubt that did anything. Zero would never make it that easy. So, yeah, you think it's broken? No, it works. I'm just not sure if it actually transmits anything outside of the ship. Hey, Ace, look! There's a big-ass rat trap over here! I told you, that's a telegraph key! It's a device that transmits messages through Morse code. Look, a hook! That wasn't a joke. No, man. A clock mounted on the wall. The hands aren't moving. A little surprised that the time is wrong then, I suppose. And there's nothing on the back. Oh. Just noticed these. Yes! Paper! Hey, what is this? It's blank. There's nothing written on it. Oh my god, I'm so intelligent. Oh my god, I'm so smart. I just gotta roll the cylinder across a piece of paper. And if I'm right, the ink should... Okay, I don't need to know what it says. That just occurred to me. I literally don't need to have a single clue in the world. I just need to copy it. Yay! Probably means 0, let's be real. What if the next door was just unlocked? True, I didn't even try. I don't even really know what I'm trying to achieve here, I'm just having a good time. Right. How do I get back over to the... Huh? Ah, there we go. Alright, got the Morse code I'm supposed to enter. If I do this right, something will happen. I hope. Alright, let's give this a shot. Okay. I think it actually might have basically auto-completed. I don't feel like I did anything special there. That's the last one, and... Yes! Excellent work, Junpei. Good job. You seem to have figured it out. You unlocked the drawer. What drawer? This drawer? Oh, cool. I saw that in there. A red file lay in the drawer. Junpei reached down and picked it up. The cover read... Alice. But was it supposed to say all ice? There wasn't a space between the L and the I. Were they trying to say that Alice was a single word? It was an interesting thought, but it left Junpei's mind quickly as he opened the file. What lay inside was far more interesting, and far more confusing. Each page was covered with strange characters. It looked like tiny drawings of birds, snakes, insects, horned animals, wings, and even kneeling humans. There were many pages in the file, and each was full of these strange symbols. The hell is this? He didn't realize he'd spoken out loud until Ace looked over at him.
They are hieroglyphics. A form of writing used in ancient Egypt.
Ancient Egypt?
That's right.
Could you read them?
Of course, I can't. What would make you think I could?
What the hell? Junpei flipped through a few more pages. It wasn't just 1 or 2 pages that were covered in the strange symbols. Every single page was covered in them. The Morse says 35 equals Z. Oh, that's cute. But also, who's translating that? Junpei wasn't going to waste any more time with them. He made to close the file. And something fell out. He bent down and picked it up. A keycard. There was a symbol on it that reminded Junpei of the symbols for the Saturn and Mercury keycards. This one, however, had a dot in the center of the male symbol.
Uranus.
Why is a dot in the center of the male symbol how you describe Uranus?
That's the Uranus symbol.
Junpei looked over to see Ace examining the card. In addition to the Uranus symbol, there were 3 words engraved on the card as well. On the lower right, it said Bottom Deck Library. Was the bottom deck a library? Whatever might be there, however, would have to wait. At the moment, there was nothing Junpei could do. He gripped the keycard tighter and shoved it deep into his pocket. Jail has been added to the file screen. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this. I unironically don't know what this even is.
A key with a leather case. It isn't metal. My guess would be ceramic.
Junpei, have you found a keyhole that might fit? No! No, I haven't! I'm very confused as to where one would even be. Old telegraph machine. I'll be honest, I have no idea how it works. It's an old telegraph machine. Nothing suspicious here. Oh. This? Control panel for the electronic lock. Looks like it's got a keyhole in the... I don't know if that's a key. Maybe the key I got earlier. Oh, I don't know if that's a key. Sweet, just had to put that key in and now it's on. Junpei, look! There's a minus sign on the screen. There's 8 of them. That probably means we gotta put in 8 digits. Do you think you can figure it out? I think I already figured it out. 8 digits, huh? So I put in the 8-digit number, I just press E to enter it. And if I mess up, I guess I just press C. Alright, let's give it a shot. Okay, 3, 5, 1, 4, 2, 7, 2, 4. That's what I got earlier. I'm sure there was probably a clue about understanding number bases somewhere in here. But I just happen to know number bases, so that means Junpei does too. Yes! It worked! Good job, Junpei!
Excellent! You seem to have unlocked it! Good work, Junpei.
Alright, let's go. I did, I feel like I skipped about half of that room too, but at the same time, I don't know. Imagine the Morse one. Was there something to translate Morse code though? Like, you know what I mean? Somewhere there were issues. Somewhere there was missing information, I'm sure. But whatever. He stepped out of the captain's quarters and into another hallway. You found it! The hallway stretched out in front of Junpei for a bit before turning left, like a great backward L. Junpei rounded the corner and took off down the straightaway. He ran, and ran, and ran. At the end of the hallway was a door. He made straight for it. It was nearly halfway to it when he noticed a piece of paper in the middle of the floor. What was a piece of paper doing in the middle of the hallway? Junpei skidded to a halt. He dropped down to his hands and knees and quickly tore the paper off the floor. Now that he had a chance to examine it more closely, it was clear that it was a map. More specifically, a map of the ship's interior for the A deck.
What's wrong?
Ace, slightly slower by virtue of his advanced age, had finally caught up to Junpei. Junpei said nothing, simply showed Ace what he had found. He looked at it long enough to determine what it was, and nodded.
I see.
With that, he began running again, past Junpei. Yeah, there must be a clue somewhere. I'm just too smart. Junpei shoved the map into his pocket and got up to follow Ace. But something stopped him. Hey. Where's Clover? He turned around. Clover was nowhere to be seen. Damn it, what the hell is she up to? Junpei muttered angrily under his breath and took off back the way he'd come. As he stomped around the corner, he saw her. She was standing in front of the door to the captain's quarters, her hand on the doorknob. As Junpei watched, she closed it, gently and quietly. What the hell are you doing? Nothing. What do you mean, nothing? Clover had, unconsciously, put her hands over the pockets of her jacket, as if trying to hide something. What the hell is that? What? You got something in your pocket. What is it? Oh, this? I wonder. What the hell? Come on, we gotta hurry! With that, Clover ran, straight past a somewhat confused Junpei. As she did, he caught a glimpse of her back. Sticking up from her collar was something that looked like a big wooden stick. Hey, Clover! What the hell's that on your back? She didn't respond. Instead, she quickly turned the corner and disappeared. Junpei did his best to convince himself that it would make sense later, and ran off after Clover. Junpei pushed through the door and found himself in a large room with a large set of stairs. It was just what he'd expected to see after reading the map. His "I see" after reading the map himself meant that Ace had probably realised the same thing. Junpei looked around, but Ace was nowhere to be seen. He put his hand on the handrail and leaned over to look down. There he was, and not just Ace, Santa, June, Seven, and Lotus as well. Junpei and Clover glanced at each other and hurried down the stairs. They reached B deck at the same time. Junpei! Clover! Jun's face was excited. Something had happened, that much Junpei could tell by simply looking at her. What's up? Given their situation, he was not inclined to be excited about sudden developments. June, however, couldn't contain herself. We found it! Found what? We found it! What did you find? The last door. We found door 9. What?
Come on, just follow us. We'll explain on the way.
Okay, let's go. Seven turned and jogged off down the stairs. The rest followed. We finally made it. The relief and excitement in her voice echoed what each one of them felt. Yeah, it's finally time. Junpei wasn't quite ready to believe they'd really done it, at least not just yet. Still, if everyone said that it was door 9, then it probably was. He could feel his heart racing. A mixture of anticipation and fear ran through his veins, and he could feel his legs shaking. He was doing his best to maintain a sense of healthy skepticism, but he couldn't deny that the prospect of escape was an exciting one. But there was one thing he couldn't get off his mind. The numbered door could only accommodate between 3 and 5 people. There were 7 of them on their way to door 9. That meant that even in the best case scenario, there would be 2 of them who would have to stay behind. 2 people. He didn't have any solution to that problem yet, but he was desperately hoping one would present itself. Junpei looked over at the clock. The hands indicated that it was 4:30. They had 90 minutes before their time was up. Hey, Junpei! June! What the hell are you two doing? Hurry it up! Santa's voice jolted Junpei out of his reverie. Let's go, Junpei. June took off down the stairs, jogging as quickly as she could. Junpei followed. They were quiet for a while until... They had just reached C deck when Clover spoke. Hey, what about door 2? Everyone else stopped. They all turned to look at Clover. Seven spoke.
What about door 2?
Door 2 is the only one we didn't... We haven't gone through it, I mean.
Yes, that is true.
Are you guys okay with that? Not investigating it, I mean? So what? We found door 9. We don't need any of the other doors. What's the point? What's the point in going to door 9? We can't all go through it, can we? Then we should do what we have to do before we go any further. It's like a jigsaw puzzle. The best way to finish it quickly is to do the border pieces first. You know? Or what? You think all 7 of us should go to door 9? And then we argue over who stays behind and who gets to go? Do we really want to do that again? Who knows? If we check out door 2, maybe we'll find something. Maybe we can find a way to get all of us out. I don't know what might be in there. We might not find anything. Don't you think it'd be better to at least have a look? I mean, am I wrong? Does that sound wrong to you guys? Yeah, you do have a point. The others nodded in agreement. Last time I checked the clock, it was 4:30. It's not like we got a lot of time, but if we're quick about it, we might have time to take a look. You're right. Let's go take a look at door 2. I love your plan there, Romain. Yeah, Clover, we'll catch up with you. Yeah, off you pop. They were back in front of the elevator. Nearby was the large hospital room. The elevator could take them down to door 2. After a few minutes of discussion, they decided that Clover, Santa, June, and 7 would go. 4 plus 3 plus 6 plus 7 equals 20. 2 plus 0 equals 2. Alright, well, let's get going. I'll see you later. Okay, be careful. They climbed into the elevator, and Junpei listened to it creak and rattle its way to the bottom deck. Only Junpei, Ace, and Lotus were left. As the elevator rumbled out of sight, Ace spoke.
Lotus, would you be so kind as to go with me?
Go with you? I didn't think people still talked that way outside of the 1950s. Well, I'm a mother. Would that be a problem for you?
That wasn't what I meant to... I was hoping you would come with me.
Seriously though, I was kidding. So where was it you wanted to take me?
There's something I wanted to show you.
Hey man, what the hell? I'm not important enough?
Well, it's not like that. Once I've shown Lotus, I'll show you.
Really?
Of course.
Ace's smile was friendly. Fine. Do whatever you want.
Thank you. Are you coming, Lotus?
Fine. It doesn't look like they're going to be back anytime soon. I might as well go see whatever it is you think is so important.
Thank you. Well then, shall we go?
Ace turned and began to walk. Lotus followed. They disappeared into the hallway on the left. Junpei wasn't sure how long they'd been gone when the elevator suddenly opened. A single person stood there. Clover. She looked at Junpei, and slowly, purposefully stepped out of the elevator. The door closed behind her. Where's everybody else? What happened? She didn't answer. Instead, her eyes swept the room, and then settled on Junpei. Where are Ace and Lotus? Junpei explained what had happened. Oh, then they went over there? Her voice was small and timid. Yeah, I think so. He repeated his earlier question. So, where are June and Santa and 7? Why aren't they with you? You really want to know? There was something wrong with her smile. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Here. Let me show you. Clover pulled something out of her pocket and tossed it onto the floor at Junpei's feet. He looked down. On the floor in front of him were 3 metal rings. Bracelets. Oh my god.
Oh, holy shit.
Junpei collapsed.
No. No way. This has got to be some kind of joke. This can't be real.
Junpei's body felt like rubber. His heart felt like a cold lump in his chest, and his hands shook uncontrollably. Sweat poured down his face. The 3 bracelets sat there on the floor before him. He could see the numbers on their faces. 3, 7, and 6.
Lastly, let us discuss how to remove the bracelets. There are only 2 ways to do so. 1, you escape from this ship. 2, your heart rate reaches 0. In other words, once the bracelet is taken outside the confines of this ship, or detects that its wearer's heartbeat has fallen to 0. It will shut down automatically.
But why? Junpei's voice was flat and broken. Clover's response was cold. Revenge for my brother. He was forced into door 3 and murdered. You need at least 3 people to open a door. Who were the 2 that opened that door with him? It could only have been Santa and Seven. That's why I killed them. 2 plus 3 plus 7 equals 12. 1 plus 2 equals 3. But why? Why did you kill June? Because she tried to protect them. She was in my way. She had to die too. No. No. Junpei shook his head, trying desperately to wake himself from what had to be a dream. Couldn't be real. It just couldn't. Hey, Junpei. He felt Clover's hand on his shoulder. Her smile was wrong. Horribly wrong. Her face looked like a mask made from stretched human skin. The smile that parted her lips did not extend to her eyes. They were dead and empty. The girl in front of him was no longer the Clover he had known. Perhaps she was not even human. Let's go. Her hand reached out toward him. Let's get out of here. Let's leave this ship. Oh, what the hell are you talking about? To open a numbered door. Yes, I know. You need at least 3 people. But as long as we have this. Once again, Clover reached into her pocket and pulled something out. It was another bracelet. Junpei could see the number on the face. 0. 0. Got something in your pocket. What is it? Oh, this? This is... See? You get it now? If we have the 0 bracelet, we can leave. You and I can open door 9 with just the 2 of us. 4 plus 5 plus 0 equals 9. See? So let's go. Come on! Hurry up! She shoved out her hand again. Junpei looked up at Clover. She had the face of a demon, but there was something else. It was a holy light that surrounded her. She was both a fierce god and a benevolent goddess filled with love. Junpei? Her voice was soft. Her eyes weren't empty anymore. They were deep. So deep, Junpei could feel himself falling into them. He felt dizzy. There was something oddly bewitching about her. His mind was beginning to crack, and his heart began to melt. Junpei. The hand she was offering him. It looked so soft, so inviting. Junpei reached out with his own trembling hand and closed it over hers. Junpei writhed in agony. He shuddered and twitched, his body spasming as he went into shock. He screamed until his throat was torn and bloody, then screamed more. His cries echoed across the room. Eventually, his movements slowed, then faded. There was no more strength left in Junpei. He could feel his body begin to go numb. He no longer felt pain. He no longer felt anything. Whatever Junpei had been was gone. The last remnants of his mind began to fade. Even as his vision faded to nothingness, he saw Clover. Thanks, Junpei. I'm just gonna borrow this, Kay? Her smile was cold. What was left of Junpei's conscious mind drifted away. All that was left was a twisted, broken corpse. Bad end. Hey, Hefs. Congratulations on becoming a VIP. Lost a lot of P-Flicks. Pretty damn cool thing to be able to afford, IMO. So let me give you that roll that you deserve. Boink, boink. There you go. You have reached one ending. This game has multiple endings. In order to experience all the endings, you need to save now. Once you've saved, you can restart the game with information you required in this playthrough saved. Once you begin the game again, you can skip through text you've already seen. Simply press right on the control pad to fast forward through lines you've already read. Once you reach lines you haven't seen or new choices, it will automatically stop. The Memories of the Escape option has been added to the main menu. Memories of the Escape enables you to play the stages you have completed. It is recommended to save after this in order to unlock the Memories of the Escape. Let's save. And saving on the top screen will now give us an axe. We get a different icon for each ending, and that one is the axe ending. Shannon, you did it, you found it. I'm so proud of you. You found out how to redeem Become a VIP. Good job. I need to make that more costly at some point. Anyway, yeah, that's it for 999 for today. We got one ending out of 6 done. And it's going to be the longest one of the lot, because now we can skip through all the text we've already seen. I will be back tomorrow at the usual time. Actually, I don't want to show this now that you might have picked up enough. That made no sense at the start of stream. Now you might be able to pick things up from that intro. But if I click continue, it'll show. Yeah, okay. Next ending is a really good one for the first try. Pretty cool one for the first try, I think. Yeah. I can't say anything, but it was like, I was really hoping for something else. Would have been really interesting. But yeah, we surely did get a wee bit of an axe. Wee bit killed with an axe. So yeah, look forward to tomorrow where we will get through. Even at the end, well, I guess I'll have to watch VOD. I didn't pop off with the voices as much as I wanted to, but I think it's still worth watching the VOD. I think I did decently. Technically, nothing that happened here is particularly important for tomorrow, but I will. Yeah. I'll be back tomorrow to do more of this. To do more of these shenanigans and things. I am really tired. I thought it was going to be like 3-4 hours for a path. I wasn't expecting 6.5. Oh. DD, stop looking at the endings right now. I beg you. Yeah, that's it from me. Right, what's the difference between continue and begin with memories? Now I'm just confused. Anyway. Yeah. Right, Strand, thank you. Shannon immediately mutes themselves, just like, great stream, by the way. Loved every second of it. Cannot hear you whatsoever. As it should be. You're done with the voices, I've lost interest. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Thank you all for being here. Oh, you should say goodbye to the YouTube people. Say goodbye to the VOD people. The VOD, the YouTubes. You know the ones. Goodbye, YouTube people. Look how much chat cares. See? Goodbye, nerds.